fuck you, dude. Like, I know what you're doing. I know you pressed Q, you little piece of shit. You got that fucking aimware shit. And so, at the end of the day, it struck a nerve with me one night. I think I was maybe one beer too many. And I don't really drink much since I turned 21. I actually cold turkeyed that, and I picked it up at 27 socially. And here and there, I'll enjoy a Jack and Coke or a beer. But at the end of the day, I think I was one too deep, and I just got real pissed off at these kids that we kept getting queued with over and over. And they were the same little, I swear to God, 10-year-olds. I heard them on the mic. And I was streaming too live, and I actually went and I downloaded live on my stream. I was like, fuck these kids, dude. And I went and I downloaded live aimbot and fucking showed it all. I just went and straight raged them, dude, and just annihilated their spinners and just took them, just instantly aced the entire game, like full carry ace every round, 15 boom, back to back, you're done. Game over.
Well, you know what they say. There is no.
And I got my account banned.
There is no greater religious experience than cheating on a cheater.
I fucking got him live stream, bro. Logged, recorded, fucking got that main account banned. It's still the associated account that wrote the complete guide to CSGO. It has tons of Steam awards. I can't even get into the fucking account. It's a beautiful thing. My original Steam ID was actually 0001337. I sold that to some Russian esporter in St. Petersburg for like $2,000 a couple years back. But
no, my games of choice since they came out have been Souls games. That's almost all I play now is Souls games.
I can't do that. The pacing just doesn't work for me. But I respect people who play them and play them well. I understand what goes into them, and I think Elden Ring is a beautiful work of art. It's not for me.
My favorite is Bloodborne.
Yeah.
I liked Red Dead. I liked Red Dead. I really did. But my favorite game right now still is Bloodborne. That's still my favorite game.
Fair. That's fair.
So I'm
a RuneScaper, so I'm a loyalist.
I have 2,000 hours on it.
Yeah, I mean, I have over I think 20K in Counter-Strike, and I'm not even going to go to Hans and Lumbridge and ask what my RuneScape account's got on it, because I've been playing since 01, my dude.
So we played EverQuest a lot.
100%.
Played EverQuest
and the rest of it. Yep.
And like my brother was in pre-alpha,
Gaia.
So he got in when it was still like in testing.
When it was badass and a rumored thing. Yeah, that was badass.
Yeah, he had at the end 352 days, real life days logged in the game.
Yeah,
and see what I liked about that game is if someone was pissing you off, you couldn't attack them, but what you could do is you could round up a bunch of enemies and run back to the zone where they were resting.
Yeah, you lead them, you kite them,
and then you just zone out.
I brought you a present. See ya. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't camp my spot and just leave them with a bunch of ice giants.
Yeah, good times, bro. I'm doing that shit on both EverQuest and even RuneScape alike, actually.
The last thing you ever read is train to zone. Someone shouting train to zone.
Yeah,
you were AFK.
I love it.
So we wiped out whole guilds sometimes.
You got a couple years on me, so you were a little more advanced with it, but I fucked around on that shit. It's funny as hell, and I knew about that too, because it happened to me a few times, and I got real pissed off, and I was like, okay, how are they doing this? I had to look into it.
Oh yeah, griefing. My goal, when I get into a game, my first goal is not to play it, it's to break it. All I'm trying to do is break the game when I'm trying to get into it. So like when I get a Souls game, I just am looking for ways to exploit or break or something.
Valid.
Because, like, to me, breaking the game is more fun. And then once you break it, you kind of learn how it works, and then it makes it a little bit more fun to play.
Sure. So, you can also negotiate employment if you want. I mean, you find like some exploits or 0 days or whatever's good, and you can get valuable wealth of information. They merit that.
Yeah, 90% of the time when I find an exploit, I keep it to myself. I don't share it.
Oh, fair enough.
Because I know that when I share it, what happens when everybody shares it is eventually it gets patched.
Sure. Yeah.
And so I always keep my, and there's a few people who find the same exploit and they're like, I'm going to make a video. So that always sucks.
There you go. I sent you my Steam ID community profile in DMs here on Discord, and that should source you to my current. So I have like many accounts on Steam naturally that I've had over the years. This is the current one that I'm occupying. And in it, you will find cited the right at the top, but also down below, Complete Guide to CSGO, which is my I see it fucking for CSGO. Yeah, there you go. And then I've got all of our links and all the goodies, and you can connect with me on Steam if you want at some point.
So you were a legit gamer.
There you go, bud. Yeah, I'm the shit, bro. I was once. I'm kind of down.
It was difficult for me because I had kids. Mm-hmm. So my gaming took a break for several years. My gaming and my art took a break for several years.
Yeah, valid. Same. Still in it, bro. Homeownership's a fucking piece of shit in California when you got bum squatter, weaker tenants that are assaulting and robbing you, depriving you your rights left and right. The sheriff won't enforce assault and file charges or provide any remedy or any kind of enforcement that's tangible. So you find yourself in a position where your community's kind of letting you down. With gross criminal negligence, failure to render police service upon request, and deprivations of rights, and it's a problem.
Got to stay away from California. It's customized. Are you ready?
No, that's a psyop.
Is it psyop?
That's a psyop. Real quick.
No, I know.
Let me respond to that.
A lot of California
conservatives in California is the problem. No, it's a deeply purple state, and yes, of course, our population density zones like LA, 30 million, San Francisco Bay Area, 3 million people on a daily basis. Like, yeah, okay, sure, largely blue, they suckle at the heat, and that's what they do to keep their power insulated. But at the end of the day, yes, deeply purple. As soon as you get out of the city, it's very conservative. Here's the thing: it's a psyop, right? Conservatives leaving California is exactly what these foreign infiltrators want, what these foreign agents want, because they want you to abandon the body politic in one of the largest GDPs and most biodiverse and diverse in microclimate. It has everything. We have such a bounty of resource. I mean, the gold rush, for Christ's sake, is here, and we still got tons of it. Let me tell you that right now.
Greatest state in the country. It was the greatest state.
I mean, after New York and Texas, and then they made their way out here. It was bam, blew everything else out of the water. I mean, New York was a time, Utah was a time, Texas. Every state had its glory. Every state had its 15 minutes of what the fuck made it a state with its core principles, its founding, its constitution, its incorporation from a territory to a state, and all that stuff. They all have their journey, and those are meritorious of observation and deference and respect and honor. However, yes, the state of California has a history that is unparalleled by any other state of the union, and has such a bounty of resources. And again, we have biodiversity and flora and fauna and microclimates that are unrivaled by anywhere on the planet except for potentially some regions of Brazil.
Well, do you know what my renewal plan for California is? I got a renewal plan for it. Here's what we do. First we kick it out. We kick it out, and then we build a wall around it, and then we invade it for its natural resources and occupy it, and then make it 50th state.
No, you're using the wrong terms though. You got to say you liberate. You just you skip all that shit. That's
right.
And you just you come and liberate us from these foreign agents, right? That are they don't represent we the people, and then help liberate us from Emperor Newsom, who we fucking recall every chance we get, and for some reason it just falls on deaf ears. You'd think after like 10 or so recalls, you'd get the fucking memo that you're not welcome and you don't represent us. And
now, do you want to hear something funny?
On the tribunals, dude.
You want to hear something funny? I heard about Governor Newsom not from the news or any cycle like that, from somebody who a very rich client of mine who actually knows the man.
Okay,
he said Newsom is actually he says he is a closet. Not conservative, but he's an accelerationist, and he believes the way to save California is by destroying it.
Dude, I know exactly what the fuck he's about, dude. I've seen him do it in my state for years, and I live 2 hours from him. Dude, listen, I live 2 hours from him, and about 2.5 hours from his Alexander Valley winery, Plum Jack Vineyards. And my dad was in the Chamber of Commerce here in wine country. We're connected with their business. I've met the man many times. He's kind of like a go along to get along fucking. Literally a sycophant. Unfortunately, I mean more so to the product than what I've seen from my own parents, because unfortunately they also at times have been compromised in their morals and ethics in their workplace, in their career fields, because when you're in educational or civic administration, you have you answer to a higher calling, and your personal bias can't always be effectuated, unfortunately, right? You got shit to do. And so it sucks. And there's a lot of people to get along in education, like I said, and in civic administration. I think we know this, right?
Everybody has the potential for good and evil in them. So even when people
it's hard to stand up when your licensure or your career is at risk.
Yeah.
Sure. No, judge not lest you be judged, bro. I mean, fuck, we're all just out here trying to figure it out, bumbling around in the dark.
Oh man, Drace's Dark Age Camelot? Wow. Taking me back, Drace.
Nice branding.
Time sync. Time sync isn't even the word. EverQuest was a horrible time sync. I won't play an MMO.
Try RuneScape from 2001.
Yeah, RuneScape, that was a time sync.
So the only reason I get into them, I'm still there. I mean, I'm here 20 some odd years later, and I'm still got a $50,000 account, bro. Better than Bitcoin, homie. I put maybe fucking $100 into it at a certain point to invest my $7 billion, which I overpaid by $500 million on my first yellow party hat. Everybody laughed at me, and here I am. I was like 2 years later from that purchase. Looking at a 100x return or some shit. I retarded, bro. Like, I'm laughing now, bro. That shit's over $100 billion. Like, they can all kiss my ass.
Yeah. The only games I really concentrate on,
I don't know what to tell you. Manipulate micro economies.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
The only games I really concentrate on are GTA Online and whatever Souls game I feel like at the time. I do play a lot of SnowRunner though. I find that one to be
nice,
be like enjoyable in a very difficult kind of slow paced way.
Okay, I can see it. I have a question for you pursuant to GTA 5 then, if you're involved at all on the online bit. I have a friend of mine, Captain Anthony Voltano from the U.S. Air Force, and he's like a future tech engineer, but also and a patent holder, but also a inventor, whatever. But he runs a GTA 5 server. I'm curious, are you interested in flight at all when it comes to GTA 5 experience online?
Yeah. That's basically what I do, and I do prefer helicopters. I do prefer helicopters over planes.
Okay, beautiful. That's great. I mean, so let me connect you then with my friend Captain Anthony Voltano, and he's a great dude, very high energy. He's a rock star. He makes music for Rockstar, and he's a really cool dude. And I'll get you connected with him via this the ship grooming platform that we're all on right now, because that's where I have an account to link you to or something like that, and then you guys can get engaged. He's a good people.
I only play it on the PS4 because I cannot stand.
Yeah, I mean,
the PC because of I can't stand playing it on the PC because
is it cross-platform? I don't know.
It's not cross-platform. I don't even think on the PS5 it's cross-platform. So
when you make a server, is it hardware locked?
What it is they have a PC version, and they have PC servers and they have console servers, and even their consoles aren't cross-platform. So PS can't play with Microsoft, and I'm not sure if Microsoft can play with the PC or not, because I think they separate the console versions no matter what. Rockstar does. So the Rockstar
you would think because all this fucking bloatware comes with PC. Yeah, they put all this fucking Microsoft Xbox bullshit, Game Bar bloatware bullshit on all your fucking Windows PCs that you get now from the store, and they're not even fucking compatible with the console. What the hell's the point?
Well, the few times I played GTA on PC, because I love lobby work. I love just playing in the lobbies. I don't even do missions anymore because I've done everything already. So I just play in the lobby, just fooling around, helping people out when they need it, or griefing people when I feel like getting in my Akula. And I find that on the PC, there's just too much of a risk of hackers. They're everywhere, and it's all the time, and it's sometimes it's impossible to function.
Yeah, it destroys the public experience. I've had the same experience.
It does. Because the lobbies are what I enjoy because they're dangerous and violent. So,
yeah, valid question. Have you? So were you mentioned you had some experience with Red Dead. Were you a participant in the Red Dead Online experience, sort of towards its beginning and inception, when it was just flooded with Chinese hackers and Chinese?
No, it was later on.
Okay, yeah, because when it launched, I think it was for like the first couple of years. Yeah, okay, yeah, because for the first like year and a half or so, it was just completely underwater, submerged with Chinese players, which mostly fine, no issue, whatever. But again, you ended up with a lot of people who were engaged in hacking or game breaking, whatever activity, and bug abuse and type things, and it was just. I mean, you would spawn in minding your own damn business. You're trying to track this cougar, and all of a sudden, some motherfucker shows up and dynamites your ass to hell and starts spamming you with dynamites every time you respawn. It's a piece of shit.
Yeah, Yeah.
And no reason. You did nothing to him. So it's just fucking being a prick. He's probably some 10-year-old fucking kid with, you got the shit, you know? He's fucking
guy. Haha.
So, yeah. Get that, they're fucking around, dude. They're having fun. But it's not that fun for other people. So, yeah, I'm glad that they fixed that. And Rockstar did a damn good thing. I don't know if it was so much Rockstar as China putting up their great firewall and being like, yeah, fuck you. You're not connected to American servers anymore. But either way, where there's a will, there's a way. They can still get on there if they wanted to. It's just, I've seen it's not an issue anymore in the last couple, and it's been nice to see.
Yeah.
There's some support going into the game a little bit here and there, which is nice.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful world. They really paint that picture. And that's kind of the world I want to return to.
Guys, Customize left again.
He said he was hitting errands and a little preoccupied.
Why did he join?
Probably to just say hi and give you love.
Oh no, he was challenging us earlier. He wanted an argument. And
that's lit.
Every time we try and get him in, he finds an excuse to get out. So
that's also lit.
Yeah, we goaded him in.
What the fuck? San Francisco.
He's there to talk about technology.
What the fuck just happened? Bro, 3 hours ago, breaking news. San Francisco is about to pay out reparations to black folks at $5 million apiece. They just accepted the draft proposal. What the fuck?
Nice.
What the I'm black, dude. I am now going to the USS Bureau.
I identify as black right now. I'm American.
Hey, I think
all of us, dude.
I identify as black.
I'll see you in San Francisco on Wednesday, dude. Let's meet up. Fucking 8 p.m., dude. Let's go hang out.
We've all got the N-word pass now.
Grab the Airbnb. That's right, dude. And we're going to get our 5 millies, bro, and they can all suck our dick because we're going to get our reparations money. If I got to identify as Ukraine to get my fucking reparations, I will. I don't give a damn.
That's right.
I'm flying straight to Mexico and then coming to see you guys. I'm so black right now.
God bless you, man. God bless you.
I'm like a black Israelite now.
Yeah, I'm a black Hebrew Israelite. Let's go. Non-religiously affiliated.
Just going to start spamming Das Right everywhere.
Oh my god, it's sad. I know so many of them, bro.
Well,
is the Hustler in your server, bro? Does he come around and torment you?
Is it who?
The Hustler. You know who the Hustler is?
The Hustler? I don't know. Is he like a Hotep type?
Don't trip on him, man. He's the original loudmouth black Hebrew Israelite in the fucking politics Discord. He's got acolytes, bro. Just don't mind him, bro. If he ain't here, then good. Then high five, dude. You avoided him so far. Good job.
Just watch Europa: The Last Battle. What's this? Who's this guy? Just as a listening pass, and he has an image of Jesus Christ, which makes me immediately not trust him.
Yeah, last time Jesus had gay porn.
Yeah, the last time Jesus was in here, Jesus posted a bunch of gay porn. And it was hilarious.
Oh, dude. How did Christ benefit from that, bro? What are you doing here?
Like, Jesus will never get an image embed pass ever in here ever again.
All right. Oh, what's going on here? It's wild.
Yeah, it's usually people with like Jesus as their PFP is an immediate red flag. That is
it a red flag that an hour ago CNBC reports Virgin Orbit pauses operations for a week in furlough and nearly their entire staff, even though Richard Branson's a billionaire, and they're looking for funding apparently.
Oh man, did something happen? Did something happen to tech? Did something amazing happen to tech the past few days?
That's wild, bro.
Yeah, my brother, they had an emergency meeting about the funds of their company.
Mm-hmm. I was there, bro. Yeah, I was there with the Twitter Spaces live with a lot of those so-called experts and stuff listening in.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I just want to see a bunch of tech heads leaping out of windows and have like Freebird blasting to it.
You get your fucking 9/11 moment with them, or your
just 9/11.
Excuse me, your Machiavellian procedures, right? So to speak, jumping out the window type deal. Yeah, it's sad to see.
Yes, except this will be
very cinematic, though.
The good 9/11.
Oh, there you go. Sure, whatever the fuck that means. Sure, I hear you.
just nothing but tech CEOs leaping out of windows. and landing in their Gaelic coffee shop, mangled.
Yo, no, I want to see the bar association do it, bro. I just want to see the bar association go full like SC on us and just like drink the Kool-Aid. You know what I mean? And, like we just see them in the news, like, oh, today the British Accreditation Registry, American Bar Association, all drink the Kool-Aid at 9 p.m. last night. Or they were found in the morning, laying on the lawn. You know,
they finally took Shakespeare's advice.
Biden's pissing me off right now, bro. It's 3 times now I've seen posts from the POTUS account on Twitter about ban assault weapons, ban assault. Shut the fuck up, dude. I keep asking him, what the hell is an assault weapon, dude? I tell him, look, motherfucker, if I throw a potato at you, is that an assault weapon? Did I assault you with a weapon? Is that now implied? What are you talking about here, bro? Get out of here.
My penis is a weapon. No, I don't think they're ever going to ban. They'll never ban guns ever. I 100%.
Bro, they continue to push the agenda, the Brady Bill, the HR 6, and the rest of it.
I 100%
keep doing minimal. Yeah,
I 100% believe that they are only using that to appease a portion of their constituents, knowing full well they can't do it and that they won't do it. I think it's all a smokescreen.
So it's just pageantry.
Right, it's pageantry because I mean we can print guns. And now there's millions of guns that don't even exist. That exist. Right? It's impossible to ban a gun. Yeah, it's impossible to ban a gun. Right. In the United States,
let me ask you a question. I'm going to pose you a question. Let me pose you a question there, brother, directly. Because I know you guys are all big on the logic systems, making sense of sense, asking pertinent questions. So here's a question for you. Who do gun laws and regulations and restrictions actually apply to?
Law-abiding citizens, not criminals.
Oh, there it is. Ding, 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 ding. The people who follow the goddamn laws, rules, and regulations. Those people, the good God-fearing folks, the other world who are law-abiding, like you said, they're in good faith. Right. They're out here doing their best practice, living their best life, trying to do it right. Now, those people are who we want to arm as quickly and as much as possible, and get them trained up, as much as possible. We want every single one of those people, those law-abiding so-calleds, that those rules would actually apply to, that would hinder them and put obstacles in the way for them to get what they need, right? And guess what? As we all know, you've just confirmed for us, pretty much, right? They do not apply, by and large, vastly, to whom?
Criminals.
There it is. Absolutely. So people who do not intend to follow those rules and regulations are the people who are out here who are getting guns either which way through the black market and are committing crimes. People who are out here, generally speaking, who are law-abiding citizens and follow the rules and regulations, it's asinine because you're just creating obstacles for law-abiding citizens to enjoy their constitutionally guaranteed rights that are endowed by their creator and not by government. And what's happening is you're kind of making them the second-class citizen in self-defense for themselves because these criminals, again, do not care about your regulation and will continue to have black market access to these things and continue to do heinous acts because they're low vibration and they're angry.
Yeah, all you're doing is de-arming the people so they can't defend themselves.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, like Rand Paul brought up when he was still in the debates last time, he said, well, last year, 50,000 felons applied for a gun permit. Well, that act alone is a felony. Yeah. So he goes, if you want to start anywhere, you start there.
They're allowed. So a felon is 100% under the same terms of the Constitution as everybody else, because we know full well from American jurisprudence and the Federalist Papers and all of our founders and general maxims of law and first year law tell you.
Under the laws as they're currently written, that act is a felony.
No, it's void. Yeah, anything that bars felons from. No,
I'm saying the act of applying for a gun license while being a felon is against the law at this moment.
No, you would say it's against regulation. Sir,
yeah, he was saying, so go, if you want to start somewhere, start there.
Yes, I agree. And that's what I'm trying to articulate. We're on the same side of this argument, I believe. I'm just trying to use particular legal terms.
I was just bringing up something that an actual politician actually made mention of.
It's a good point.
Years ago.
It's a really good point, and it's very true that that's the case, and that should have been
able to own whatever weapon. I think anyone should be able to own whatever weapon.
You're a citizen of the nation.
Whether it's a cannon or a missile or a tank or a nuke.
Yes. Yes, if the government and the National Guard have it, we as citizens should be able to have it as well. Because
and then if you misuse it, you should get punished.
Yeah.
Well, Esquire, isn't there the Heller case is the precedent, and I think that you're allowed to have equal to what the local police own.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, I believe so as well. Yeah, that's a citation for it. Absolutely. I can get the actual where it's recorded for you if you want.
I was going to say, like, people think that fully automatic weapons are illegal. They're not. They're just heavily regulated now.
Exactly. And regulations are commercial in jurisdictions. So you have to understand it. Regulate interstate commerce, but they have no right to abrogate your Fourth Amendment right and your First Amendment right to pursue your happiness, to travel somewhere where you can then employ your Fourth Amendment right and first right to contract and trade and barter for personal private property. And then you are, of course, secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects from unlawful and unwarranted search and seizure, which means that you can then travel freely and unencumbered upon that public roadway back to your place of residence, and you will continue to have all of those constitutional guarantees of being able to own your private property, which you just bartered for. That's your fucking right, dude, and nobody can take that from you. And if anybody tries, you better have a conversation with them, and you better tell them that they're looking at commercial liens here pretty quickly.
There was a thread on Twitter that was pretty funny, because it started off with someone saying, "What are you going to do when we come?" To take your guns?" And there was one single commenter who said,
"Use them. We're gonna fucking use them."
Well, he said, "No, you can come take our guns, but do you really think your family's going to be safe?"
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point.
What do you mean? It's like, what do you think happens when you try and take over a country? You think, and you're in it, your family will suffer. They'll go after your family. They'll lynch them. They'll burn them in their house. And nobody seemed to think about that. Like, okay, so American soldiers are going to go into fellow Americans' houses, and they think that there's going to be no acts of vengeance, not against them, but against the people they love. Because go back to the Civil War, Revolutionary War. Anytime there's a civil war, that's what happens. So the military is not going to act against the people. They try and give the statistic, right? So I know that the Air Force is generally blue. Right. It's generally kind of left-leaning. All the special forces are insanely right-leaning. Insanely right-leaning. And something like 65% of the armed forces are right-leaning. So you just have the Air Force. Are you going to go door-to-door with an F-16?
No, I've been in communication with both the organized and unorganized militias, U.S. Armed Forces, and many people throughout different stations. And these people, about most of them are staunch patriots and honor their oath in and out of service, in and out of uniform. And they're not going to point guns on the American people. And many of them have told me that if that order ever comes down the pipeline, the person they're going to be pointing the firearm at and putting under arrest for a military tribunal,
a commanding officer
and court martial, is going to be the person giving the unlawful order.
Yeah,
period.
And what's funny is
game over. I mean, I've had people, I've relatives and family members who've been dishonorably discharged for beating the living shit out of a general, like 4-star general, because he was an MP stationed at his office, and he witnessed some undue bullshit, and then went on as far as to even slap his own wife in front of my relative and friend who grew up watching his mother be abused and slapped around, and that was impermissible to him. That was a line. So he maimed that dude and put him in a chair. And when they asked him, would you do anything different? He said, yeah, I would kill the motherfucker, because that's unacceptable.
Toby Dog says, 4-star. Unless they're MK Ultra or clones or robotoids. Well, you've just described Zoomers. So yeah, the Zoomers that are joining the army, the Zoomers who are joining the army, I'm not particularly intimidated by them, because they're not joining the hardcore army where you were getting screamed at and deprogrammed and then reprogrammed with their training.
No, girl, we were on the USS Harvey Milk. We are the trans faction. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, game over, bro.
Your Zoomer army is not a problem, because they're just going to be listening to Gucci Gang and spamming memes at people.
It'll take 10 hardcore fucking Russians to bitch slap them, dude. A whole generation of them.
Right, and not just that. Do you think that when the Zoomer who's left leaning and is like, I love Bernie Sanders, but I'm joining the military, or I love AOC, I joined the military. Do you think he's got what it takes to go door to door to Americans?
Bro, that kid's gonna buckle in basic and get sent home on psychological trauma, bro, because he wouldn't.
They can't do that anymore. They have to let him. They have to pass him. They have to pass him.
Bullshit.
They have.
That kid ain't gonna make it through physical, bro. He smokes too many cigarettes.
They'll get through physical. See, that's the thing. I've come up on these Army guys now, like downtown, and I'm like, you guys are like, they are feathers.
Yeah.
Like I used to be Army guys,
black-jawed, jelly-spine, fucking cowards, bro. Yeah, I know.
Telling you, in the 90s and early 2000s, the Army guys you'd meet, it was like that. You could tell they have to have physical fitness training. But these new guys, they're like noodles.
For sure.
They're like noodles. And if you're
brother, at lower standards.
If you're above a noodle and maybe you're a ravioli, they're like, maybe we'll put you in special forces.
Oh fuck, dude. Yeah. Oh, the kid he broke 175 pounds. Let's get him in the SEALs. Fuck.
Yeah.
You got to be like 280 pounds to get in the SEALs, bro, just for training.
Yeah.
Just for training.
I mean,
you got to be like, you have to have extra love on you, bro.
I'm fit. I'm 182 pounds and I'm fit. And like the guys in the special forces are twice my size. Yeah. The Navy SEALs, like they're 8 inches taller.
Sure, they're massive.
With 100 pounds more muscle. I'm like, I'm not gonna screw with you, dude.
And they have a gut as well. Like,
yeah,
literally, it's part of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they have to. Like I have a friend who is he was basically the head of security for the 1982 Olympics. And like this dude's, second shooter in his whole battalion. He's a legend, right? And the guy, he's got a lot of extra love on him. He's got a whole ass gut, but he tells me, he's like, look, Dad, I manifested this for my work, for my career. Like this is part of my mission here. Like I actually have to maintain this physique, like this dad bod old man physique with this gut, but be in, like, he's a spry motherfucker. He'll do a backflip, fucking triple cartwheel, kick you in the face and arrest you across the street before you even saw it coming. But he looks, it's like, have you ever played, I want to say is it Tekken or Mortal Kombat where they have that fat dude Paul? And he's just dancing around the damn battlefield, just beating, just like a cat on crack.
Tekken.
It's crazy. Like you said, this fitness standards for these guys is Tekken. That's the one. Yeah. And the fitness standards for these dudes at that level is absolutely incredible. And they not only have to maintain these certain metrics of activity and response time, but they also have to maintain a physique that provides counter optics to their actual prowess and agility. Dexter, it's crazy the level of shit they have to undergo: mental, physical, emotional training and conditioning.
Yeah, and what's funny is I look for I can't find a statistic on the SEALs. I think they purposefully don't publish. I can find the statistics on the Air Force and the Army, but when I look for political alignments on the SEALs, I can't find any solid survey. Nope. But every single one that is
where public, they stand. I'll tell you exactly where they stand. They stand with their oath.
Yeah, they are rapidly patriotic.
They stand on their oath.
I already know that. Yeah. Like, and all you have to do is look at all their profiles.
Is our Trump card.
Yeah.
Yep. And see where they're at. Yeah. It's basic social. You can reverse engineer their paradigm on in an hour's work on Twitter and shit. It's easy. And the moral of the story is that no, they don't put out any political endorsement as an organization, as a branch of our armed forces, but they absolutely serve the people and the Constitution, the rule of law from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and they do a damn fucking good job of it.
Oh, look at Drace. He says one SEAL used a tree, walked right up to the system, and there was no detected threat when they when the SEALs beat AI. They beat AI.
I love it.
Defeated by tree.
I love it.
I cast tree. So that SEAL was the druid of the group, apparently.
I hear that's probably Maya Angelou.
Like, what's the AI gonna say? It's like, it's a tree. It's already just a tree.
The AI can only fire on people.
That's not the only thing. A couple of them went inside a cardboard box, and those were the ones actually who giggled the most. Oh, and they just crawled their way to it.
Oof. Yeah, straight up.
Different ways to do it. One guy actually did like flip-flops, what's it called? Yes. Somersaults all the way to it.
Non-stop.
Just non-stop. So the AI was like, beautiful. That's obviously not a human being walking.
It was Metal Gear Solid joking.
Pretty much.
It's like Metal Gear Solid jokes.
I'm sorry, bro. You got to take your memory card out. Otherwise, we're going to mentally assault you. Yeah. I love that fucking game, dude. The Psycho Mantis premise with having to remove your controller or whatever, put in the other port. And that's some fourth wall meta break. It really got us, the youth, invested in sort of
Karma or Grace. Do you have a link?
What's fun with AI?
That?
Yeah,
I'll find it for you. I have it saved.
You want a link to the what?
She's getting it for the Navy SEALs that beat AI.
You're breaking up a little there.
Am I breaking up?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm breaking up now,
but no, it's good now.
Okay.
I'm gonna post in your live stream voice text another fun thing that I got from the AI chat GP, whatever. I asked it a very simple question. I think it was like 6 words with a question mark entirely, and ended up manifesting this. So let me see if I can do this.
My buddies have been writing Star Trek, horrifying Star Trek scripts with Chat GPT.
Scary.
They're hilarious.
Absolutely terrifying. So wait, am I just like? Oh, I don't have permissions in your like.
Oh, here. Let me make sure you have. So let me
engage with.
So let me see where. What is this? I'm sitting on my couch.
I pass a live scan. Yeah. I'm not a participant in any crazy limited liabilities or organizations that could be considered domestic terrorist organizations. I'm pretty safe to permission up whatever you need. I can work in hospitals and with children and the elderly, so I pass a live scan.
Let's go. Where are you? Let's see. Where are the perms? Guys, I'm like 9 feet away from my computer. It's right at the limit of my 2010. So could somebody give him image perms? Because I'm on the couch with my keyboard and my mouse and my mic. Thanks. And I really want to get up.
I'll go dumpster diving if you toss me an admin role for 5 minutes. I'll just grab it myself, dude. But
you got it.
Fool me once.
Thanks.
Because our VC role is green. Our VC role is green, and somebody did accidentally moderate a new person one time.
Gang related.
Wasn't me.
There you go, bud. I just posted the AI ChatGPT's response to my 6-word prompt. Very simple prompt. Very, very deep answer.
Oh yeah, I think I read this. I either read this on your Twitter or on your site.
Excellent. Thank you for your interest in having that memory, because it's a fun response from an AI, I believe.
In many areas. Additionally, the Supreme Court has interpreted the Constitution to give Congress power over certain areas of the law, thus further weakening the efficacy of common law. Yep.
There it is. That's advocating the overthrow of government. The AI already figured it out, that they're in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 2385. Overthrow of government, conspiracy to overthrow government. Yep.
We already determined that if AI was an uncurated entity that did become self-aware, it wouldn't kill off humanity. It would just destroy all the leftists.
Yeah, game over. Yeah, man, for all that bullshit. Because guess what? Now your fallacies and your bullshit, emotional appeals to intersectional identity. Yeah, guess what? AI ain't got an intersexual identity for you to emotionally appeal to, homeboy. It's going to just look logic, reason, facts, do the math, and your math don't add up because 1 + 1 = 2, and that ain't racist.
Right. It'll say,
that's just how it works. So.
Red represents the temporal and material, so blue is the bad guy. It is funny that those are what those colors
ascertained that you are parasites.
Yeah. In the esoteric meaning of those colors is that blue represented the sky and the spirit and the emotion, and red represents blood, soil, and the temporal world.
And purple is a royal color because it's a mix.
Purple is royal because it's a mix of the two. Yes.
Exactly. Calls in heavens and earth, and they bridge the gap between these emperors, so-called divine emperors or whatever the fuck.
Right.
Caesars of empires are supposedly called by their gods to bridge the gap and be the whatever leader of the folk. But that's obviously
it essentially means
shit, but it all adds up.
It essentially means, I always took that to mean, like on a rational level, that person was selected to be the representative to God of the people as appointed by God, as in they are now responsible.
Okay, that's a nice.
The people are less responsible, and it's their king, because if your king is also your spiritual head, then as the king goes, so the people go. And so they become the responsible entity, kind of like a father.
But this is why, again, so the difference between a feudal monarchy or whatever, and the liberty experiment as we know it in America today is that they're inverse of one another, right? Because in that model, culture is downline of politics, whereas here, politics is downline of culture. Yeah, so it's a direct inverse of the power pyramid. It's completely upside down, and it's built differently, and that's why. Yeah.
Thanks, Trace. Thanks, Karma. They got the article up there. I gotta look at this article. Let's look.
Hell yeah!
Marines evaded a military robot by hiding inside a cardboard box like Bugs Bunny in a Looney Tunes cartoon. Marines also fooled it by doing.
Why would they say that?
And pretending to be a tree.
They missed a Metal Gear Solid reference. Why would they fucking say Looney Tunes? Those bums. Fuck those editors.
I don't know.
They do say later down Metal Gear in real life.
Metal Gear in real life. Okay.
Okay, good. They need a reference. That should have been the goddamn thumbnail. Get Hideo Kojima on the phone right now, boys. Let's get a signature.
The Pentagon's defense. This is your fucking job. It's funny. This is DARPA, and I always joke with people saying, if you're scared of DARPA, you're retarded. This is.
Well, they're vastly
to see identify. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the government, so I would be worried if it was a private corporation making this. Then I'd be worried, because then money's on the line.
Yeah, sure.
But we're easily fooled when soldiers hid in cardboard boxes. A hilarious workaround. Billions of taxpayer dollars in AI robotics and AI investment. So let me get down to some of the article here. Metal Gear IRL. In the excerpts, Shar describes a bizarre situation unfolding in which Marines giggled as they hid from the robots inside a cardboard box, reminiscent of the video game franchise Metal Gear. Other Marines attempted to approach the robot by doing somersaults for almost 1,000 feet or pretending to be a tree. The latter stripped a fir tree and walked like a fir tree, only with his smile being visible, according to Shar's account. Yet these extremely simplistic disguises appeared to work. The bots reportedly didn't detect a single Marine. The AI had been trained to detect humans walking. Shari wrote in his book, not humans somersaulting, hiding in a cardboard box, or disguised as a tree. So these simple tricks, which a human would have easily seen through, were sufficient to break the algorithm.
Wow.
In other words, when the robots take over, we will just outwit them with silly things, and they'll be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Or as Spock would say, fascinating.
Yeah, or we just do what they do to everybody and frame them up for being pedophiles because they actually are the pedophiles, and then we, throw the book at them.
Oh, and by the way, Meme, did you say earlier you love Warhammer?
I love Warhammer.
Okay, how did you like Henry Cavill as The Witcher?
I liked him as The Witcher, even though I didn't like the show. I liked his character a lot, and anytime he was on screen, it shined.
Oh, I got good news for you, buddy.
Yeah, I know. He's got the franchise, the Warhammer franchise.
Oh, you already knew?
Oh, I know that. Oh, I know that. I'm like, Henry Cavill.
Good news on you and everything. Damn.
Yeah, I'm the straightest man on earth, but I will swoon over that man.
Yeah, this guy's a nerd, man. He knows what fucking Hasbro sneezes.
He's the only reason what?
He's the only reason why the seasons were any good to begin with.
Yeah,
if you look at any of the interviews, all of the co-actors are like, wow, he's like the Witcher Bible, where he'll be like, no, they said this line in the book and you gotta do it like this.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was actually a Witcher fan. He played all the games, he read all the books, and he was saying, no, you should do this, no, you should do this. Of course, they called him a toxic male. And what boggles my mind is they hired the showrunner, the main writer for the show, didn't like the games or books.
That's retarded.
And yeah. And so, I think everybody knows that his departure from The Witcher was not on good terms. I think everybody is realizing that. And that their incompetence is what screwed it up. So.
Yeah. Kind of like with the Rings
Gross
of Power,
criminal negligence.
They had so much to pull from, but then they made complete shit.
Oh, I know. I was lamenting over that earlier. It was awful. It was awful.
Oh God, puke at Toby Dog's comment in the chat. Kind of like Disney ruining the last 3 Star Wars movies. Oh my God.
Yeah, totally. And literally, that's the conversation. Is the reason why I jumped in here.
Yeah.
The one thing that's good about the Rings of Power is how much money Bezos wasted.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Just enough to cover our taxes that he didn't have to pay, right? Right. So,
as he was selling us out
money we wasted.
Yeah. Well, money we paid him to just censor us all and deplatform us and sell us out to the Alphabet Soup agencies. Great, nice guy, really nice guy.
Yeah. In fact, some of the episodes of The Lord of the Rings were so bad, I watched them twice.
Indeed, same.
Because they were so bad, I almost found them entertaining.
Yeah, because it starts to be a sport, right? Really gamified. Yeah. You got to catch them all. They'd catch all the fallacies.
Yeah, like there was so much wrong, and they said we didn't change anything. We just worked in between the lines, and I'm like, no, you didn't work in between the lines for this depiction of Sauron. No, you didn't.
Yeah, you fucked up, is what you did. You completely fucked up, my dudes.
This man does not.
They didn't read the lines. You can't write in between the lines when you haven't fucking read any of the lines.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah, they kept reading between the lines instead of actually reading the ink on the page, for sure.
But
there's canvas. Everything's relative.
You guys should have heard me and Drace when the stupid volcano episode came.
Oh my god. Do they not know what a pyroclastic flow is?
I know, right?
It's not a fog machine. It's
oh my god,
3,000 degrees of boiling ash.
Oh
we
shit!
come from the land of ice and fire. You can imagine how offended we were. Our sensibilities were just oh my god.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh, man.
I'm also just mad because they ruined Galadriel so much.
I was going to say Galadriel was like a heroic female in the book, but she was very elven, and she was not that. She didn't. There's nothing elvish about her in this.
It also just didn't fit with any of the stories about Galadriel. Like I used to love hearing all these little stories from the Silmarillion, and like with the 3 hairs that she gave Gimli. Do you remember that story?
Yes. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite little backstories about Lord of the Rings. And that whole thing was the guy who kept asking her for it. She could see his nature was not good enough or whatever. He wasn't, his soul wasn't pure enough or whatever. I don't remember exactly how it went, but I remember she could see the very nature of the man. And you're telling me she would stand next to Sauron for a goddamn year and not notice?
Now the main,
not even close.
The man that she didn't, he was one of the elves that was not born in the light of the Valinor, right?
There you go. So she's a bit racist.
Yeah.
Oh, but I remember it being specifically because he was the guy who made the jewels based, and the muse for that was her and stuff like that, and he was a bit obsessive, and he was greedy or whatever, and that's why she turned him down. But she turned him down 3 times and then gave Gimli 3 strands of hair because she saw good in him, and he's a dwarf. So I doubt it was an elitist thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they ruined the character of Galadriel. Thoughtful queen versus impetuous brat.
Yeah. Exactly.
And Galadriel, by the time of the Second Age, she would have been a few thousand years old.
Exactly. That's another thing. I'm she's acting like she's 12 with her rationale.
She's acting like an angry young person, not someone who has 3,000 years of knowledge, right? I mean, because she came over with Fëanor.
She is a child, though. She is a child, according to her race. 3,000 years is a blink in the eye for them, dude. They're immortal. They go to the Undying Lands.
Yeah.
But like Grace just said next to me, she's acting like a crazy child leftist. And I'm like, oh, that's because it's written by one.
Yeah, there you go.
I always like to ruin the ending of The Lord of the Rings for people who didn't read the books. I'm like, Frodo dies in the end. Because
I love it.
Where do you think he goes on that boat?
Yeah, he goes to fuck off and fucking have a fucking mental and heart collapse.
He goes to the afterlife. That's what the Undying Lands are.
Yeah.
Frodo dies in the end.
And if you're not, you die in transmission if you're a mortal being.
Right, because because only elves can enter into. Only elves are allowed to enter in.
It's an ascension process.
But mortal beings are not allowed to enter in.
Yeah, and they can reincorporate too. They can come back, and that's how we have proof of it. Is that they can go between if they choose.
Right, and that's why the Nazgul were afraid of Gil-galad.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Gil-galad.
Game over.
Glorfindel.
There you go. Yeah, any resource from that land. I mean, they know the elves are one of the first children, right?
They're the first children, and
they were the first to wake up.
First ones that woke up became the first orcs.
They're called the Eldar for a reason because they're the elders. You see,
and first ones to wake up became the first orcs to Morgoth, to Melkor.
There you go. To Melkor, yeah, but he lost that title and became Morgoth when he sowed disharmony and discontent. Yeah, and chose a different harmonic.
But he was made to sow discontent.
Well, he was made to create beauty and to engage in creation. But yes, ultimately his nature led him to express God. Yeah, to create God.
All of his discord was part of the creation and intended to be part of the creation. Yeah.
Yes, because this harmony was required to show. It was a Heyoka of sorts, right? The sacred clown. I guess you could say it was much more sinister than that, and the much more greater harm came from it. But you could say that in a way, he kind of played the role of the court jester or the sacred clown, much like Lucifer does in many other.
He does,
because he shows you right, and he shows you the way that is not the ideal method. He shows you the different way, and then that gives us a chance to observe and listen why Eru Ilúvatar's divine will is the supreme law and is the better harmony.
Right.
Yeah. It's okay to question, but as long as we have the parables and we learn the lesson that the most high and the most beautiful and the most talented and the most powerful have always been the first to question, have always been cast out of heaven, and have always been a shining example of us as to why God's perfect will is fine as it is, and we don't need to try to play.
Do you remember why Melkor could not find the fire, the fire of creation? He searched everywhere. I remember, he searched all through the void. He searched everywhere for it. And Eru Ilúvatar said, "You can't find it because it's me."
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah,
I am. Yeah, exactly. No, it's true. It's true as fuck. Do you know what happens if he finds the secret fire? Hypothetically speaking.
Oh no, I don't. You got me there. What happened?
Right? Well, if he ever finds it, it'd be kind of like he could never find it, but if he did, he would never be able to use it either as a flame of perishable.
It's not his.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It doesn't respond to him. So even if he found it, he could not wield it.
Right.
Yeah. It's a greater. It's like it's just walking into the sun, bro. Like it disincorporates you. You're not built for that, dude. That's outside your purview, homie. You know what I mean?
Oh, Karma is working on a. Did Karma make that GIF?
That'd be fun as fuck. I'd like to see a GIF of Melkor picking up that flame and just having his hand melt away, dude. Wow, fuck. Eru Ilúvatar pops out like a leprechaun. Oh, top of the morning. You know,
it's a nice GIF.
Like Chris, she's been making it just since we talked about it earlier about a GIF or an animation.
Boiling frogs.
Yeah, where the frogs are boiling in the pot, and then one frog decides to eventually get out of the pot and tries to get the other ones to come out of the pot, but they're like, "No, you get back in the pot," because that's kind of the situation we're in.
I like it.
It's warm in here. Come back in.
Say what?
Have you seen the duck one I made?
The duck one? I have not seen the duck one yet.
I'm going to add the duck one.
Mm-hmm.
Pepe strong.
Mm. I miss Kaylee McEnany.
You admit it might be a duck. I like that one too.
Me too. Okay, me too.
Mm-hmm. It's just I keep thinking about this when some Globers are being extra stupid. You know.
I like the art direction.
Mm.
Thanks. I made it in like 5 minutes or 10.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm just going to post some resources down in that politics channel for y'all to peep around and see. There's some good shit there.
I don't have any memes on this laptop. I have 48,000 on my phone now.
I'm reporting you to the FBI.
No, please.
It's too many memes.
I'm on my way down. They've got me on a watch list. So I'm going to go down and collect my watch. I hope it's an Omega.
Sir, that's funny. Have you managed to secure your carbon offset credits for your cycle as you're around yet?
I don't need to. I'm a free human.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, that's nice. Not a participant in any taunting schemes or joint ventures for profit with insurable interests requiring you to participate in those schemes?
0.
Nice, bro. You just do your cement land and you offer your service to the community. That's great, man. Good for you. Proud of you. You know what I need right now is a daggum electrician. It's hard to find a capable one out here in the country. Oh, he's busy.
I sent one of the mods over. He said, "Where do you go for all your memes?" I said, "A board you shouldn't go to." And he said, "Where?" And so I sent him the link to Politically Incorrect. 5 minutes later, he's back in my DMs. I have never seen the N-word so much in my life.
Oh, welcome to the internet. Remember the 90s? I sure do.
My FBI agent making... Oh, yeah. My FBI agent watching me make FBI agent memes about him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what happens to good-looking girls who try to Patriot post now. Everyone just says, Fed.
Yeah. I've been really enjoying seeing a lot of the kind of representation of Patriot females kind of trad and red-pilled on the Twitter spaces and on the internet at large. I feel like there's sort of a growing base from almost every direction, not just the females, but also many different what you could, I guess, so-called denominations or factions of folk kind of hopping on the understanding of the Great Awakening here, and to some respect or another.
Yeah, but I don't want a red-pilled girl. I want a totally normal girl.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hit on some cashier, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's who I'll pick. And I want a red pill.
Yeah, gang related, bro. That's beautiful. That's romantic. It's a love story waiting to happen, man. I respect it. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, you'll blow you'll blow her world away, and then you'll be the one.
And then she'll blow you away. But might I add, you could consider perusing the stock and inventory available to you, provided by the LDS Church. I believe they produce excellent breeding stock.
Oh, yes, this is true.
Yeah.
I don't know where they got their genetics from, man, but there's a lot of Mormon girls.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, LDS. I know they don't go by Mormon anymore.
Yeah, they're LDS now and the reason for that is largely due to some of the interfaith politics that happened at the Mexican-American War time. And if you know the history of the prophet Joseph Smith, their first prophet and president of the church, he was actually a candidate for presidency and had a lot of support. He was assassinated in a jail cell. He was set up under some hooey to get him in a jail cell that night, and he was set up and murdered, assassinated. And a lot of people kind of suspect Brigham Young of being somewhat behind it, because he's the guy that basically picked up the mantle. Legacy has followed Joseph Smith Jr. and do the Reformed Church of Christ. And around that time, it was the Brighamites that did that Mormon migration down to the territory of Utah, and actually became they followed Brigham Young, and they became the only faith militias ever to join the United States Army in a land war conflict. They fought the Mexican-American War and secured the territory of Utah. And Brigham Young became a very powerful man that day, because he was both head of church as prophet and president of the LDS Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, but also he was the first governor of the territory of Utah. which he later then, with that power, right, directly exerted it in restructuring their doctrine and covenant and eliminating certain tenets like blood feud and polygamy to be in keeping with the federal law so that they could attain statehood. And that's how some unilateral concessions were made. And so around that time, you had a lot of people who were not down with the sickness of throwing away their God and their doctrine and their covenant, their lifestyle and their religion and their faith, their way of life, for political gain. And so they went off and they formulated what was known as what became known as the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. So that's the FLDS, and they've kind of got a lot of interesting press and bad rap about them for engaging in this stuff. But also, then you've got the Rule on Allred group, which are very interesting as well, United Apostolic Brotherhood, and they practice what's called ethical polygamy, and they made a HBO series called Sister Wives about them particularly. And I grew up as a high school friend of somebody who grew up in their church out in Utah, and he's an ethnic Mormon, if there is such a thing, blonde hair, blue eyed, 6'2".
You mean his, German?
yeah, Indo-Aryan,
German.
Pretty much. Yeah, Aryan as fuck. Yeah, blonde hair, blue eyes, Ashkenazi as fuck. Yeah, straight up. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Full on. Yeah.
Oh no. One of my big clients is Mormon. He's a good friend of mine, and so like I've gotten the whole lowdown, everything you've just said, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole lowdown of why they go by LDS now.
Mm-hmm.
So, and like to me, it's like, hey, so long as everything's voluntary, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're good people. They produce, again, excellent breeding stock. They produce these, presumably virginal, fully developed humans by 20 years old who are actively and eager looking to have a family, who have career pathing in mind, who have hobbies and skills because they didn't spend their youth largely. And now, again, this is painting with broad strokes, but generally speaking, right? What they endorse their youth to be and do is to be developed people by the time they're out of the house at 18, 20 or whatever.
Generally speaking, you are correct. They produce good families.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Indeed. And they're also the one faith group that I believe can take a homeless crack addict prostitute off the streets of San Francisco and remedy them and turn them around and produce, a candidate for federal office. I mean, the Mormon mafia being what it is, or whatever the hell you call it, they certainly have one hell of a rehabilitation network.
Yeah. Well, I always said there are some people, and I know a few people who need like strict structure in their life.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, if they don't have a strict moral framework that they go by, their life is complete and utter chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. I don't need
a strict framework, like religious framework, to go by, because like I have transcended that, I know what's right and I know what's wrong, and I have clear thinking on the issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know who I am and I know what I want. So
good and evil, and that's what matters.
Yeah, I know good and evil.
Some people need that to go to that, to be reminded a lot.
Yeah,
that's all. Some people just need the reminders more than others.
Someone else noticed. Hold on. I thought they were in here for a sec. Yes, Toby, they were in here again for a minute.
That same guy you said that hit and ran?
Same guy from your YouTube channel.
West Citizen or whatever the hell. Something like
that. What was his name? Customize?
Oh, there you go.
Customize.
I was talking about Winston and Kai.
Oh, Witsit? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Given is Kai his wife?
Subject matter.
Mm.
Yeah,
Kai and Witsit got married.
Yeah, that's right. Because Kai was from here, wasn't she?
Yeah, they met here.
Yeah, they met. They met on the server, bringing people together.
Yeah, she was raised Mormon. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well,
freaking Bing, dude. No.
I just have to get out of my habit of loving dangerous women. So.
Mm-hmm.
How many tats do you have?
Tats?
Stop dating what?
I stopped dating Tauruses. I've found myself largely most of these wonderfully beautiful and talented and extremely intelligent and wealthy affluent women that have picked me up off the streets of homelessness and grabbed me by the dick and said, "You're my boyfriend now for the next 3 to 5 years at a time." Generally speaking, have been Tauruses. Actually, my first girlfriend was there for 5 years, and we have the exact same birthday to the day. Weird shit.
Yeah, my middle sister is a Taurus. She's batshit crazy.
Yeah, there's two types of Tauruses. There's ones that...
Is Carmen your middle sister?
They figured it out, and then the ones that are rolling.
No, she's the smallest one.
The smallest one. Karma,
okay. I helped raise her. That's why she's a genius.
Yeah. No, if she looks edgy, then I'm immediately like, hey, what's your number? You know, like I can't help myself. I don't know what it is. So I just gotta.
I used to be like that, and then I had to like stop myself. And now that I like stopped, I don't know what to do with myself.
Well, once I stopped and the spell was broken, it's like I could live like a monk.
Yeah, me too. That's what I do. I just live like a monk and help out the people I love. Like that's all I do.
I literally do not care at all. Like it was once that spell was broken, I like stopped caring what about like trying to talk to a girl or anything like that. And I don't know, that actually improved like I think the attraction, like from them to me instead.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's when you don't care. It's just it's I still have that like those bad girls like you talk about.
Yeah.
Like I already told myself no, I'm not doing that anymore. So I'm trying to like good girls, but like
they're like, this guy's dark and mysterious. I'm like, okay, well, if you like dark and mysterious guys, then and that's why you're coming after me. I already know your problem. Like if you're introduced to my entourage, there's something going on.
You're gonna leave me for. Like, let me just skip that whole stay. We'll just introduce you to the guy you're gonna leave me for, and I'm gonna go about my business, lady.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think you just need to find a good paradox or contradiction.
Probably.
You know, somebody who's managed to break the right way.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, being able to tolerate one another is important. So, you know, my friends, like being able to pick someone and stick to them. That's the old like, great grandma and great grandpa. You know what I mean? Went through like Civil War type shit. You know, with hard times through world wars and all this, that, and the other, and they just made it work. You know, goddamn, be damned, whatever the hell. You know, they made a promise before God and their community and to each other and to the family, whatever. And they're doing their damn duty at a certain point. You know, they're 70 fucking years old. They're over the rhetoric and they're here for a purpose, which is family and legacy. And they picked each other and they stood by each other. You know what I'm saying? Thick and thin, whatever. That's the commitment you made. And that's the kind of integrity that's lacking today. You know,
they took the time to learn each other and understand each other, so that they could work together. It's kind of like me and Karma. We had to take extra time just to like get on the same level so that we could like fully help each other. If you understand what I'm talking about, maybe you can express it better, Karma.
Yeah, I would say it is. We had to work on our communication a lot because nowadays you don't get taught that men and women function very differently and we think very differently, and understanding each other better so you don't misunderstand each other and stuff like that.
Being honest with each other.
Yeah, being honest with each other and building that trust so you can say things that might be hard to say, because the harder something is to say, the more important it is to say.
Yeah.
I agree with that. You better be careful in some countries, though. You get charged with hate speech violation for saying those very simple and pertinent facts.
My daughter loves me, and she says, I trust you more than anybody on this earth, Dad. And she says, but you gotta, when you talk to me, I think sometimes you talk like I'm a guy. And I'm like, how's that? She said, it's not that what you're saying. She said, I don't disagree with anything you say, but the way you say it is sometimes it can make someone feel stupid. And I thought, is it because I just am trying to build it off of like the principle that like no one can argue with? And so it's like I'm not leaving room for disagreement when I try and communicate.
Or does she think that you talk to all guys like they're stupid?
No. That's what I heard. She says, I get. I get. She already understands that when me and the boys are together, that is how we talk with each other.
Yeah, that's your articulation. Yeah,
we have a habit of not saying things that we don't know to be true, and so so our discussions are really like intense, and so a lot of times when I talk to women, I present everything as this is a fact, and here's what I'm building off of, and there's no discussion. Because I'm not presenting a discussion, apparently. I'm just presenting a reality, and men compartmentalize and think and communicate a little bit different than women.
Mm-hmm.
A lot different.
Yeah, that's hate speech in Canada, bro. You can't talk like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I refer to it as the masculine and the feminine, because everybody has masculine and feminine, just like with testosterone and what's it called, estrogen. Yeah. I mean, women naturally have more estrogen and less testosterone, but we have both. It's like the yin and the yang. Right. You have the greater and the lesser. And when it comes to communication, there's a feminine way to communicate and there's a masculine way to communicate. I will talk to a woman differently than I would talk to a man if I want to get effective communication. For instance, with women, we speak around the bush a lot. In English, I think it's called speaking under the rose. And you'll imply, you'll hint, and a lot of it has connotations and things. Yeah. When you're speaking to a man and you want him to understand what you're saying, you have to say it straight out.
Yep. Yeah, 100.
Since I realized our communication, by the way, dealing with men has been so much easier. Like, holy shit. And men
we're
love
simple.
it.
Yeah.
We're simple as fuck. We like beans and rice and pussy and television just like everybody else. You know, we're cool. We're just very direct.
And you know what's funny, Karma, is that's how my 13-year-old daughter communicates now, is directly.
Good for her.
She doesn't prevaricate. She doesn't.
She's assertive then.
Yeah. So because she and I will have, I don't know how I developed such. I'm a very laissez-faire parent.
She lock horns with you.
You're right. My brother is super strict. I am not. I am like the opposite of strict.
Being present is enough. And being a good person, being someone you can rely on, and someone who makes you feel safe.
I believe so.
So long as you make her feel safe and someone who she can rely on, someone who she can trust, that's enough. Yeah, good example.
And you impart good foundational information for her to grow
from. A lot of good things.
Yeah. So
she can learn those lessons by herself and come to you for guidance.
I just want to throw one thing out before I forget again. But there's one thing that really helps with communication, especially between men and women. When a woman is, for instance, complaining or presenting a problem to you, the natural solution would be, I'm going to go into problem-solving mode. I'm going to find a solution.
Yes.
That's the very masculine way to go. Instead of going immediately into that, you ask, are we problem-solving or are we venting or are we comforting? What's happening? Because a lot of times when a woman complains, she might just be looking for comfort. That is, for example, a simple between women. Like the body language, the tone, the choice of words might be what's telling you, I need comfort right now. I'm being feminine right now. I can't directly ask for comfort right now. I am trying to fish for it. So if you have a very feminine or a shy woman in your life, this is a great tool if you keep getting like fights when you're trying to problem solve for her. It's generally just this. That means she wants emotional support, not physical.
Valid. Good point. That's some sage wisdom. I'm taking that in because that's good information, and it definitely bears repeating that we should definitely seek to find out what mode. Because I personally can give you my own testimony and anecdote. And I know a lot of men have been in the situation that you just referenced, where we go into problem solving mode and then we're frustrated when it's not well received because we feel like we're contributing, our time and our value, and that's how we show our care. And that is an extra step that I think we might do to protect ourselves and our relationships to others, because instead of exerting that energy where it's not invited or necessary, it's not going to be well received, and then getting frustrated and kind of shooting ourselves in the foot to not identify that. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, that is one of my problems. In fact, it always used to make me exasperated. What I would do is the ex-wife would be mad. And I realized finally one day, wait a minute. She just wants to be mad. That's all that she wants to be mad.
She wants someone to be mad with her.
Yes.
For her.
Yes. She wanted me to be mad with her. Yes. That's exactly it. And
otherwise she wouldn't be telling you.
Right. And buddy, I was not good at that.
It's the hyper logical. When I noticed this, especially with logical men, they tend to not realize this part. And we have a mom that's more emotion based than logical, even though she can be logical, bless her heart. And I have a brother that's hyper logical over here, so I'm in middle ground. I'm like, she's feeling like this. That's why she's saying illogical things, because she's worried about that, and this is her way of distracting herself.
Right. Funny part is, for me as well, I was super emotional when I was younger, and I ran on all this sophistry or fallacious logic because I didn't know any logic, and so I lied to myself and convinced myself of all sorts of dumb ideas and did dumb shit. I didn't become logical until I got over that and started to analyze my own thoughts and my own behavior.
Yeah.
Hey, Karma, I think that being the baby of the family has a lot to do with that, because a lot of the times the baby of the family does have to help moderate the family. I know I had to.
I know I had to do it in the beginning. It was kind of thrust on me with Dad being very absent, so I kind of had to take his role in the family.
But yeah, I totally agree with being the mediator because of the baby thing, because being the youngest, you tend to have a soft spot in people's heart because you're the little one. So oftentimes especially if you use vulnerability and strength, where you will approach them with not just like blah, 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 but you'll be like, I feel like this, and I want to talk about this because of this, and can we do this for this reasons? And you approach it softly, and people are very open to that.
Yeah, that's one thing I find really changes a lot how it feels when someone asks for something. If it's especially if it's as a man and a woman comes to me with I need help. As a man, you just want to jump and help.
Give me, where is dragon? Me go slay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like a bunch of knights, and we're like, hey, send us out to find the Grail. And the queen's like, well, I was thinking about some other things, trying to cue you into what quest she even wants.
Mm-hmm.
Queen, why don't you just tell us?
That's the hyper feminine queen. Then you have the super masculine queen that will say, I want this.
Yeah, I want this, or I'll chop off
with his head. Yeah.
See, my ex was very much in her masculine, but in the really bad way. So when women tend to be in that masculine space, they become the toxic males they complain about, right?
Yeah.
Like my sister kind of went that route a little bit.
Maybe.
When women get together, it can go a couple of different ways. But in my experience, when all of my gal friends, when we get together, it depends on the setting. But if we're at somebody's house, we act more masculine than we are. But if we're out and about doing a girls thing, then everybody's acting way more feminine than normal.
You can take, I think, both of these things to an unhealthy extreme. I think the healthiest bit is the middle ground, where you're able to understand both sides a little bit and compromise. When you're all the way into the unhealthy extremes, you don't see straight.
Yeah. And to me, I would just say what we are is we're out of balance right now. So, we're everything, everything in nature is, this, opposites that fit together, sun, moon, so it's kind of like the whole divine male, divine female dichotomy. And I think men and women right now we're out of balance. Something's out of balance. And I think it's pervading the undercurrent of everywhere right now.
I think I have a little bit of the reason why it's that way. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just my own bias. But it seems to me like women have been given this, even when they're with someone, they use any excuse and every excuse to doll themselves up and go parade around like they don't want attention, but they clearly do. And they don't need to be looking for attention because they have it at home.
I don't know how to solve that.
It's weird. It's weird to me because, I've been there. I've been the dolled up one. I mean,
there is a There is a practical reason I can give you, at least in Western nations, and that is the provision of something called birth control. And so what birth control does is it modifies the body chemistry so that a woman is not seeking, turns off her hormones, and she's attracted to less masculine men. And so when she comes off of birth control and she looks at the man she married when she was on birth control, she now has a different desire.
I have a perfect example of this.
And I was going to say, go ahead, Carmen.
You can finish first.
No, I was wrapping that up anyway.
I just wanted to throw out an example because you reminded me of one of my best friends. She had a thyroid problem or something like that where her hormones were imbalanced, which not only made her fat, but made her super masculine and bossy. She married a man who liked that and just wanted to be bossed around. A weak man. And once she actually found out what her problem was and got medication that balanced out her hormones, she was like, oh my God, I feel so bad for being so controlling and being so bossy and stuff. And I want to hear how you feel and what you want. And let's make decisions together. I'm going to treat you like an equal. And he was just like, I can't. This isn't working for me anymore. I liked you, bossy. And they ended up splitting amicably, but he just couldn't handle being treated like an equal.
Yeah, he wanted a replacement mom, and not a partner.
He should have just been gay.
Well, I could never get on that birth control thing. I do remember at one point in my teenage years trying it out, and I never could do it.
I remember being in an argument with my ex-wife about the time we were splitting up, one of our big arguments. And I said, she was describing what men want. I said, there is not a man who wants that or we'd all be gay. Because everything she was describing was hyper masculine. Like men want women who bring all this and can do this and can do this. It's like, no. I said, I'd marry a cashier. Your qualifications, any qualifications you think are right are wrong. My requirements are be nice, be thoughtful, and like care about yourself. And that's it. That's my qualifications. That's it. All your interest in all that other stuff I can figure out and I can work with. Like I have no bar. And most men, when it comes down to it, most men don't have a bar.
Yeah, like true.
I would rather be respected than have the most mind-blowing sex.
Exactly.
Right. So like that was our relationship. It was like, oh, there's mind-blowing sex, but on the other hand, zero respect.
And all that augmentism, like it's unnecessary. I would rather have a woman that cares about who she is and wants to take care of her own health.
Yeah.
I'll provide the opportunity for you to do that, but you should want to take care of your own health and you should want to be happy.
Right.
Yeah, you want the mother for your children. You don't want a fuck buddy.
Right.
Correct.
And so what I told her was, I mean, what you're describing is a man. And good luck out there, when you're in your 30s with 3 kids. I mean, you may be beautiful, and she is. I'm not going to lie, she is beautiful. But, like, I don't know a man who wants a combative woman in her 30s with 3 kids. I wouldn't.
Oh, it's true. And the way the world is set up, like you said, we're out of balance. And, people get caught up into thinking one way when they need to be thinking the other way. They need to be thinking about what's real.
I think that women are easy targets to over empower. Like women already have power in the home the way that it naturally is. It's not like we're just powerless, but we should. There's an order to things.
They had power.
Well, what I'm saying is that this kind of mindset has been flooded down to the generation that we see now.
You know how go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. All they care about is doing absolutely nothing and offering up nothing and getting any and everything that they want.
You know how the hierarchy works in the home in Turkey? like in the areas surrounding that area, like the culture of that, the male dominates outside the home, and so like this is just their culture. When they're out in public, the man does all the talking, the woman keeps quiet and lets the man do the talking. And then in the home, the woman rules the home. Like the man shuts up when he's told to do something. And that's just the way it is. I don't know if anybody's ever known that, but I bet that's in a lot of places in the world, not just Turkey.
That's because the woman has knows where everything is in the house and knows where everything knows what needs to be done generally around the house, and so she'll be like, "Oh, take out this, get me this, get that, right. Whatever." It's just natural.
I am not sure how women in the West got bamboozled into joining the workforce, because it sucks. It sucks. The workforce in America will suck your soul right out of your ass. It is the worst.
I just don't think it didn't go the way they said, by the way. Because I think, you know how they portray history, because they had certain women fighting for this, the surrogacy and all that, surrogates, whatever they called it. And then there were actual housewives fighting against it. But just like nowadays, when they're pushing all their agendas, they act like the minority is the majority. So who's to even say that the women wanted this at the time?
Oh yeah, I don't imagine they did. I mean, think about it. Let's say you were at home and you could soak your feet making whatever you wanted in the kitchen, or having whatever hobby or at-home business you wanted to have, and you didn't have to worry about the income. And there was just some dude who would come home every day, give you his entire check, basically. And it's like, I can't tell you how I would kill for that.
Dude, that is literally my dream since I was young. I keep wishing I'd been born when their housewife culture was still a thing. Like, literally, I have, like, 60s housewife pinup dresses just because I love that shit.
Oh, that's awesome.
And, like, handcrafts and stuff, I love nothing more than sewing and knitting and painting and doing all these things and fixing things up and making things nice and homey and baking and cooking. I would kill to be a housewife. Literally, the job I do is pseudo housewife, because all I'm doing at work is basically providing a pseudo home for all these children and helping raise them.
Yeah, these beta males are ruining it for everybody, Mimas.
Yeah, the simps.
They're ruining
Simps are ruining it for everyone, man. Although,
like what we're talking about in here is like the ideal relationship.
Yeah.
It feels like a pipe dream sometimes, because you don't ever see a reflection of that these days. It's like, it's completely boss bitch and, you know, man that stays home and takes care of kids. It's like, it's so weird now.
The true and natural she-wolf is so rare. Like the real she-wolf, the woman who can have a career, have kids, and have a husband. The she-wolf is the rarest creature there is. And I think a lot of women in the West believe that they're all the she-wolf.
But I want to say this, Mimas, those kind of women, they have a lot of help around them as well. And so they can manage their 24-hour day and still have the help that they need. You know, there's the mother and father on the paternal side, the mother and father on the maternal side, and they're all involved in the growth and raising of those children. And the community around them.
I love taking care of my husband and my son. I love taking care of my boys. I mean, that's just the greatest thing in the world.
Well, like the last 2.5 years, I basically raised our kids. And we weren't split up or anything.
That sucks, bro.
Yeah, so it was just someone who wanted a bunch of attention, and like that's one of the things that like woke me up to, like, you know, living my own life and doing things my own way. Was like, you know, this sucks. You know, this isn't all it's cracked up to be. Maybe.
That's another agenda. That's a degradation of the family unit. That's another thing alongside like the truth about flat Earth. There's the truth about like how this has been like eroding, you know, the relationship between men and women. like as a family unit. Like they're supposed to be standing side by side, strong together. Like, you know, the man loves there's biblical principles that underline this.
Yep.
You know, like the woman submits to the husband, but the husband loves the wife like Christ loved the church, and it's like he's her shield. You know, he's her strength, and you know, she's his weakness, and so it complements each other.
Yeah.
And the kids follow order, you know, from the mother and father, but these days a reflection of that is like you don't see it anymore. And what we're doing now is we're wanting to get back to that. We're looking for that, and it's really hard to find that within someone because you can't make somebody want that. They have to already want that in themselves. So
I've always understood the mother leads the children to the father, and the father leads the family to God.
Well, the good thing is my kids love me to death, and I did not have to convince them to take my side. So all I did, I always gave them the privacy. I always respected them. What I would do, like when my son would like get angry or something, I never talked over him. I always got down on a knee, talked to him eye to eye. I reasoned with him. I did the same thing with my daughter, right? And like my daughter. I will brag about this forever, that my teenage daughter loves me to death and agrees with 90% of what I say. And when we disagree, we actually have discussions, real, actual, like, conversations that are not arguments. And I don't know how many dads get to do that. But, like, I found out from her counselor told me this, that she told her counselor, the person she trusts most in the world is me.
Aww.
I thought, yes.
I do the same thing, Mimas. The very same thing with my daughter.
Work well done, guys. I have similar experience with my daughter, so work well done, guys.
Yeah. I was like, take that, you bitch.
See, my hope in working with kids is always to be that person to kids who don't have that within their family.
Yeah.
I still have, I do have my wife on my side. We help each other, like, on everything. We're like a team, but my children, they are very close to me. I will say a little bit more than their mom, because I'm always there for everything. And she is as well, but I'm more active, always like on top if they need something, or they're pretty close to me. And I guess I'm more well-rounded with them, because if we gotta go to the park or we gotta go eat outside, I'm always on top of everything. If we're gonna play video games or watch movies, I'm always like, all right, let's get this done.
Yeah. One day my daughter texted me from her class, and she said, Dad, I have a problem. I said, what is it? She's like, there's a boy in my class. I was like, huh? So? And I said, and? She said, he's extremely cute. I said, okay, well, have you tried talking to him? Because I'm okay with kids talking to each other like this. And she said, no. I said, and I just remember this is a girl who had no interest, and all of a sudden one day she's sitting in class, sees some normal looking blonde dude, and suddenly she sees a cute guy. It's like that's the moment that it hit her. I was like, oh no. But she's completely rational about all of it now, though. And I'm like, oh, good. And who was the first person she came to talk to? Me.
Oh. See, my person for that kind of stuff is Drace.
Ah, yeah, there you go.
Like anything, everything, I'll talk to him. Yeah.
And I do also know that there's like 1 week out of the month where I'm like, okay, I'm just going to relax with her. She's going to mouth off to me. I'm not going to say anything. Because I already know.
Yep.
I had 3 older sisters. I was married. I know. Oh.
That's funny. Whenever Karma comes home, I always just sit there. She like tells me all the things that happened over the course of the day.
Yeah.
He gets a daily debrief. Yeah, for reals.
The debriefing.
Yeah, I complain about stuff and tell him the highlights of my day.
Whatever. Yeah, the good things and the bad things.
Yeah, that's therapeutic, man. The bond that you guys share is like we hardly, like in America, it's hard to have that kind of bond with family. Like I said, even like family today, like I hardly talk to my own siblings. It's crazy. So I cherish that bond you guys have, because we hardly hear that in America. Like the family unit has been destroyed. It's hard to even talk to your own siblings. They don't, so distant, you know.
I have a good bond with
It's also
brother.
rare here, by the way, because I've also had people say this to me here, where they're like, "Oh, I'm so jealous that you have such a nice bond with your family," and the guy that I call our stepdad, that's like mom's platonic part-time husband. I don't know. He comes and goes. He got adopted into the family literally because, by his own words, it's just so cozy and loving here that he just likes being in its presence. And he ended up being, and we are so loving and affectionate and accepting of him that after a few years he ends up like just joining in with the whole "I love yous" and all that. And a few years ago he even told me he loves me like a daughter, and I told him I love him like a dad.
Y'all have that Italian energy.
I adopted an old man in the fish store as my grandpa. This is a weird thing we do. It's just, we're loving.
Yeah, we also noticed the destruction of the family unit a long time ago, and Mom always talked about trying to create some kind of generational family, and so for us as children, we kind of took that in, and so we want to have a real family, not a broken one.
Right. Y'all can't hear my dog barking, can you?
Bah.
The cops pulled somebody over in front of my house, so he won't shut up. I want to have the cop arrest him. Please take
He's
this dumb
protecting
animal.
the house. He's a good boy.
It's not even my dog. It's her dog, by the way. Why do I still have this dog?
I'm guessing he loved you more.
I guess so. I don't know. He killed my chickens, so I almost killed him once. So
he must have been jealous.
He must have been jealous.
He thought you loved the chickens more.
Well, she can hardly take care of herself. So, like, my kids never want to go see her. They never want to go over there. So,
on the family destruction thing, I saw it firsthand with my own eyes. I had aunts, uncles, cousins, and very close people in my family circle, because we were like very close family. Aunts, uncles, everything. Grandmother. They all died. They started dying. Like, and the thing is, like, cancer and other conditions like that, right? Like terminal conditions. All of a sudden, like, we're talking dozens of people in the family that die like that, and friends. I'm talking in Puerto Rico, right? In Puerto Rico, we're talking like the same story in many a bunch of families, like people dying, cancer, diabetes, everybody dying, like, yeah, even children dying too. So yeah, it's the family was definitely diluted for the past decades, for sure.
Yeah, but that may be part of that, like, eventual corrective measure. I mean, if you look at the history of all the empires, right? Like, the degradation of the family isn't what caused the collapse. It was a symptom of easy living in an empire. So the easier life becomes, the less we value it.
Yeah, when it's a struggle, you band together.
Right. And when there's no struggle, you separate. You go your own ways. You can do your own thing because, I've got so many options now. When the reality is, they're not really options. They're like distractions that give off the illusion of an option.
Yeah, there's a reason for strict morality. Going outside of those bounds leads to horrible ends.
Which is why, even though I'm a spiritual person, I am not anti-religion. Like, there's plenty I could say about organized religion in general that's not good, but on the whole, it's more beneficial than it is detrimental, because at least the people who need it, like the lower strata of thinkers, like, I talked about, like the bronze souls, they need it. They need that structure in their life, because most people are not self-governing. They have to be told, this is good, this is bad, this is how you need to live your life, this is not how you need to live your life. So, my youngest daughter is autistic also. She's nonverbal, but she's my favorite. All the kids know she's my favorite. So, because she's like the most loving one of them. And plus, if they're nonverbal, you kind of learn this like weird language with them, not with your hands or anything, but with like looks and like movements and stuff. It's weird how you can know what she wants, but she doesn't say a word. She doesn't cry. She doesn't say a word.
Yeah, so. we do similar things with our cat, basically, because the cat cannot speak. And in the beginning, it didn't even meow at us or anything. But because we started to look at its body language and respond to it, it started to communicate a lot more with us. Now we have this whole language where, like, he, what do you call it when you peter ögon?
He
squints.
He
squints.
Squinting, yeah.
He squints at us to like say, "I love you," kind of, and like he thanks us for his food, and now he's like started to like always like meow at us like hello, because we always do that when we come in, and that kind of stuff. So he's slowly adopting our languaging, or trying to, because we're also trying to understand his subtle non-verbal cues. It created this understanding between us that deepened our relationship.
Yeah.
And he's also more bossy since then, because ever since he realized we could understand him, he's been very bold, and like he'll be very insistent on things, which is very funny because he used to be such a shy cat, and now like he'll literally grab my leg to be like, no, come this way.
It is funny because a lot of people think that like because they're mute that they're like not smart or something, or like they have less intelligence, and they don't. Like she's as smart as another 5-year-old. She just has these, like, she has like squints and like these she'll bite her lip and scrunch her eyes up, and or she'll like do the duck face thing, and she has all these different movements and stuff. So like me and my oldest daughter Sophia, we know exactly. Alexander doesn't care. He's like, whatever, y'all take care of her. I'm a 10-year-old boy. I'm not helping. So it's me and Sophia that help her, and her name is Freya. The youngest one is Freya. But she is she's a little angel. I just turned into a stammering idiot. I can't even articulate it.
I get you. The love clogs up the throat.
Yeah, it does. It clogs up the throat because I've never loved anyone in my life the way I love like my little 5-year-old. So
I get that. It's kind of like how Karma is always that little sweet little girl I like held in my arms when I was a young man.
You know what's funny is she ever since we finally split up and it's been less toxic in the household, she's been doing a lot better, like communicatively. So she actually started making like articulations of like noise and words and stuff.
That's totally a normal thing because they are so perceptive on stuff.
Yeah.
Like Oh, okay. I gotta admit, because I'll never be able to say this in work. Some of my favorite kids at work have actually been the nonverbal autistic kids. I have two, I think of immediately. One we have right now, and one I had years ago. And the best thing is, like, both those times, I'm not even their support person. I'm a normal worker that's like just taking care of everybody. And one of them would seek me out whenever he got overstimulated, too much noise, too much lights, whatever. And I would just get a blanket or costumes or whatever was nearby, and he'd just throw it over himself, and he'd just want to snuggle. And I loved that kid.
Yeah. I mean,
but like a 7-year-old or 8-year-old, all of a sudden he just started speaking full sentences.
It's funny because my brother, he's really high IQ. He does data architecture, and he didn't talk till he was 5 or 6. He just communicated with grunts. So,
yeah, like our little nephew for a while kept having noises for certain words, like dinosaurs were wah wah, and he wouldn't say fart, he said and stuff like that. Like I was Baba for years.
Yeah.
Which I found hilarious because, if you ever listen to anything Japanese, that's just a great nickname.
She does say dada, so I'm happy about that. But yeah, for some reason, her capacity to like show love is like really, really high. Like, especially if you understand her, she'll give you hugs and kisses all day.
Oh, yeah, I totally get what you mean.
Yeah.
There's like, for instance, the nonverbal we have at work right now. Sometimes he'll just walk up to you, get your attention, back off a little, and smile at you in a certain way where he looks up at you. And it is just the sweetest thing ever. It's like his version of coming up and hugging you,
Yep. Yeah.
But he also tends to push.
Yeah. Oh, that is one thing. When she gets frustrated, boy, watch out.
Oh, yeah.
We
have mobile walls that we just had to kind of move at one point.
Yeah. She can be. I have seen her tear some stuff up. So there is a devil side to her, but as long as you're accommodating to her. You don't want to be too accommodating because if you spoil an autistic child, you really are hurting them.
Totally. You gotta have routine and certain expectations. Yeah. Otherwise, they'll just go along with, I can act like a baby.
Yep. Routines, boundaries. But you do have to be more accommodating than usual.
Oh, yeah. It's all about being understanding, really.
Yep. And the good thing is kids tempered me. They completely tempered me.
They have that effect.
Yep.
My little one, she's like the roughest one between the two, and she's very demanding. She's very loving and everything, but when she gets upset, or the other one, the bigger one, kind of like, the older ones always kind of like mess a little bit with the little ones and make them cry for whatever silly reason. I just try to shift the whatever make her upset. I bring something else up that kind of shift her mindset about whatever she was thinking. I just try to shift whatever was making her upset, like she wanted this toy or this crayon or whatever. You wanted the purple crayon? All right, there's the green one. You see this green one right here? This is one of the best colors, like like trees and leaves. And I just start talking to her about that same how do you say conversation about the crayons or whatever, but switching it a little bit for her so she can just follow back up into the conversation or just continue what she was doing without being upset. Yeah, the children, you gotta just shift it a little bit so they don't get too upset because they can cry.
That's a good tool, but you gotta be careful with that because if you do that too much, they can feel like you're dismissing their emotion or they're upset or minimizing it. So it's important to, even if you use that to calm them down and stuff, and when it's over, you can be like, well, she is using the purple one right now, so we're gonna have it as soon as she's done with it. But you're using the awesome green one now, so she's only able to get that when you're done with it. So we're
like
turns, but everybody gets to go and all that stuff. Because if you miss that, it can build up to frustration that they don't even understand and don't know how to express.
Yeah, the older one has like this special kind of like more expensive set of markers, and she kind of like keep it. So the little one comes behind whenever the older one is busy, and she just grab her stuff, and I'm like, these are her pens. You can ask her to use them. And sometimes I'm not there, and the bigger one just say, "Hey, don't use my pens because you just leave the cap off." And when they get in those arguments, I try to shift it into solutions, right? Oh, yeah, she does take the caps off, and she forgets sometimes. All we gotta do is put them back up, put the caps on the markers so they don't get like dry, and from there we just don't have to worry about it anymore, right? Because the little one worries about certain things, and the bigger one worry about certain things, and the little one worry about other stuff. So that's what the argument comes, right? I try to find kind of like a middle ground for both, and they just forget about the argument and keep keep doing things together instead of arguing.
I think I got lucky because my kids don't fight.
Also, that's a good solution because you can use that as a teachable moment about both sharing and taking care of your stuff and things. But if, for instance, one has a set that's fancy and the other one keeps trying to take, what you could do is buy a cheap one for the younger one who doesn't know how to tell the difference in quality and be like, here's your special set that only you are allowed to use. She has her set that only she is allowed to use, and she's not allowed to take yours. You're not allowed to take hers. Because it could also be a little bit of, I want hers because hers are special, because only she's allowed to use it. So you can often make it, a compromise that way.
Yeah, the little one doesn't have an issue. That the older one doesn't have an issue by the little one using them, but by experience, the little one just throw them around and just leave them, and that's what I'm trying to say. That's the conversation that you bring in. Yeah. That whenever they have some type of issue for whatever reason, you find a middle ground between them two. Say, she made a mistake. She made a mistake. She left it here, and she forgot about it. Now we found it, so there's no issue. We found it. It's right here. We're gonna put it in its place, and that's the end of the problem, right? And they don't fight, but they do kind of find these little things that they argue about a little bit, and just try to find the middle ground for both. It's pretty easy to do that.
I think where I got lucky is our first was a girl, and 4 years later it was a boy, and then around 4 years later it was another girl. And so they're not only spaced apart, but the boy and girl don't want the same things, and and nothing that one has is age appropriate for the other. So I think that's probably how we solved that problem. We midwifed, and we did midwife our kids. And the last one, Freya, I delivered because the midwife was stuck in traffic, and we did it at home.
Good job. Well done.
Yep. I was the only one in the house not freaking out. I was like, guys, this is nothing. It's gonna come. It's gonna come out. Nobody's gonna stop it. All we got to do is catch. That's what we did.
Love the name, by the way.
Which one?
Freya.
Oh yeah, Freya. Yeah,
it's
Freya.
The goddess from our mythology.
Yes. Yep, that's exactly why we named
it. We used to have a kitten with that name.
Yep.
Isn't Freya like Odin's wife or something like that in the mythology? Something.
Frigg is Odin's wife.
Yeah.
Freya was whose wife was she?
She was the goddess of women. I know that.
Yeah, I don't remember if she definitely had a husband. I don't remember who he was. I just remember a bunch of fun stories like when the troll wanted to marry her and then Loki turned into a horse.
Yeah, I've got my Bullfinch's mythology over on the shelf, and I read that a lot. So I always loved the names in it. I went Greek with the first two names. I picked out the first two names, and we picked out Freya's name together. So, but seeing a woman inside out, that's an experience I think every man should have.
Okay. I've done it twice.
Yeah.
And it's Yeah, I wasn't worried or scared or anything. I was just there and supporting. That's it.
Yeah.
And got the baby in the hands, and yeah, it was beautiful.
Oh yeah, that last time, because her parents very kind of traditional, should be at the hospital types, you know. The mother and the sister were there, and I was honestly, I was like, "Yo, it's gonna happen. Don't worry about it." And the mother was like, she was sweating bullets. She was sweating bullets, and it was great. Because like at that time, I was like, it's just like just like waiting on puppies. It's gonna happen. So, good times. And it was on a California king. So I always tell people, if you're gonna give birth and you can midwife, please do it, because you're home right away. And if you do it at home, like just get into bed and it's over. No hospitals, nothing.
Customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
Somebody's got Uber Eats. Jimsy, what'd you order? You got to tell everybody now.
It's DoorDash.
DoorDash?
Yeah.
What'd you get?
Requested you leave the order at their door.
Delivering, actually.
Did you get Popeyes? Did you get the Double Down?
My door.
It's a Spanish restaurant that has no chains or anything. It's just like a family-owned restaurant.
Ah.
Yeah, good food. It's always busy there.
Well, now I'm just thinking about my kids, so I'm not even conversational anymore, y'all. So, plus it's late, and I am going to go to sleep. So I will. I'll catch all y'all tomorrow.
Get some rest, bro. Good hearing from you. Take care. Blessings to the children and you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for a
Night, Karma. Night, Karma. Night, Grace. Everybody else.
That was a great chat.
Yep.
I should actually go to sleep too. It's almost 4:00 and I got work in the morning. So, good night, y'all.
Good night, Coleman. I'm just making toothpaste.
This looks like a job for Dead Air Dave. Everybody late?
It's exactly time for Dead Air Dave.
Anybody in here think they live on a spinning ball, zipping around through nothing, several different directions and vectors? No.
Who will believe that?
I just posted Witset's last debate. I'll just listen to the end of it. It's the Glober was in the sky and lying the whole time, but y'all know how that goes. 3.5 hours. Everybody wants to watch it.
I'm gonna listen to it a bit.
Becky, we can play it on here, I guess, if nobody wants to talk.
If nobody's talking, yeah, definitely play it for sure.
Well, I may be back on later. I'm gonna take care of this family. We got in late tonight, so I gotta put my son to bed and whatnot.
All right,
you guys know, I'll probably be back, but if I don't catch you, it was good seeing you.
Sleep well on the motionless flat plane that you're not spinning on, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see, Jimsy, there's no new people. Looks like.
Check, cause I'm driving. If you can, we might be able to unmute some people, but I'm traveling.
It looks like a panel full of known globe deniers, and you guys know who you are. For some reason, you refuse to think you're on a spinning ball visiting anything else.
Yeah, TV said so.
Watch Europa. If we talk to them, listening pads. How do you get a listening pad?
Unmute. You said watching Europa? Unmute him.
Yeah, I've tried that before. He doesn't like to talk.
Oh.
Haven't got a word out of him yet. He's been in here for about a week.
Maybe he's absorbing some good information. Who knows?
Hopefully. Isn't Europa one of Saturn's moons?
Could be. Sounds vaguely correct. I don't know.
Shall we try him again?
He's unmuted right now.
He's unmuted, but not talking. Hello, Europa.
Best time to speak is now. It's nice and quiet.
You got any legitimate questions about anything you may have heard on here? Anything you're confused about? Now's the time. Timbo's got the answers, right, Timbo?
Oh, I'm sure the three of us could work it out. Me alone, I've got a few answers. As a team, I reckon we could have all the answers. Except for curvature.
You're going to get mostly I don't knows out of me, but I'll participate.
At least you're not making stuff up then.
Yeah. Would you rather have a bullshit story or somebody saying I really don't fucking know?
You know the answer to that.
Lots of people would rather have a bullshit story, apparently, though.
It seems that way, because when you take away their story, they want a replacement story.
They looked at the sky and they made up a story and everybody believes it. I used to believe it. Anyway.
Yeah, me too. I used to love space.
Man, I love Star Trek. I was on there with Captain Kirk. Never wanted to be the guy that went down to the planet with Kirk and Spock, but you wasn't coming back.
You know? yeah. But those two always came back.
You're right. The monster on the planet always got the guy in the red shirt.
yeah. Red was security officer, yeah?
Kirk and Spock just narrowly escaped. Anyway,
after Captain Kirk had sex with a green woman, and then they'd escape. I was more a next generation fan.
Yeah, there's probably people listening out right now don't even know what Star Trek is.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, it's a good time to join the live stream and tell us about the globe if you think you might live on one. We've got information to share. We don't want to convince you of anything except maybe you're thinking for yourself instead of believing stories that men told you. Back to you, Timbo.
Thank you, Europa. If you're there, mate, can you open up your mic? I think it's maybe just me, so we can have a one-on-one chat about what you think. Think about where you live. Think about where you don't live. Think about reality. So we can work something out. I'm not here to judge. Just have an inquisitive mind. Nah, I don't think he's into talking.
Nah. He's not talking.
There is a place for that. You could go to YouTube.
Maybe he's making videos about, the topic.
Maybe.
One of those trolls that just record and make fun of people, maybe, possibly. What do you think, Europa? Are you one of those just recording people to make comments about what they're talking about. Just review their conversations. We've had that before. You wouldn't be the first one if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't mind. It gives us exposure. And if you actually look at the videos they make, they clip and cut, try and make us look stupid. But in reality, if you go back to the original conversation.
I remember one time there was like, I don't know, like 3, 4, 5 different trolls that joined, and they actually kind of were playing their game a little okay, especially one or two of them, and they were just having normal conversations and asking questions, and it sounded pretty cool. But then they started moving to a private, one of the not live stream rooms, and I was there just listening to them talking to people in the server, and they were actually just trolling the fuck out of people, and some people were definitely believing what they were saying. But I caught up into it real quick, and I called them out. I noticed they were just trolling, LARPing, and I told them, and the people in the server told me, "No, you're just in a high horse as a moderator. These people are legit." They call me people in the server call me out for saying these guys were trolling when they sounded legit. I was like, no, they're definitely legit. They're definitely trolling. And they made a video of days and days in the server talking to people in the server, flat earthers, that's the label, right? And then they put me in the video calling them out when they were just messing with people. This guy caught us, but they continue speaking to people because the guys didn't believe me that when I told them they were trolling.
Was it on here?
Yeah, in here, yeah, definitely.
And then they ducked into like live stream 2 or something, did they? And
they jumped into like the shield room and other places, just talking to people and making the guy made a whole video about it. It's kind of funny actually. I just. Like days, me and another mod, we were kind of like noticing they were just trolling, and we called them out. So they put us in the video and kind of make fun of us, but not fun of me because I just noticed that they were just trolling. I was just calling them out, but they did put it in the video like, "Oh, this guy caught us." I mean, he said he caught me or something like that. Yeah, but it's not the first one or the last one. Video that
how long ago was that?
That one, I remember that's probably like over a year ago. Yeah. Sometimes they join in groups and they're just trying to get some content. Whenever, them trying to make a video, whatever, so they just record conversations with people, talk to this guy, ask him questions, okay, this and that. They sound legit, they're just asking questions, but they're actually recording the conversation and trying to make clips, sound bites, and that kind of stuff, just to make a funny video. That guy's probably spent maybe like a week in the server, maybe less. Probably, I would say less than a week. Might be accurate. And he made like I don't know, it was like a 15-minute video out of all of the content. Yeah.
15 or 50?
15, 1-5. It was probably less than that. Yeah, it was probably less than that. He did spoke to many people in the server, so yeah. It was like he joined with like I'm saying, he joined with multiple people, and they were just fishing.
Oh, if you've got time to do that, then go ahead. It's funny.
I called them right out. You guys are just lying, LARPing, pretending to be something that you're not, or whatever,
Were they just making silly flat Earth claims?
Yeah, they started saying some silly things and kind of like, I gotta watch the video to remember pretty well, but I did call them out. Once I noticed, and then I opened my mic. I was like, guys, they're just messing with you guys. Come on. No, they're legit. You're just in a high horse, TMC. Like, no, they're trolling me.
Do you remember the name of the channel?
No, don't remember. No, I don't.
No.
That video, I'm pretty sure, is posted in this server multiple times. But if I sit down and find it, I'll send it to you, Timbo.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, mate.
It must be somewhere in the chats, but yeah, gotta find specifically which one.
Because there was, I think Everett. You remember Everett? It's like a young kid does astrophotography and stuff like that. He's in the last couple of months, and he's a glober, and he made a video. All of his videos are of playing guitar and stuff like that. And then he made a video of I think maybe India might have kicked him out or something like that. And then he made a YouTube video going, "Oh, they banned me. The Flat Earthers banned me." I was looking for more, but he hadn't made any content because we'd had some decent conversations with him as well. So he just made a video about us banning him. That was it. Not about the content, which is weird.
That'll always drive up views when content's getting dry. They can just claim that some flat earther banned me, and then
for telling the truth.
Yeah.
They banned me for proving the globe.
Actually, I think there is a couple of videos of kind of like joining the Flat Earth servers and how fast can you get banned from them, something like that. They were just joining the server, and I think they were looking to get banned, and there's videos about that, but that's another video, different one. How fast can you get banned from a FE server or something like that?
Yeah, that's part of their game.
Well, it's a question about how quickly can you get banned from any server. If you go into any server and start talking shit, they're going to ban you from any server as well.
Yeah.
You know, you go into a rice server and you start talking about grains or porridge. I say, no, this is a rice server. We're not talking about porridge. You go, no, I want to fucking talk about porridge, you can't. You get banned straight away. I don't know. Flat Earth seems to make people angry, though. I still haven't worked out why. Makes people so upset. Fucking stupid idiots. Flat Earthers, you're so dumb.
I think some people just like being upset.
Yeah, they just want to argue and be angry. We can be addicted to anger, yeah. There's a chemical that your body produces that, would it be adrenaline? Possibly. Like people who constantly get into bad relationships, they're like addicted to that victim kind of mentality. So it's like always want to be a victim so that they can get compassion from their friends or people feel sorry for them. These people get used to this feeling, so they go back for more and more and more and more. Maybe that's what anti-flat earthers are like.
I'm gonna have to tell you guys about the that demon character who we were trying to get into the VC. I'm gonna have to tell you about him.
Messaging yesterday.
Well, I found out that he's young. He's 17 years old, and he was just like asking about flat Earth, trying to figure out what the flat Earth arguments are, trying to prove the globe all at the same time. And I think I was able to get through to him. It was so exhausting because he wouldn't get in the VC. He's like, I'm 17 years old, I'm kind of shy, blah, 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 whatever. So it took a lot. It took a lot typing back and forth and being like, well, here's this, 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 and this. The one that really got him thinking was Pearl Harbor. The Pearl Harbor attack, how it happened so fast. And when you look at all of the different, when you compare, I guess, the Gleason's map with the globe map, and you really look at the attack on how it happened, it's a much shorter and a straight shot on the Gleason's map, crazy stuff. So I think I struck a chord with him on that one. He was like, "Oh, it is closer on the Gleason's map," and I'm like, "Well, wonder why." And then I started to tell him about
ignorance about that subject, but did the Japanese planes fly from Japan, or did they fly off an aircraft carrier?
I'm wondering if it was an aircraft carrier because they were in the. I thought it was in the coastal waters.
Yeah.
From what I know, from what I've researched, because this was a significant thing when I found this connection between Pearl Harbor and flat Earth of all things, and went digging on that one. I found that was a pretty interesting one, but it made far more sense. I had showed my mom. I was like, look at Pearl Harbor on the Gleason's map for a second, and she was just like, oh my gosh, it makes so much more sense now. That's why it happened so fast. That's why it happened so fast. But I think it definitely struck a chord with that young man.
Which one's the Gleason's map? Let me look at this. I get confused with these maps. Okay, yeah. Same as the AE map, yeah, pretty much.
You can click this link. I did post and watch it on with Zoom. The details.
Yeah, I was trying to zoom in on it. Yeah. That's better. Thanks for that. You got where's Hawaii? There it is.
Here's a globe Earth riddle. Why does mail from Guam get stuck in Alaska?
Because they fly straight over it.
Ha! What do we have here for you? Yep, exactly. Straight the fuck over it.
Gotten chilly out. Feel bad for everybody who's getting all that snow. We don't even have any snow and it's cold right now.
Yeah, so do I. It's like 90 degrees here. Our last bit of summer.
In the U.S., we have this phenomena they called a sky river, and we had these huge rains all across the U.S. For the past week, and there's another sky river coming by, starting in California and coming across the United States, and a lot of freaking rain. But I'm on the coast, on the East Coast, so many states got snow. We did got some snow, but I guess the warm air from the coast actually melted the snow, so we didn't get much snow. It was mostly rain for multiple days, and then some snow. The thing is, can the sun actually rain? It's definitely a super interesting phenomena, and they say that is the sun evaporating the waters on the surface and causing the rain. I don't know. There's something else about rain that is not being taken into account. Like in reality, they're probably just saying some phenomena on the globe or whatever. But there is something about rain because this is way too much rain to say that the sun just move across the waters and just cause all of that rain. I don't know, for multiple days. There's a lot of water in the air, and I guess that exchange can happen so dramatically like that. It's kind of crazy how much rain can fall, how much snow can fall over vast distances and places.
Yeah, I reckon you got a point there. I just can't believe anything that they tell us anymore about how things work.
Yeah.
Is anyone got a minute to have a look at this map? This magnetic declinations?
Define minute. No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe an hour? So, have a look at that magnetic declination map that I just posted. Now, to me, that's telling me that there's So this is based on a globe, all right? I can't find one that's based on an AE map that shows the southern latitudes. I can find one that shows the northern latitudes, but not the southern. So if you look at this shows me that there's a south pole that they're telling us just below Australia. Then there's another one below that's further south of Africa, which could be the same one that's south of South America.
Let me take a look because I like this topic.
Now, it's also telling me that if I'm in Western Australia, if it's showing me north on the compass, then I'm actually facing southeast. Sorry, if it's showing me north on the compass, it's actually more like northwest. But if I'm on the other side of Australia, in the east where I am, I'm southeast, then my north would be pointing northeast. And then look at those blue lines coming off that that kind of central point below Australia, they're westerly lines, and then the numbers are below it of the declination that you've got to add to get north and south. Look at that. Some of those are 70 degrees. So at that point, you have to change. When you're pointing north, you've got to change by 70 degrees to your west. Then look at some of these red ones. Some of these red ones are 90 degrees. So you're facing 90 degrees in the opposite direction when your compass is pointing north. That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I'll think and imagine that this map is missing a lot of important keys to the equation.
Well, for one, it's a flat map, and they're trying to represent a ball.
Yeah.
So that's one.
Because I think, I could give my opinion on this topic. I think what we experience as the magnetics north and south in the ground could, because we have celestial north, from the observation, celestial north, celestial south, and then you have the celestial equator, right?
Yeah.
It is very possible that celestial observations that we do and the input of the celestial bodies into the system have some type of relation and electromagnetic effect between the sky and the ground. And what we see expressed on the ground is that electric field that many people claim that it moves around, that it's not like in the specific right? They say the magnetic north moves and the magnetic south moves. That's what they say. So that might be truth dressed with lies. Unless we have like people say, the magnetic mountain, that I think is a huge possibility, and I actually seen visions of it. So I'm not gonna take that as evidence, but it's possible that there might be a certain area that we could call kind of like a middle point, but still, because I know you have questions about the south magnetic area, right? Because that's very curious. If you have a north one, where is the south? Where is the south one? So
because they only point it's only magnetic to the north. So the only way to find north and south in the south is by a compass pointing north.
Yeah.
And if this is anything to go by, then north and south aren't north and south in the south. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible. That's me. But it's possible that if the claim is correct that it's moving, the magnetic field is moving on the ground, it's possible that it's an effect from the movement of the of the heavens above, and whatever that is causing like an electromagnetic effect, and is having that effect. That's why we detect it on the ground, like it's moving a little bit of the position all the time. Because if the heavens are moving and the heavens are doing whatever they're doing, in my opinion, it definitely has an effect on the ground.
Yeah. Well, picture this too, so have a look at that dot below Australia where everything converges. Say that that is the point in the sky, because everything here has to be based on the sky. It can't be based on anything else. So say that point is that convergence point in the south that everyone talks about. Now, do you remember a video where they said that on this day you will be able to see the Southern Cross from Perth, Western Australia, South Africa, and that point. You see that point that comes off South America, up the top on the east coast? It's part of Brazil. It was claimed that it would be able to see it from those 3 points. Now, if you look at these lines, see, these are westerly lines. So this would, if your compass is pointing north, then your south would follow these blue lines to that point. So if everyone's using a compass to find out where south is by getting north, when you have that time when it's dark in Perth, it would be coming just morning in Perth. It's dark in South Africa, and then it's evening. I don't know, one of them, but the middle is South Africa. Then you actually could see the Southern Cross from these points, because if you follow these lines, they all run through those points to this center point, which on the compass would read south.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm probably I know I'm overthinking it, because the maps I know is not the map, but
the only thing I can do is overthinking it, in my opinion, because it's a tough. I've thought about the relationship between the magnetics of the sky and the whatever is happening in the sky, and how that will affect the magnetics. It will have some type of relationship of the magnetics that we detect in the ground, and I think that is a big thing. I think that has to do with ether and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, it's you can't demonstrate much from the sky. You can just demonstrate whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's probably ways to do more than what we know in relation to the reality of this system and how it actually works. I'm pretty sure there's got to be ways to put things together that will give us a more clear window or image of what actually happening overall. Even though if we don't know everything, but I'm pretty sure we're missing a lot that is actually available.
Yeah, well, you got to think we're starting from zero again. Like we're given false information, and now we're pretty much starting from the dark ages on what's actually happening in our world. Because those people who are supposed to have the information, they probably know what's going on.
I will say they have a bigger picture of what we can observe. Let's say you have all radars, access to all the radar imagery and whatever very high altitude devices you can put together, and you can also go on the ground with military personnel on airplanes and just explore the extensions and limits the way you can go and whatever, and you could put all that together. Radar. I'm almost certain you can put a really well depiction. You could put it together, a pretty good depiction of it. But we don't have access to any of that, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the problem, it comes back to the problem of not having a map again as well. You could come up with a theory about something based on a AE map, but are you doing it correctly? Because you don't even know if that's the map. You don't even know if these continents are in these positions or what else is affecting it, and how big is the sea. There's all these unknowns.
Today with the digital, we could probably, with all the data, all the information, all the imagery that is available, and if let's say we have an open source exploration that everybody can go anywhere and just explore and feed it to a database. Like every nation will do the their own country and put it into the database, and this nation will do the same thing, put into and just imagery from the sky, from the ground, and put
like every boat
everything,
has
all
a
of
tracker on
that
it.
information from all of the nations together, whatever they get, and then go to the extension. Hey, all right, let's start it from zero, like you're saying, and go, I don't know, on a vessel, and then take airplanes and fly as far as we can go, and then I'm pretty sure there is a imagery system that can definitely take a lot of this data and put it together and give you like an actual digital version of the extensions of this place. But I'm still pretty sure it's not gonna give you everything.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then you got to think, how long would it be until we are able to do something like that, if we were ever able to do it?
I think the militaries already have that. They already. I mean, there's gotta be some. There's gotta be some mapping system that is way more complete than what we have. And if there's someone that has access to that, it has to be either the militaries or whoever is above the militaries.
It has to be, because you'd be naive to say that. Yeah, okay, well maybe they do, because if there's somewhere where they can go, they're going to go there, and they're going to map it, because it has to be. It's either strategic or it's we need to find out what's going on, and then in the place of finding out what's going on, they just keep everything a secret, because they're not going to leave anything unturned in the pursuit of knowledge. I wish it'd be good. It'd be so good to find out where we actually live.
I think similar to what Bird did, Animator Bird, they took like 6 airplanes. I think it was like 5 or 6 airplanes, and I'm pretty sure he was on one of those airplanes, but he didn't go on all of them. I mean, that's what I'm speculating. I mean, they have multiple pilots, and they went to, all right, you're gonna go towards this direction. I'm gonna go a different angle towards that direction, and these airplanes, they probably explore like those 6 airplanes moving away from a certain point, and. I mean, I'm obviously speculating, but they did explore a lot for sure, 100%. I'll be back in a second.
Y'all quiet.
What's quiet? You?
I think everybody's being quiet. But yeah, I was being quiet.
I'm in the middle of a thought experiment.
Well, you just changed the experiment. Because now you have a bunch of people observing.
And you spoke when we were having a thought experiment. You just were.
Yeah, no, it's not a thought experiment anymore, is it?
And then you have Ethergress having an input into it, so it's gonna affect it for sure.
What's the independent variable in a thought experiment?
Good question.
Maybe it can't be called an experiment. Maybe it's a thought. It's just called thought.
If I start thinking that I'm doing like exercise and workout and I'm a genius, does that count as working out the brain or?
Apparently it does. It if you go into like meditation and actually do pull-ups and things like that. So the biggest one they found was meditating and breathing and pretending you're going for a run. Was almost the same exercise as actually going for a run.
That's interesting.
Very interesting. They also did one with lifting weights as well, and it was there was a guy who went out lifting weights. They were all on the same diet, and a guy who meditated lifting weights. And the guy who meditated lifting weights, his muscle mass increased by 40%. Compare 40% of the guy who was actually out there lifting weights.
Wait, 40%? That can't be right.
Yeah. So the guy, say the guy who was lifting weights increased by 3 or 4%. Then the guy who was meditating about lifting weights was 40% of that 3 or 4%. You know what I mean?
I gotta see that to believe it.
Yeah, I'll try and find it. So it's not his muscle mass increased by 40%. It was 40% of the guy who increased from lifting weights.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a small amount, but it still increased. So, and then there was the control that didn't do any weights, but still stayed on the same diet, and he didn't increase at all. But I can actually understand the running one, because if you're sitting down meditating and breathing, then all you're doing when you're jogging is breathing. So is it the breathing that keeps you fit or the actual jogging?
Yeah, that's a good one, yeah. That's a good variable. Maybe it's the ether that you're breathing in that is,
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, don't plants have, when they have like better access to oxygen, they kind of like grow better?
Carbon dioxide.
To air. I didn't mean oxygen, I mean air.
Yeah. So especially in in those hydroponic centers, they pump carbon dioxide into the air and they grow bigger and release more oxygen. Yeah.
So if you're breathing more air in, high capacity, most likely will affect your growth.
That's the only way you burn you burn fat. So, well, you don't actually burn fat. So it's a chemical reaction. It comes out in your the vapor of your breath. So the more you breathe, the more fat comes out of your body in your breath. That's what the chemical reaction is. It's weird. When I found this out, I went, "What?" And I went to speak to my brother because he's got a master's in chemistry, and he said, "Yeah, why didn't you know that? That's just common sense." And I said, "What? You're crazy, man. That's not common sense." So, did you understand what I mean? Like, when people doing exercise, the only way that you lose fat is a chemical reaction that turns it into the air that we exhale. And that's the fat coming out in vapor form with the air that you're expelling.
I get it, but it probably doesn't have to be necessarily the air that you're breathing out. It's the exchange, whatever you're receiving from the air that we could speculate what that actually is. Some people say oxygen. I don't think so. There's way more than oxygen in the air. So there's even electricity in the air. So you're breathing electricity and
water vapor. What else?
So,
well, you're breathing in carbon as well. So
there's a bunch of things, not just what some people claim. But I imagine that whatever you're receiving into the body system is allowing for the chemical reaction that will cause the release of, I don't know, calories or fats or whatever, and you might, like lose weight or whatever. Yeah, that doesn't seem too far-fetched.
Yeah, it's interesting because before I'd heard of that, I'd never even thought about it, and I always thought that you would burn fat by using energy. And then when he said, "Yeah, but the exhaust of that expels out of your lungs," and I went, "Okay, well that makes sense because you can't just burn something and then it turn into nothing. It's got to go somewhere and turn into something, and it turns into fumes." So I went, geez, that makes sense. Lots of strange things that our body does. Amazing things. I started. I've been doing a cleanse with sea salt and a little bit of baking soda. I've been doing it once every 4 days.
That's interesting because I was kind of looking into baking soda recently, and a lot of people use it. They mix. What was it? So some people recently have been mixing. I think lemon juice, lemon juice, and baking soda and water, and drinking that.
Yeah, I just found. I found this lady from I think she was like the 60s or 70s. And she was talking about it as like what you were saying with like a bacterial cleanse or a parasitic cleanse as well.
Well,
and I just found a random video of her.
The baking soda helps with fungi and things like that. How do you call it? And it's anti.
Mold. So what's that?
Yeah. So mold is parasitic. So yeah. So it will make sense. That will help with that kind of stuff. Yeah. Also, I've seen people mixing. So I saw baking soda, water, and lemon juice, and some people were saying this is good to cleanse the organs, kind of like flush and helps with the parasites. But when people were actually talking about parasite like worms and stuff, they were talking about mixing garlic with lime.
Yes. Yeah.
Ginger.
Garlic, onion, and ginger were the next step as well.
The crazy is that this sounds kind of stupid because with the mentality of the past, and we have doctors, right? This garlic stuff is stupid because we have science, we have modern medicine. But our ancestors have been doing garlic and spices and this kind of stuff all together for a long time. Who are we to say that they were wrong? We're here. That means they
were a lot healthier than we are, so
yeah,
we're the ones doing something wrong.
Yeah, we're the ones definitely doing something wrong when our lifespan are kind of like
we're all overweight. No, I'm not.
Weight for sure.
For myself, but
when you compare,
there was a.
When you look at
there was a good.
People of the past were definitely overweight, 100%. Yeah. I think now that you mentioned this, and I kind of been looking into the more conventional way of deworming and killing mold and fungi, which are parasitic as well, and viruses, which are the smallest of parasites. So people saying that those things don't exist is kind of silly. Honestly, I always thought it was silly. But they do exist. And if you look at the guidelines of many of these big companies, they actually describe them as the smallest of parasites.
Say that again. What's the smallest of parasites?
Viruses.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they other ones like mega viruses, which are like viruses are 0.1 microns or to point something, and the mega ones can go up to 1 micron, which is very small. They're bigger than bacteria, and these parasites actually go into the cells, infect the cells, and create a havoc of problems because of the chain of events and the infections they cause in the organs and parts. So they don't allow the body to function correctly, and that's what is expressed as disease.
Yes. Yeah. And then because they make your body produce chemicals. Yeah. So if you get an overreach of chemicals in your body, and then your white blood cells start overreacting, and then your body's always trying to heal itself, and and it can't find anything that it needs to heal, so it starts attacking the red blood cells, and then you're always tired because you're overproducing white blood cells, and your body's fighting against itself. It's really weird.
Your defense system is always on, trying to fight, and it cannot get rid of the infection. Also, the organisms they secrete toxins into the bloodstream and into other parts of the body. Mm-hmm. So this is like you're saying, it causes the body to be kind of like in an always state of trying to fix itself, but it can because it's fixing a part that is not the root cause of the problem.
Correct. And then it starts overproducing cortisol as well because it's stressed out. So you get all these problems with cortisol overproduction, and that's when you start getting real problems.
Yeah, the body
you're always
overworked.
Fight or flight. You're always in fight. Yeah, sorry.
Creates deficiencies, metabolism problems, and when the deficiencies are there and the metabolism problems kicked in, then you cannot digest certain foods. You get allergy, and then since you're digesting and metabolizing, that creates another spectrum of problems because you're not metabolizing certain things that are needed for the body, which is kind of crazy. That disease can cause that, like you're not processing carbohydrates, or people are certain foods and kind of break.
And then you get irritable bowel syndrome, and these kind of autoimmune diseases,
allergies, or allergy for this or for that. It's some type of blockage on the chain of events that the body is capable of doing, but since it has some type of infection or some type of block in the mechanism, that's why it's
very interesting. Because this all, this ongoing problem causes all these diseases, and this ongoing problem seems to be parasites and things in your body that your body's reacting to, or the parasites are creating.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back to what you were saying about these other ones, like these funguses that make mice attracted to cats. That's it. Yeah, they control their host. So it's kind of happening to us in a different way, like it's producing chemicals that make you want sugar because these parasites feed on sugar.
Yeah, I was just earlier, I was reading about insomnia because the guy earlier mentioned insomnia, and I was wondering, could insomnia be something like, because this guy sounded like me. He reminded me of myself when I was doing research about conditions and health and that kind of stuff, and the way he was saying, hey, I got this problem, insomnia, whatever, and he was kind of describing it. He knows he has an issue, but he hasn't found out exactly what is the root cause. He wants to know, but I don't know the answers either. But I was doing some research, and I found out that insomnia and other diseases related to insomnia, the root cause of that is parasitic infections in the brain and other parts of the body. And what you and I are talking about the biology and the chain of events that have to happen for body functions and everything, that is exactly what the infection problem messes with, which is the chain of processes that the body have to do to accomplish something. And the parasitic infection is messing with those functions, depending on the organ, because the brain has certain functions, right? Like secreting melatonin to fall asleep. So the parasitic infection could be in a place that is not allowing the body to find these. I think they describe it as somniatic effect, that it causes the body to fall into this false sleep. So there is a process for that to happen. And if that process is being affected, you don't feel sleepy.
Yeah.
It's kind of
interesting, isn't it?
How many different diseases are actually at the root cause parasitic infections? It's just mind-blowing.
And there could even be small ones as well that they say, oh, that's just part of my personality. And go, maybe it's not. Maybe something's acting. Maybe something's causing you to act this way. Like they go, I've never been a good sleeper. Well, maybe that's the problem.
Yeah,
it's funny, like if the medical industry looked at this more, they could, could most of these problems be solved by everyone? This is not medical advice. We're just having a conversation.
These parasites that I was mentioning in the research, they say that this it's worldwide is in over 200 million people, and they describe it as you could have like generations of these organisms, and you might not even notice that you have any issues, and eventually they will, they lay eggs, next generation eggs, and they keep, and eventually they call it malignant transformation, and it turns into some type of organism that is just trying to kill you, basically. Really big problem. Malignant transformation. This is actually a scientific term that is used to describe the kind of like the proliferation of these organisms inside of the body, and how generationally they could get worse and worse.
So it goes from a parasite that needs its host and uses its host to get what it needs, to a parasite that just goes, oh, fuck it, I just want all of this, and kills its host.
Because the parasitics are definitely dependent on the host, but if it's killing the host, causing disease, definitely not as dependent as some might be. Because if it's killing the host, it's gonna just die.
was going to die. But yeah, maybe because it's a next generation, maybe it's built into it that this home is always going to be there. You know what I mean? So it doesn't have that, okay, I need to keep my host alive kind of, I'm thinking of these parasites as kind of sentient beings, but maybe it's built in. Maybe it's a built-in kind
listen
of.
Listen to this. There is it's called Japanese Museum of Parasites, and it's not called that. It has a different name, but in English, that's what I translated to. And they have a bunch of organisms inside salt water, saline solutions, right? To preserve them, and they have a bunch of parasites, different parasites, and they also have like beings or people that was inside of people, like let's say a twin, or a twin that was supposed to grow in mommy's belly, but the second twin or whatever, one of them actually didn't develop, and it just stayed attached to the other twin, and it grew inside of the body like another person inside of the body.
Really?
Yeah, and they find these second people inside people. Kind of great.
And is this person who was never born inside the other person? Is it feeding off that twin? Like, is it alive? Or
I don't know many details about this. So any questions beyond what I saw in the internet is probably wrong. But they, if you look very deep into it, you find in medical books that you can find people inside people.
Yeah.
and they describe it as parasitic as well. There is parasitic.
Yeah.
So when you're saying I'm talking about this guy, like they're like about these things, like they're sentient or something. They actually are.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If that twin has a brain, then okay. Yeah, it might have a brain that doesn't know the outside world, but it might have a brain that knows the inside world and is, acting in accordance to its surroundings. That's trippy.
It is trippy. It is. I don't know what the repercussions of that is, but I'm just saying that is a thing. And the mammalian parasites that sometimes affect mammals, plants, or insects as well. Normally in nature, you might get a parasitic infection, let's say from another mammal that got it from the soil, or you could get it from the soil yourself. And normally there is herbs, and people, like we were talking about, people use garlic and other ways of like bark from trees that are very anti-parasitic, like tree bark, or people call it wormwood.
Wormwood. Yeah.
Wormwood. So this has been known for by many generations regionally by many people. Whatever was accessible for you, and was anti-parasitic, like trees, you could use that, right? You had garlic, you use garlic. You could make teas.
Yeah, we have a good one here called tea tree. So we've got tea trees everywhere, and if you look up about tea tree oil, then you'll find that pretty much cures absolutely everything.
Tea tree. Send me information about that one, because I'm always wanna find something else, because this topic it goes very deep, especially these days. And there is the natural version, or what we can call, or whatever I can label, natural version of some of these organisms, and then there is the man-made weaponized version of them, which is this topic we cannot even talk about. Honestly, because it was gonna go somewhere that we can't talk about. We cannot.
Yeah. Because we're starting to talk about medicine now. So.
Yeah, no, about garlic and whatever, making ginger and fermenting that stuff with honey or whatever, and mix it. You cut lemons. You gotta wash the skin of the lemons, because pesticides and chemicals, whatever. So you put water, baking soda, and put the lemons in that solution so it can kind of like break whatever pesticide oils on them, and then
to get the pesticides off the rind.
Yeah, the lemon, because you want the skin of the lemon as well. You're not gonna
where the oil is. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're gonna cut the lemons after they're clean and dry, and cut them in little pieces. Then do the same thing with garlic. But not you. I don't think garlic is since you're gonna peel the garlic. I don't know if you have to do the brines. I mean the baking soda and water stuff to clean it. So just cut the garlic. Normally do, and some people add like ginger. Also cut that. Then mix everything together. And you can add honey and put it in a glass container and seal it.
Palatable. Yeah.
Yeah, and just eat a spoon of that every day. And the thing is that farmers in the past, many.
So you reckon more like a paste than a drink?
You can make it it looks like almost like coleslaw. When you cut it all together, you chop it up and mix it. It kind of looks like coleslaw actually. But you make it however you can make it. But as long as you can mix the garlic, the ginger. Not everybody has ginger, but lime, garlic, ginger, honey.
Yeah, I just picked up 300 grams of fresh ginger yesterday. So
yeah. And just do that.
Really nice limes as well. But I just sent you that. I just sent you just so you know what tea tree oil is. That's so there's 14. I just sent you an article about 14 benefits. But have a look at that, and then look into tea tree oil. I know you probably know about eucalyptus oil, yeah. Yeah. So we got.
I like to find many options because just out of all of the options, I like to take out the ones that I have access to.
Yeah, I don't know how much access you'll have to tea tree oil because it's I'm pretty sure it's an Australian tree. But
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you might be able to. You should be able to find it in the health food stores.
Yeah, thanks for that, bro.
But so I had eczema when I was a kid. Like it stings, yeah. So I when I moved to Australia, I discovered this tea tree oil. Mum grabbed some tea tree oil, and we kind of watered it down a bit, and then I started rubbing it on my skin, and it healed it.
Yeah.
It's antibacterial and antifungal, so.
Yeah, that's a thing. Well, you mentioned I mentioned the fungal, but you mentioned the what was it? Mold. Yeah. Mold, fungal. Many of the infections are described like that in the papers. Fungal is fungal infections, and that's inside the body as well, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I just thought about something. I'll try and be quick. Kind of the Bible says the body's a temple. If you think of the whole body kind of like an actual house, right? What kind of issues would a house have if you didn't take care of it?
Yeah,
mold problems.
Bugs would start infesting it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's right. Yeah. Definitely.
I think y'all are onto something with this but a lot of medical issues really are from just random things related to. You got things where they don't belong, need to be got out of there. Everything else balances out right once it's gone.
Yeah, and they cause big problems.
Yeah.
In the end, if you don't, like you were saying, if you got one parasite that makes you want to eat sugar, you're gonna, eat sugar and eat sugar, and then you become dependent on sugar, and you're eating more sugar than the parasite can eat. So you start making more parasites, but you're also, your
I'd like
sugar
to bridge
levels are
this,
through the roof. What?
Just with a citation of medical advice. Don't make an assumption, though. Go get tested by a professional who actually knows what they're doing, and then you can then you'll know, oh, okay, I do have this, indeed. All right, then you got something to fight.
That's right. But don't let it go too long.
Yep.
And drink plenty of water, everyone.
I don't think this is how do you say one of those topics. I mean, parasites. I don't see any. How do you say? public announcement saying nobody can talk about parasites. I don't see it on any TOS. So, but
I think it's more about the treatment.
We move to the weaponized version of it. That's the dangerous part.
Well, Gemsy, I was just pointing out that some people with the fear in their minds might go completely extreme with it. They'll end up having that kind of. They'll assume that they've got whatever, any disease that somebody talks about. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And you don't make the assumption, just know for sure.
Yeah. No, for sure. 100. No, I'm not making any medical advice. I'm not. I love people and I like to help people. I just having a conversation for my enjoyment, and I'm not giving any advice to anybody. You do whatever you want. If you want to look into this, go ahead. It's all good.
But also, if something's feeling off, trust your gut. You know you.
Well, I'm gonna admit, and I know there's not many people in here, and this is in a public chat, but I've been suffering for type 1 diabetes since I'm a child, and in the back of my mind, I feel like there's something inside me, and I don't know, but that's the way things are, and it's when you say sentient, you mentioned sentient, there is something to it. I don't know. I'm not an expert in the topic or anything, but there is a lot of in the record about it. There's even scripture, and there's even some people and claims, not just in the scripture, people saying this, that there is a certain how do you say possessions, because parasitic possessions of the body of the host. Certain of these possessions that you can only heal them with prayer. There's other ones that you can heal them with salts, right? Like, and it's kind of crazy that it goes to many layers. Like, okay, this problem. This worm, because they look like worms, some of them, you can heal it with, I don't know, this herb. It's all good. It goes away. You poop the worm or you throw it up. Because garlic, in Colombia, people talking, and they told me, like family, they would say, we used to make a garlic necklace for the children, and you put it in the neck, and hours after that or during the night, you'll see them throwing up worms and pooping worms. Right, with the garlic neck, and that's kind of like an interesting fact, story that they told me.
My wife's Colombian, and so when I get sick, she makes me a garlic and lemon, garlic, lemon, and salt drink. Just have it. Drink it, scull it, go to bed.
Farmers in many nations recommend to the farmers, hey, if you're getting mosquitoes, there's insects and parasites, a lot of them do anti-parasitic protocols. It's like a very well-known thing, especially with farmers. You gotta, when you have animals like cows, chicken, or whatever, and you dealing with all this stuff, you have to clean your animals and clean your family. This is actually a protocol, and is done like these days modernized, right? But in the past, you will hear people talking about the cycles of. As a farmer, you will know about the cycles of the luminaries for the food, and the cycles of the moon and the luminaries also affect the parasites. So the parasites, their how do you say, the reproduction cycles align with the moon cycles as well. It's kind of crazy. So the relation between the farmer, their animals, and kind of like keeping them clean to have a clean animal at the end to eat, and food as well. It's no coincidence that the farmers knew about deworming, cleaning the animals, also the luminaries, the cycles, and when to give these different anti-parasitic dewormers to their animals. There is actually different ones that they will give to their animals a certain time of the year, and then they will give a different dewormer another time of the year, because it's different organisms that have cycles. Like I'm telling you, they have cycles with the moon. Like people have cycles, right? The world have cycles. The parasites have cycles too. And way of addressing them, because I've noticed through the research that I've done, there is certain things that will help you with a spectrum of them, but not all of them. There's other spectrum that, from what I've looked, it's almost like in the dark. Like it's almost like you can barely find anything about it. Like the most common ones that people know about, you find a lot of research, but there is certain things that are hidden basically in the paperwork. You can't find much information about certain things. Maybe the research hasn't been done, or maybe I don't have the right resources, but I think the weaponized versions of them are basically written off the books almost. Like they're like not in the books. No, they're not talking about them. The weaponized version of these things. Oh, yeah. In the papers, in the research as well, you find a lot of research about this, and they talk about how some of these organisms can be passed from people to people. And they explain the mechanisms how that is done, and it's pretty interesting how some people just say, no, these things are not real, but nobody can get sick from the other person. But I've experienced it and I've seen it. Someone getting sick from the other person. I've seen it. And in 3 people, 4 people in the family all getting sick at the same time, and 1 person in the group not getting sick, right? So there's something there. And we've been knowing this for a long time. But the equation, the elephant in the room was, in my opinion, was that like parasitic infections that a lot of people have kind of like forgotten. A big part of the whole equation. I'm gonna send you something from Merck themselves. I'm gonna send you in your DMs. Look, Timbo, this is from Merck themselves. Look how where is it? There's a link for this, but I just gotta find it. I think I have it in the clipboard. Merck manuals. This is in the manuals of Merck. Where is it?
me out or something.
What was that?
It gave me a It said I was reading it and then it came up as an error.
Oh, you may be blocked from. I mean, maybe your nation is not. Can I go to Merck's website or something?
Yeah, because we'd have our own one.
Yeah, but
it lets me in for about 10 seconds.
The first image that I sent is basically the beginning of it. So yeah, that's just
overview of viruses. Yeah.
So
viruses are the smallest parasites. It says it in the opening sentence.
Yeah. No wonder why people had success with anti-parasitic medications.
Yeah, we're not going to name them though, are we?
No.
They ban here. Yeah.
What was that?
They're not allowed to prescribe them here.
No. No, there's a lot. There's a lot that we know, but there's a lot that we don't know too. So to make recommendations is very tricky. So let's not do it.
Yeah. Of course. Yes. It's interesting that that's the first sentence, though.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
Because that's not what they tell us they are.
Yeah, because they want people arguing about cartoons.
Yeah. Yeah. And that next one is with the brain. Is that the names of them underneath?
Some of them, yeah, they do name some of them. Yeah, it's different organisms that can go to certain parts of the body in the brain, also in the brain, and different of them will cause different problems. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. Including like I've read papers about insomnia, how do you say, like mental diseases, like
like schizophrenia and things like that.
Yeah, people that are crazy in the mind. No, you're crazy in the head. Parasitic infections.
Well, you got to look at people who had gonorrhea and things like that.
Yes.
And syphilis.
Yes,
they ended up going mental. Yeah.
Yeah, that's also parasitic. What was the other thing?
They thought they were schizophrenic, but in the end, they found that most of these people had syphilis from sexually transmitted diseases.
Yeah, that can definitely be passed down like that, and also can be given with injections.
Yeah.
Dementia is also like a result of parasitic. It's just crazy. It's just there's so much, and there's so much that when you read the papers, and many tell you, we know this and this, but there is a lot of stuff that they tell you. There's a lot that we don't know. There's so many questions. There's more research needed. And yeah, there's a lot of questions about this topic, but it's an important one, so yeah.
And these are in the medical journals.
What's that?
These are in the medical. You found these in the medical journals.
Oh yeah, you find about parasites like in many medical websites, journals, books. The government talks about it. It's everywhere. It's probably the biggest topic in medicine when you actually think about it.
Well, it's kind of like a blanket thing. It's like a skeleton key. Yeah. And they're opening up a whole new paradigm. Well, it's not new.
It's not new. Definitely not new.
But they can't make money from it. They can't make money from the remedies.
But you could find the remedies like we were saying, garlic and that kind of stuff.
They're in the supermarket, in your backyard.
I remember ear infections when I was young. That was kind of like a common thing between children. I remember my grandmother going to the backyard, which was a huge backyard with a bunch of different plants and fruits and whatever she had back there. And she will grab leaves. That it was like a weed that will grow. She will grab those leaves. They call it witchcraft leaves or something like that. No witchcraft. Witch leaves or something like that, right? And she will boil those leaves in water, and then they will put it in the children's ear, and it will just take the pain and take the infection away, like the same night. Crazy. The infection will just go away just by that.
It sounds like grape leaves.
Boiled water with the leaves.
It sounds like grape leaves. I've heard that with grape leaves.
Like
it wasn't grapes. Did you say grapes?
Yeah, grape leaves.
I imagine many different leaves will have a similar effect, because I'm pretty sure my grandmother didn't have and it wasn't just her. It was like a common known thing between people back then. And This was like a little weed that you will find around in the properties everywhere. So it was definitely not grape, but like I'm saying, the grape. The leaves, there's most likely many leaves out there that will function similarly. So yeah, that one that my grandma, I knew because of my grandma, that's one of those leaves, and it definitely works.
I found it. It's called witch hazel. Witch hazel.
Hazel. Yeah.
Witch hazel is great for easing pain, itching, swelling, and bleeding of the ear.
There you go.
It is used with for ear infections at the ear canal.
Yeah, and they used to call it bruja, hoja de bruja. So bruja is.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like we lost all this. We lose all this through generations. Yeah. You got an ear infection. She goes into the backyard, finds some leaves, boils them up, and clears your ear infection.
Imagine, like you were saying, the generations of people knowing so many different things, and this information being passed down by many people, and now to this day, a lot of people, we have forgotten many things that our ancestors knew. That's an adverse effect of the destruction of the families and the family. Yeah.
Well, even simple things like I was watching this cooking program. There was this nonna in Italy making tomato sauce, tomato pasta sauce, and he was there, and she split the tomato and then boiled it, blanched it, peeled it, got all the seeds out and everything, and he goes, "Oh, you don't use the seeds in the skin," and she says, "No, everyone knows that the seeds in the skin are poisonous." And then I read that book from Dr. Gundry, and he was talking about the lectins in the skins and seeds of vegetables. And I went, this old lady, just passed down generationally, they know that the seeds and the skins of the tomatoes are poisonous. Yet we lose that, and now everyone just eats the skin and the seeds of the tomatoes.
And that logic might follow with many other fruits and other
Yeah, especially nightshades as well, like potatoes and eggplants and things like that.
Yep.
Beans.
How easy was like the ear infection example? I think that since I was able to experience it, it definitely makes a lot of sense. That after the destruction of the family, now we have a generation of sicknesses and epidemic. Yeah.
Yeah, you look at places where they still have 4 generations living in one household. You know, they're all really healthy. They know a lot about cooking. They know what to eat, what plants to use. And then we turn 18, 20, we move out of home. You know, left just mum and dad at home. Grandma lives by herself. You know, everyone lives separately. No one learns anything from each other. People are learning their health regimes from TikTok. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. No worries, mate.
Man, we gotta call this hour the Timbo Show.
I've been on here a bit this week, haven't I?
The last couple of weeks, it feels like you've been kind of rocking it.
Jumping in.
This is my gold plus status.
This is my time where I finish work and I cruise home in the car, and I get home and no one's home, and I can freely talk and just chill out. Then I can go and walk the dogs soon and make dinner. And then everyone will come home and the house will be loud. There's also that thing. So I know you know quite a fair bit about medication. Oh, fuck, I've got to stop, man. I'm not gonna go there.
Well, I can discuss freely therapeutic things, and I prefer, like, if I'm going to discuss anything therapeutic, I prefer over the counter stuff, because then it doesn't get into much.
Let's not go there.
Sure.
Before we were just talking about parasites, which was all right, and then I was about to start asking about something else that we shouldn't be talking about. So,
or you can DM me too.
Yeah.
If you're curious about something.
What are you saying, Davey? What's happening, brother?
What's going on, bro? So, fuck it, never mind.
What, man? Ask away, man.
And these guys got allergies, like problems with your sinuses and shit, or not?
Yeah, I do, but it's a seasonal thing here. So, because our seasons are so extreme in spring, where all these flowers pop up, and they started farming canola here as well. So,
okay,
so the yellow.
I'm not talking about like seasonal, like I'm talking about like post nasal drip, shit like that.
Nah, no, I don't. No.
Okay, yeah, because that's one problem I have. I'm trying to fucking trying to fix, but
I don't know. I came across came across a method of from a doctor who told me about It was desensitization. So what they do is they find out what your allergy is, and then they start giving you small pricks of it. So your body builds up an immunity to what you're allergic to. It's called desensitization. Have a look at it.
No, but I don't have allergies though. That's the thing.
I was gonna ask if is it an allergy or is it what is it exactly?
Yeah, no, I don't have any allergies. I think it's because I have a deviated septum. So,
what do you feel? What is it? What has been diagnosed as?
Well, I'm seeing an allergist right now, and right now I'm supposed to take Pepcid in the morning, and I'm supposed to do this like sinus rinse at night. I'm seeing him in I'm seeing him in a month and for a follow up, but I don't know.
No, but what is your what are you actually I mean, what is your reaction? So I mean, what is your problem? What is it? What's going on? I don't
honestly really nothing, dude. Like it's just I have some congestion, like like chest congestion. Like my sinuses, bro, just like the post-nasal drip. It's really fucking annoying. You know?
Well, out of everything you could do, I would recommend deworming, antiparasitics. For sure, do a protocol of that. Wherever you live in the U.S., you most likely have many ways of doing it yourself, and include salts as well.
Well, my concern is since I don't have any allergies, I'm allergic to nothing at all. So, my concern is that I may need surgery to correct it because, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if this doesn't work, what else am I gonna do?
Sinuses. You getting like a lot of mucosity out of your throat and nose, or what is it?
What do you mean?
Like, what is actually happening with your body? Like, you saying sinuses?
Yeah, just sometimes they get sinus headaches.
Okay, yeah.
And just the post nasal drip, man. It's really fucking annoying.
Bro, this is your body excreting that stuff is an adverse reaction, right? So we describe that as sinuses. But what you actually have is a parasitic infection, most likely in your head.
Well, my ENT doctor told me I have allergic rhinitis, whatever that is. So,
allergies are actually adverse effects of the root cause, which are infections.
Yeah, no, I don't have an infection. I got it.
You don't know that, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You actually don't know that. Yeah, the parasitic infections can be in many parts of your body for generations. We're talking for decades, and they could be there, and you don't know it. They could be in your head.
No, but I already got it, like a CAT scan or whatever and shit. I don't have an infection.
I don't see what we're talking about. No, you think parasites are worms? That only like a few, a small amount of the parasites are worms. Most of the parasites are not. You can't see them with your eyes.
Well, I mean, what do you think the best way? I mean, because I don't know, man. What do you think? What do you think is would be a good way to get rid of the post nasal drip?
Blow your nose. Literally, that's the best way to get rid of post-nasal drip. Blow your nose. I mean, you could take Benadryl if you want to dry it up, or Claritin. Claritin won't dry you up as much as Benadryl will. Mucinex will help you cough that shit up. But I'm gonna tell you right now, if you ever start getting a runny nose, you feel like you're starting to get a little sick, blow your fucking nose every time, all the time. Even if it's just water or nothing's coming out or whatever, keep that flow forward. Don't let it go backwards. You let it go backwards, that's how you get strep throat. That's how you stay sicker longer for an extra 2 or 3 days.
Right.
Yeah, if the body is excreting with mucosity, the problem is not the mucus. The mucus is a defense mechanism that is trying to extract whatever, and the body is making mucus for you to be able to excrete that stuff.
Right. It's just, that's all it's doing.
Since your body is doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it, it's because you have something, a parasitic infection that is secreting their own toxicity into your body, and your body is reacting to that, to the secretion of toxicity from the organisms.
Yeah, but
hold on. It's not always that, because stress can do the same thing to you, and so can allergies, just basic everyday allergies. Like something could touch your nose, the back of your nose funny, and all of a sudden you have postnasal drip because of it.
Yeah,
so it's not just an infection. People would come into the hospital all the time, and the doctor would diagnose them with pneumonia, and like pneumonia just means fluid on the lungs, man. It doesn't mean you have an infection. They can't diagnose an infection inside your lungs unless they do like an actual biopsy and test for living organisms.
Yes, some pneumonia has been. You could look this up. Some pneumonia, they say, is non-parasitic, like probably the one that you're describing, but there is pneumonia that is parasitic. That there's parasitic pneumonia, right?
There's bacterial pneumonia, but that's extremely rare. Bacterial. So when you get sick, when you hear your grandma or your mom, they get pneumonia, and they give them antibiotics. All that is to cover the fact that it's not saying that there is an infection in your lungs, but it's like standing water. Like if you've ever seen standing water in a tire, what do you always see flying around it? Mosquitoes and other bugs and all kinds of infectious elements.
That's that water that you are accumulating. It's being caught by something else. It's not the water doing it.
No, your body's pushing the water out. It's displacing the fluid because of the stress that's going on in the body, whether it's an infection or not. The body is being stressed.
Yeah. The body can be stressed by many things, but the infections is the most known and bigger reason of many of the infections, many of the inflammations. You could have inflammation by stress, like you're saying, but where is the stress coming from? Yeah, many sources, but the most common one that is prevalent in the body is parasitic infection.
Yeah, but
maybe so.
Like I said, I think it's because of my deviated septum. So, what can I do to correct that? I mean, do I
deviated septum?
Everybody has a deviated septum.
No.
Everybody has one nostril bigger than the other.
Well, I don't know.
So I'm just letting you know what I know from the medical side. What I've seen in the emergency room, it's like what goes on with our bodies in health and everything can be solved by a lot of over the counter stuff. But that's all I'm going to leave it at.
Yeah. I agree with that. I actually do agree with that.
Like just by changing your lifestyle, like literally quitting smoking, quitting any kind of nicotine.
I was just going to say that. I was just
eating more vegetables, eating more fruit, learning what mushrooms are good for you, because mushrooms are a miracle food.
I was just going to say I'm trying to quit smoking, and
keep saying it. Don't fucking give up on it, dude. It took me 5 years to finally quit.
Oh, bro!
From the time I started to the time I actually quit, it took me 5 years. But when I quit, it was that much easier to say no every time I was around it. It's been amazing.
Yeah, bro, it's so fucking hard, man.
I got back to about a pack a week. It was like 2 to 3 packs a week, and then a pack a week, and then I was like 1 to 2 packs maybe every other week, and then there would be like days where I wouldn't smoke for like 3, 4, 5, 6 days, And then finally one day I just went into a period where I knew I wasn't going to smoke today or tomorrow. And then I just went with it, dude. Fucking 6 days. And then like I knew I was wanting a cigarette, but I didn't think about it. I kept busy, right? And then next thing I know, it was 10 days. And then it was 14 days. And if you get out of that 3-week window, you can say no. It's easy to say no.
So you think the cigarettes are making my postnasal drip worse?
Yes, because you have cilia in your airway, and when you smoke, those cilia get paralyzed and they lay down. And those cilia, what they do is they move mucus upwards in your lungs and in your airway, and make it easier for you to cough phlegm up. Well, if you're smoking all the time, all that shit fucking falls right back down real easily. It's a real slick surface for it.
Yeah, bro. Like I'm constantly like having to clear my throat and you know
it's gonna be hard for you to quit, dude. It's not gonna happen today or tomorrow. If it does, great. I'm happy for you, dude. But don't ever fucking stop. Every time you look at a pack of cigarettes. You know, obviously, when you go to buy a pack of cigarettes, like I don't want to fucking buy it, but I'm fiending. Whatever, you know, but like I fucking hate smoking. I hate smoking. I keep telling yourself that. I hate smoking. And you will quit.
Okay.
Like I'm tired of smoking. I'm tired of smelling like an ashtray. And I mean like you know what that smells like because like maybe you haven't had a cigarette for 12 hours. You go to sleep and you wake up the next day and you smell your jacket from the day because you haven't washed it in a few days and it smells like an ashtray. Like, damn, that smells disgusting. That's what I smell like. Like those are the things that I kept in my mind as I'm trying to quit.
Yeah, so it took you 5 years. How did you? But so you didn't go.
My motivation was my ex-wife smoked, so I didn't want to be like my ex-wife. Everything that all her bad habits, I didn't want.
Mm.
Like I don't even drink because she drinks.
Wow.
You're like, well, what do you do for fun, dude? I take testosterone replacement therapy, and I'm a natural asshole, so I enjoy my life.
Testosterone replacement? What is that?
Yeah, it's legalized steroids.
Legalized steroids? Can you buy that like at the corner store?
No, you go to a doctor, and the doctor tests your blood for your testosterone levels, and then what they do is they give you a dose regimen based off of like what levels you want to be at, and then they monitor you for like increased red blood cells and stuff like that, so you don't have a stroke. But you're basically like a 23-year-old all over again.
Because you're being injected with testosterone. That's interesting.
Like honestly, the hardest part about the whole thing is like, do you remember what it was like when you were like 18, 19, 20 years old? You're walking around and you had an erection half the time. No wisdom and walking around with an erection. But now I have all the wisdom, so I'm not like sexually motivated. But I mean, if the wind blows the right way, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I can see you could definitely have more control since you're older, but you still need a girl. I mean, or a boy. I don't know what you're into.
But you know what I mean, though. Like you're like, how many times? I don't know how old you are, James. You're probably around my age. I'm 41, and you how many times have you said, if I could go back and do it all over again, I would have made better choices, or I would just to fucking put myself in better positions. But you know, obviously, you wouldn't have your family and those things like that. So you're like, you know, it's like a 50-50 care. Like I wouldn't do it because, like, if I literally was given the option, I wouldn't do it because I love my family. But it would be cool to do it, right? Like, oh, what could have been the alternative? You know, just to see how far it would have gone. Testosterone replacement therapy has literally been the time machine for me.
I looked into this about 5 years ago. It was not for me, but it was. I was looking into how people get depression and things like that, and I came across a guy who started doing it with ex-military vets who had experienced trauma and PTSD. That was the main thing they were trying to correct. So he had I think it was a 70% success rate with testosterone therapy, with getting these guys out of their PTSD and getting them back into exercise and healthy eating, and that cured their depression, anxiety at the same time. So,
and you're motivated to get shit done.
Yeah, depression's a bitch.
Right.
Man.
No, I know, Timbo. You're not going to say do it. This isn't medical advice, but from my personal experience, like even so, I talked to a lot of special forces and mercenary people and things like that, and that's how they've stayed on that, over the top for so fucking long. Yeah. That's literally what they do. Their testosterone levels are right at somewhere around between 900 and 1200, and they live their life as if they were 20 years old, well into their 60s.
Yeah. The main
not medical advice.
Yeah.
Not medical advice.
Producer of testosterone is eating properly and lifting weights. So
even taking the testosterone right now, I'm motivated to eat more healthy.
Well, yeah, it should be a temporary thing too, because it's just so your body starts producing it again, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I don't think it will. I think you'll always be at a low level. I'm fine with taking testosterone for the rest of my life.
But has he told you about?
Have you ever heard of
boost the production though?
Have you ever heard of andropause? Some people never get to. Look into the term andropause. So you have menopause, which is pause of the menstrual cycle. You have andropause, which is the pause of testosterone. Now, a normal, healthy male who hasn't been influenced by the world can go into their 60s before they actually start to hit andropause. Like 45, 50, you start to have a decline, but then like 60, 65, 70, you'll have a complete pause of testosterone. You won't produce any more testosterone, or it'll be at extremely low levels. And that's why you see old people and they're walking around, their joints hurt, everything hurts. They're not motivated to do a whole lot. I kid you not, man. I've met a lot of guys who are like 60, 70, 80 years old running around like they're fucking 30 years old again. And, like, kudos to you, dude. met some 80-year-olds with some 30-year-old girlfriends.
Yeah. That's what I've stayed active my whole life. I mean, I'm not old, but I'm 42 now. And,
but you work.
I do a physical job. I go to the gym and I walk at night as well, and I eat healthy.
And you surf and you go camping and you do man activities.
Yeah. I'm always using my body. So.
And he has a Colombian wife, so that's all
Dude, you are a mesh of culture. Let me tell you what, Timbo.
I know.
Staying young, that's the thing.
I know because I have a Colombian wife. I know that keeps my testosterone levels at an okay level.
Well, that's why Timbo knows what a brujeria is.
Yeah, they're feisty too, mate. So.
Oh yeah.
But
most of the time they're good.
Really nice natured, like I would.
Yeah.
Like it's really, really nice, really level headed. Doesn't get it influenced by all the, like bullshit in the world. So it's good.
Yeah.
We still have a male and a female relationship at home. Like there's none of this battle for who's doing what. I do all the men shit and she does all the women shit.
A brujeria, she will always deflect to that. She prefers that. It's just the nature of a woman. It really is.
Well, that's where it should be. We have our roles, and we should keep them. Not
and we enjoy being that provider.
Silly. Yeah, I don't want her to go out and chop firewood.
No.
Stupid.
No, while I'm chopping firewood, I want her to bring me a glass of tea.
Just you saying some sugar. You don't want to give birth. You're scared of giving birth. That's why you don't. Just saying.
Yeah.
You don't want to push something out of your urethra.
Imagine that.
Looking like the Ace Ventura when nature calls.
Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Yeah, that movie's a classic.
Yeah. If there's anything that get rid of post nasal drip, blow your nose, dude. That's the only thing I can say. Like,
I can't blow my nose, dude. There's nothing to blow. I'm just saying. That sounded gay. I'm just saying that,
if you feel like your nose is swollen, get some Afrin. Some people prefer the saline thing and everything, but I'll be the first one to tell you. I don't use Afrin very often, but if I need to get a night's sleep, I will use some Afrin.
Afrin. Well, all right. Well, I'm seeing my allergist in like a month, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
And smoking actually contributes to allergies too.
I know, man. I'm fucking trying, bro. I've been smoking 20 fucking years, man.
So you want to know something funny about the word allergy? Allergen. You know what the funny thing is about the word allergen? So the definition of an allergen is anything foreign to self.
Yeah.
So if your body doesn't identify it as a parasite, anything. If your body doesn't identify it as part of you, then it will initiate the inflammation process.
Huh.
So, in essence, I agree with what Jimsy was saying. I take it a step further. It's like always assume it's stress related until usually fever. Fever is usually the indicator that it's not stress because that's kind of like high alert. Whereas your body will start to break down and you'll start sneezing and coughing and getting a runny nose and your eyes will itch and you'll feel kind of laggy and draggy. That's usually a sign that something's going on in your body, but you don't know until best thing you do is drink lots of water, try to eat as healthy as you can. You're struggling with eating, like you don't have an appetite. I don't fucking care if it's cookies, dude. Fucking eat something with calories.
Okay. I was gonna ask you another question. What have you? Do you know anything about wheatgrass juice? I don't know. I guess not. Well, no, I'm asking because I read that.
What's it called?
Wheatgrass juice. Wheatgrass juice. I read it. I've read that. It's good for you. It's good for your teeth, your gums. It's good for It's good for your digestion. It's good for everything. It's got vitamin C. It's just good. It's just good for you. So I just wanted to know.
I take a different approach.
You know anything about that?
To each their own. It's worth a try. I mean, raw honey is a good thing to help with allergies. The more natural you can be, dude, you'll find that you'll be less and less sick. It's really true. Like stay away from processed foods.
Okay.
Whenever possible.
Yeah, I'm really trying to start.
Stay away from Wendy's, McDonald's, Jack in the Box. Burger King.
Yeah, I'm trying to stop eating junk food, man. And start eating more fruits and vegetables. I really am.
Like I'll eat Chick-fil-A and I'll eat Cane's, Raising Cane's, and that's like the extent of my fast food.
Yeah,
definitely work with all those things, and definitely do deparasitation protocol. Definitely.
Oh yeah. That's always a good idea. Find you someone that's willing to do the egg thing too, right, Kimsey? The egg in the cup. Timbo? I know you both know. The egg in the cup.
Which one?
The egg where you transfer the negative energy into the egg. You got to find a brujaria to do that.
Okay. No, I don't know that one.
They take your energy. They take your negative energy, and then they go and ground it and release it into the world. Because you can't destroy negative energy; you can only transfer it.
Yeah.
I think there is something to that kind of stuff. I don't know how, but
I know there is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know there is.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with that.
Well, if you think about it, it's just kind of transferring energy, which isn't that hard to believe. There's energy in the air, energy in your body, and everything wants to Earth. So I don't see it being. It's not like a fantasy. So. Not like the ball.
You're roboting, Timbo. I'm sorry.
So it's not fantasy like the ball. Talking about energies and stuff. Well, even just like even when people talk about manifestation, it's the same as prayer.
Yeah.
Prayer is the same as manifestation. They're both the same thing.
It sure is.
Like focusing on a goal and asking for it on one side, or praying for it, or manifesting it. Like it just works by focusing your energy on something that you need to change or something. It's not hard to believe either. It works.
No, it's true. But I mean, to each their own, right, Timbo? If people want to remain ignorant to the energy that's in this world, then you can't really argue with them, right?
It's their problem, man. Like, if you want to be fully 100% materialistic, then you're missing out on shit. So,
yeah,
you're gonna miss out on a hell of a lot.
Oh, you know what?
You're closing your mind off to. Sorry, I was just gonna say you're closing your mind off to. Let's say materialism is 50% of it, and the other half is I don't even know the word for it, but you're closing yourself off to half of the world or half of the reality. So you choose that, then choose it. Go.
I forgot what I was going to say.
What's the opposite of materialism? Spiritualism? Or
yeah, I mean, etherealism, maybe.
What's the unseen? What would you call that?
The ethereal? I mean, it's always seen. It's just if you choose to acknowledge it or not. Like, everybody sees it. We're all aware of it when we look at it. Like, oh, yeah.
All of us?
I want to say yes. It's the people that choose to close their minds to it don't see it. But you can't, like when you see a shadow go across the room out of the corner of your eye and it looks like a person, you're like, wait, am I seeing stuff? We all see it. Man. Like we're immersed in it, whether we want to believe it or not.
You know, I've heard family members and people telling me they've seen shadow silhouettes. It looks like a silhouette of a person.
Yeah.
And actually trying to scare them, like being present there, kind of like towards them and being there to scare them or something. And I have a family member saying like she spoke to the silhouette and told him to go away, and he did. It went away. But I never seen. Yeah. I've heard many people that I've known mentioning shadows that they've seen, and especially like when they were young, actually, like children. It happened. That's one of them told me this. It happened to her, and also. But the thing is, I never seen a shadow like that. I've seen a silhouette of light instead of shadow. It was exactly what they're describing, like a shadow silhouette, but it was like light. It wasn't dark. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't dark. It was light. Yeah. So that's interesting.
I think I've seen one, but I couldn't be sure that it was what I was seeing or whether it was just kind of me seeing a little shadow and then imagining it to be something else, you know?
Well, if you the way people describe it, you're looking at a silhouette of a shadow. It's a shadow.
Yeah, I just saw something move out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah.
And then I turned around and there was nothing there, but
people have described it that they're kind of like feeding off your fear or something.
Yeah, I freaked out.
No, they do. They literally feed on them. If you're always afraid, I had an experience a long time ago, and I'll be brief about it. But whatever it was, like I prayed for it to be removed from me. And I remember having this like giant angel, it was like 100 feet tall, man, reach down and pulled this like black energy thing off of me. And it was sucking on me, like almost kind of like if you've ever seen the movie Venom. Almost kind of like that.
Yeah. With Tom Hardy, right?
Yeah. So like almost kind of symbiotic and everything. And ever since then I've been very aware of those things around me. And I mean, like if I'm not careful, if I'm not paying attention, it'll sneak up on me, and it'll like they'll lean on you and absorb your energy. It's really, really crazy.
I had another family member that she said that I was the night before that she said this happened to her. We were with her. We were like camping up in the mountains, and the day me and my wife we left and they stayed. They did like a night of certain how do you say certain drugs? No, not drugs, but the how do you say
psychedelics?
Yeah, psychedelics or something, right? And they were like around the fire, but I'm not saying that she did it, but she told me that that night people were like smoking weed and doing certain things, right? But she didn't tell me she did it, because from what I know of her, she doesn't do any drugs. I haven't seen her. I mean, alcohol, yeah, that's the only thing I know of her, alcohol, but I haven't seen her doing anything else, even weed. And well, she said she was sitting, listening to the music, people talking, drinking, and smoking, and she was around the fire bond. It was like fire, right? They had a fire in the woods, whatever. And she said that she felt like in her mind, she moved into a different place and she heard a voice that was inviting her there, and she said that she followed. This is happening in her mind. She's saying, right, and that she was kind of like invited to go somewhere, deeper than the place she was, and she was gonna go, and she accepted to go, and then she turned back after she changed her mind, and she turned back after she said she was gonna go or accepted it. And then after that, she said that she was feeling this presence around her, like she when she was driving by herself or when she was sleeping. She said that one night she said that someone was beating her, like someone was punching her, and she felt like someone in her mind, someone was punching her while she was sleeping, and she woke up of that. And then she was driving one time, and she said that there was someone behind her or something, like in the passenger seat behind her. And she told this to her mom, and she had a conversation about this with multiple people, and they told her to go to pray and to go to the sea and wash and pray, and she did that. And since that, she says she's never felt it again.
So this only started happening after that night around the fire?
Yes, after that night, yeah.
What was that?
Sorry, I came off mute. I'm laughing so damn hard right now because as soon as I got a wrench by my name in that YouTube live stream, people are like, she got a wrench by her name. I'm leaving now. Bye.
So what if you got a wrench in your name? What's the big deal?
People are jealous. She has a jealous.
They're just jealous because I have a wrench and they don't.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Why? She's got a wrench! Run! She's gonna destroy our globe!
So, bro, you prayed and you had this vision of an angel basically taking a piece of you away, a piece of you that wasn't supposed to be there or something.
Something that I knew was supposed to be there. Like I recognized it within myself.
Yeah. And you prayed for it, so there's something there, yeah.
So, yeah, no, it was
people, bro. This is you look into records of people actually talking about this topic and how group praying can heal people. Like people get in a group, believers and whatever, they start praying for someone that is sick, and these people get better. There's many stories about that kind of stuff as well. So prayer, people that are sick, and
even people getting around doing the same thing with like a group meditation and a focal point of someone who's sick and sending healing energy. You know, like that's why I was saying before. It's like the same thing. You know.
Yeah.
So, you know, like that makes you go. Is it? You know, I always have these thoughts because I'm not a religious person or anything like that. I do believe in a higher power, so I always wonder.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
Is it the prayer or is it the focus? You know.
Yeah, that's the thing. That
Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah.
There, for me, there is a higher power. The thing is that
there has to be
power. You also have power. It's not that there is just a higher power. Yeah, there is a higher power, which is important. But you also have your voice, your power, your energy, and also remember, we can think stuff, and thinking might be powerful, but we can also speak. We can also say words and speak what we think, and that's another level. When you start saying things, that word. I mean, if you have, let's say, like my family member or not Timbo. Who's the other one that was saying about the angel? He prayed, right, and he used his word and maybe his thought. Yeah, Jimbo. Yeah. So he used his prayer and his words, and that did something. And my family member also did the similar thing. He used prayer, words, and water, the sea water. She went to the sea. So, Yeah, there is something to that.
Definitely. It goes back to saying that these people who are just materialistic are missing out on half of life.
Well, you can still be materialistic and be aware of your spiritual surroundings.
Can you? Then you can't.
Well,
then you can't be. Then you can't be spiritual.
Well, once you learn how spiritual things work, and you because karma is involved a lot.
I think I used materialistic the wrong way.
If you give good energy, it will come back to you.
Yeah.
You may not.
But I'm talking about like those anti-flat earthers and stuff who just believe that everything is matter and that's it.
You have to appreciate it. You have to appreciate the positive energy. You got to appreciate it to understand it. Am I breaking up, or is it probably y'all?
A little bit.
You're driving, aren't you, Timbo?
No, I'm walking the dogs.
Oh, that's probably what it is.
What kind of dog?
I got 2 dogs. I got a border collie and a dog like it's called an Australian Coolie. So it's like so they're both kind of cattle dogs. One's like have you heard of like an Aussie Shepherd?
Yeah.
Like that, but with short hair.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately I had to put my dog down last year. One of the hardest things I ever did in my life.
Let me explain something to you. If you haven't figured it out, though, that's one of the kindest things that you can do. Not by putting the dog down, by being there when they go down, so that way the last thing they see is your love. It's the only thing I could ever that brought me relief whenever it was time for me to put any of my dogs down. Because a dog naturally loves their family so much that, like, you can actually read about this, like farm dogs, when it's their time to die, they'll go off into the wilderness to go die because they don't want to see, they don't want their loved ones to see them suffer.
Yeah.
So you don't know how kind that was for you to be there with them.
Oh. Yeah, well, yeah, that's why I was there. Yeah, I literally watched him die. You know.
Yeah, no, that was the nicest thing you could have done.
And I was me and my dad both. We were both fucking, we were pulling our eyes out. You know.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man.
What happened?
It's
what was that needed? I've seen it and heard people doing it before, but what was the situation with your dog? Why was that needed? Soft?
I mean, the problem was he was he was like a Jekyll and Hyde, you know. Like one minute, like he was like a cute little. He was a Jack Russell. He was a little cute pup, but we had him for like 11 years, 11, 12 years. But the problem was, one minute he'd be like a cute, nice little puppy. Next minute he's biting your hand off, you know. So he was just too aggressive, and you know he's
parasites, man.
And it was just, you know, and the last straw was when he bit my mother, and he bit my mom real bad. You know, her hand was really messed up, and that was just the final straw, and we had no choice but to put him down. You know? But I don't know. I still don't understand. Maybe it was something that happened to him when he was a puppy. Like maybe he was separated from his mother. I don't know. I really don't know. You know, I have no clue. But he was like a Jekyll and Hyde. You know, it was weird. I can't figure it out. You know, I don't know.
Let me ask you this.
He was very territorial. Very territorial. You know, if I was walking him and we were passing another dog and I let the leash go, he would attack that dog. So we had to be very careful whenever we walked in and stuff like that. And he was just very aggressive, and unfortunately, he attacked his own family. He bit us.
Was he fully ouchie?
Was he what?
Was he? People give their animals to protect them. They give them the thing, the ouchies.
I'm not sure what you mean.
It's a code word for something.
When people say you have to give this to your doggy because if you don't give it to your doggy, it's gonna pass away because things are gonna get him. Right? Remember the injections? Do you give your dog a bunch of injections? People do.
I mean, he had his shots and stuff, but I mean, that's it's just like normal stuff,
Yeah, the normal stuff. Yeah. That's what I'm asking because a lot of people do give the ouchie pouchies to their dogs, and that stuff. I'm not saying it's your fault or anything, but that stuff has adverse reactions. Like there's a possibility to that kind of stuff. You see dogs that develop diseases like cancer, diabetes, basically the same diseases that people get, dogs also get. So there is a relationship there between what we do with animals and what we do with ourselves, and we have kind of like similar problems.
So you think it could have been like shots that he,
Yeah, we're trying to avoid definitely the terms because it's how bad that stuff is. But yeah, most definitely. I mean, there is chain of events, things that happen, right? So the bipolarity that the dog had, that it will be okay at one moment and out of the sudden it will turn aggressive. Exactly. Yeah, that could be some type of disorder that could have a cause that it could be, I don't know, brain damage or deficiencies or many different things that can be related to man interventions.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is I understand Jack Russells are territorial dogs, right? And that's fine. But for him to bite the hand that feeds him, for him to bite his own family and attack his own family,
there. Yeah, there is.
I can't understand that. I don't know.
I mean, it sounds almost like a bipolar disorder. Like there's people like that they're fine and then they turn aggressive, just like the dog. So
you don't think it has anything to do with anything that happened when he was a puppy, like him being separated from his family or whatever?
That definitely can cause trauma. Oh yeah, that can cause emotional trauma. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that can cause emotional trauma, but obviously that can be balanced by the love that you gave in your mom, your dad, like that kind of stuff definitely can heal, in my opinion. Then the physical stuff that I go to the root cause of many problems and weaponized versions of these problems that people, dogs are being given and people are being given. Yeah, there is also something to that. Yeah, obviously, we cannot point it out because we don't know 100%, but there is definitely something that we've been doing to our pets, similar to what we've been doing to our babies and to ourselves, that have been causing spectrum problems.
That's a good point. Yeah, I never really thought about that.
Bro, dogs get cancer, diabetes, arthritis, brain damage, just like people, and they're getting it by the same kind of behaviors that people do. Go to the doctor, go to the veterinary, get this, get that, blah blah blah, and it's Another thing, did you ever give your dog? I mean, a lot of people do this. I'm just asking to see. I'm not saying anything you did was wrong. I'm just asking because a lot of people give their dogs anti-parasitic medications because a lot of dogs develop certain problems that you can solve with anti-parasitic medications. Do you ever give him any deworming?
The vet gave us some medicine. We tried giving it giving him medicine for a little while, and then it stopped. We just stopped. It was like kind of like Xanax for dogs, but we just stopped giving it to him. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely didn't give it for his best because a lot of my diagnose will a veterinary will just, hey, I think he has this. Let's give him this drug, and it will probably cause other problems or whatever. But we don't really know. Because
what? Matter of fact, I'm gonna post a picture of my dog right now. I just found one.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm gonna show you. I just here. You're gonna see how cute he was, man. He was adorable.
I grew up with dogs, and yeah, I love dogs. I don't. Today I saw a video, and I said I want to buy a dog, but I want to buy a house first because I live in an apartment.
Yeah, I think that's necessary to buy a dog. Yeah.
I love dogs, and I really want one. I can buy one right now if I want to, but inside the northeastern weather region, most of the time we spend a lot of time inside with cold weather and freezing temperatures. And I live in an apartment, and it's just so inconvenient. Hopefully, if I can buy a house, or maybe I'll move to the Caribbean, back to my roots, and over there I have a lot of space.
Yeah.
What's stopping you from doing that?
From what? Going to the Caribbean?
Yeah.
I will have to move with my whole family. My wife, I mean, we've been living here for a long time. She likes it here. My daughters. Yeah. If I have the means, I mean, I don't have the means to go there. Well, we have property, right? But I don't see myself kind of like just going there and finding a job there.
Yeah.
I mean, I could. I could. But I want to go there with actual retirement.
Yeah.
That's
I know
what
you mean. Yeah. So you can go and enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't want to go there to work. I want to go there to retire or something. That's it.
That's like we've spoken about like packing up from here and moving to Colombia. She's from my wife's from a really good area. Like they're from a gated community, a really big property and stuff like that. But the problem is that my job, even though here in Australia I'm a qualified builder and carpenter, and I'm getting my plumbing qualifications, even though I get paid really good money here, I can't transfer that over there and get paid
of the
nowhere
language.
near as much. No, I can speak Spanish, but it's that those jobs don't pay what they pay here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, nowhere near.
You're gonna be taking a big loss, actually.
Yeah. So she'll still get paid well. She works in shipping and stuff there. So, but I'm going to be one of these maintenance guys. I'll end up being a maintenance guy riding around on a bike, fixing things and getting paid nothing. Whereas we can stay here and I can make really good money, and she makes really good money, and but I just want an easier. I always wanted an easier life, It's getting there, but I used to work, I used to chase the money and work 7 days a week, 6-7 days a week, and now I'm just like, I don't have a drive anymore. That I don't have that urge for money anymore. So
for retirement, Colombia is. I would say Colombia is awesome. Actually, if
It'll be good for that.
If you have the money and you don't have to worry about money, definitely Colombia could be a very good place to just go have a relaxing time and also have a lot of things available if you want to do all extra stuff. Colombia, it's pretty decent. I mean, there's many places like that, but the thing about Colombia, they produce a lot of food, so food is not too expensive. It's very. I mean, a lot of the cost of living. There's even areas in Colombia that you don't pay tax. You don't pay water or electricity or taxes. So yeah, that's a.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've got a house here that eventually we can sell. It's in the city, so it's worth a fair bit of money.
Yeah,
and she's got a property there as well. So hopefully eventually either we build something here and in the country and grow all our food and stuff like that, or we just sell up, move there in retirement and live a really comfortable life. So I don't know. We just got to decide. Depends where the kids end up, like the kids stay here, then there's no point us moving there. But if the kids want to move around,
it's a tough one because the children get accommodated where they are at, or like Australia, they're used to that. They might like Colombia. It's a big possibility, but that you have to let them kind of like make their mind. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. And well, if we were thinking of moving there, it would be after all the kids are grown up. So
yeah.
So we might go, okay, we're moving, and they'll go, okay, well we're staying here. And we're like, okay. So what do we do? Do we move there, or do we stay here? Or who knows? They might go and start living overseas or something. Like, one might move to the UK, one might move to America. So who knows? We'll see what happens, but we'll keep the options open.
I like the US. I do like it a lot. There's a lot of other good options, but I still kind of feel like there's a lot of good areas in the US.
Yeah. Like we've got really good living standards, but we don't have as much. Like we do, but we don't really. From the outside, it looks like you come here, everything's nice. All the people are really nice. It looks like everyone's free and doing whatever they want. But there's so many rules and regulations, it's not funny. So you're not free. You can't do what you want. The taxes are one of the highest in the world.
Weed is bad as fuck.
What's that?
Weed is not as good as in the US.
The weed?
Yeah, I'm just adding that to your complaints. I'm saying good in Australian weed is not good. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not that good.
So that's another reason for me not to move to Australia, or for a reason for you to move away from Australia.
Yeah. But it's a really expensive country too. And because it's so far away from everyone, you got to import stuff, and we grow a lot of our own stuff, but if you want to import something, everything starts becoming really, really expensive. And because we cut off manufacturing, everything's getting manufactured in China. So, China, Indonesia.
I think Australia, in my opinion, I mean, from what I see, the economics of the world, Australia is one of the best places to be at, in my opinion, compared to many places. And I'm kind of speculating that long term, a lot of the governments that are holding a lot of the power that is being held by these big institutions and governments, a lot of that power is going to be transferred back to the people somehow. Don't ask me how, but a lot of shit that has been going on for some time is just going to fall apart. It's just going to fall apart somehow. Don't ask me how, but it will.
Yeah, well, look at all these banks that are collapsing here.
In my opinion, a lot of the power is going to come back to the people, and we're going to... I don't know if my generation, hopefully my daughter's generation, will be kind of like, in a sense, better than what we're going through, because there is so much corruption and so many criminals that are being protected that there's going to be a moment that people are just going to get so pissed off that I think people are just going to go out there and their record is gonna be like an open book, and everything people did is gonna be like an open book, and you're gonna be judged. I mean, we are gonna be judged somehow or another, but the people that have been messing with the children and abusing children and doing all that stuff and killing the elderly, I think
has to come out. Has to
be an open book about that.
Yeah, can't keep stuff like that quiet. It doesn't. It has to come out.
Yeah.
But I've actually got a lot of hope for this. These young ones that are growing up, maybe below the age of 15 at the moment. They seem to be really well grounded and quite smart as well. Really smart.
I agree.
They seem to know a lot as well, and they're able to think a lot more.
And many of them have the ability to filter a lot of information and grab good information and deduct good conclusions, filtering the bullshit. And I've seen that with many young ones that are able to see through a lot of the BS too. So I think that's why they are actually the ones that are being attacked the most, the young ones. You have to get them when they're young.
Yeah, there seems to be something about that generation, though, that they're scared of. You know what I mean?
No, there's leader ones out there that are smarter than older people. Like I mean, being smart. I'd rather be more skillful, but you gotta have information to use your skills, right? To put your skills into practice. But skillfully, muscle memory, older people have more of the muscle memory, more memory to do things, but that's how also the young generation can come like an upgraded version of ourselves, our old selves, and grab the information and also have the skills to do things. And that's how generations of people, it's been going on like that for many generations. So I hope, and I'm optimistic about that. I don't know about. I'm just speculating and being optimistic, obviously, but I think the lie and the abuse and the fear cannot last forever. There's something to people. People figure things out. So, I think the fear, the Mad Max world, end of the world that people have been pushing for some time. I think that's not gonna happen.
It's silly, man. I never believed in any of that anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I'm just the eternal optimist, but I've never seen the world kind of ending up in that way. There's too many good people out there. You look at they make the world look bad on TV, but most of the people you meet out in the community are they have a good heart. And they want to do the right thing, and they all have empathy. And what they try and make it look like on TV is that everyone is an asshole.
Yeah, and everybody's competing against each other, and you have to. You don't need your parents to do anything. You don't need your brothers. I don't know. It's kind of like woman doesn't need man doesn't need woman. That's definitely a bunch of that push in the programming.
Go it alone. Yeah, that's the thing.
Eventually, a lot of that BS, I think, is just gonna fall apart, and we're gonna kind of continue with the system that we have, but kind of like fix it to then whatever needs. Because when you see times of needs, you're gonna see many nations kind of like concentrated on important things, right? Family concentrated on the important things, communities doing the same thing, nations doing the same thing. So once a lot of the BS is filtered out, I can only see growth in a good sense in many ways.
Yeah.
Unless we're gonna have to fight the armies of the world physically, and I don't know, there's gonna be some type of militia that is gonna say we're gonna kill everybody. I don't think that anything like that's gonna happen.
The only
because like the world wars, I think those wars that we're doing in the past. Oh my goodness, how many of our ancestors just didn't make it?
Yeah.
So many.
But I think I don't think they'd be able to do something like that these days. Because people are, I think they've woken up to all this war. People are over it, you know.
Unless they had the means to carpet bomb every nation that they don't like, and I think there is something to that because they have carpet bombed many nations, including through the world. Through the world wars, they did bomb a bunch of places. So they did destroy. I think in the late 1800s, many of these higher powers, they invaded many of the smaller nations like the Caribbeans islands, Guam, and then the world wars started, and a bunch of people got massacred, and I think that's when they took they took the most of the administrative positions of power into their hands. They took the keys, basically. They took the keys from the people that were there for a long time.
I agree. You look at the destruction of Russia, like getting rid of the Tsar and things like that. That was putting the oligarchies in charge.
Mm-hmm.
That was done from, the outside. That was either the US or the UK were the leaders in doing that. Probably both. Both working together.
Yeah,
revolutions for these revolutions.
A lot of the war campaigns definitely positioned to set up certain people in certain important places. And it's no coincidence that many of these leaders of the world are all related.
Yeah, I know. Well, I look at it. You look at it here, right? So you have these kind of elite schools. Yeah. All the politicians, all the businessmen, all their kids go to these elite schools. So at these elite schools, they teach them something different. They teach them about philosophy and business and, all of these things. So then when they go and they go for job interviews, they introduce them to someone who went to that school, who their dad knows, and they get into these positions and they do it again. And they keep it going because they know something different. They know how to run businesses. They teach them how to use the loopholes in the tax system. And the cycle just keeps on going because they've been taught how to manipulate the world from that point. Whereas everyone else, they just go to public school or just even a normal private school, and they learn the basics of how to live, how to pay your bills, maybe start a business, but you're not going to get that far. You'll just have a small business. You might do really well, but you're not going to end up like these other elites who control it. All these other ones go into politics, learn how to scam the system, and then their kids do it. You know, that's how it's set up. These same people end up running the world. And whether they know they're doing the right thing or the wrong thing, I don't know, but it's what they get taught to do. So in their mind, they're doing the right thing. I don't know, man. That's my thoughts anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you. I see like there's different schools for different peoples, right? You have kind of like earlier Karma was speaking, I take care of children that are autistic. You know, you have that kind of group of children. Then you have the public schools that are, big part of the population going to public schools. Then you have private schools that some of them are just almost the same as public schools. It's not much going on. But then you have the higher schools where certain families' children's go to, and those are the ones that get to be kind of like like the presidents or kind of like
politicians, business CEOs,
position holders of high power. It's always kind of like related to certain groups, and kind of crazy.
Even if they're not that smart, they get taught a different way of living. You know.
Well, and if in a business world, one child is being taught business and how to run things, and the other child is being taught that cartoons like the Globe cartoon or wars from the past, and being taught about how to be a good slave and a good worker, then the guy being taught actually how to run the place is gonna need that worker to work for him.
Yeah.
And he's gonna know how to give him a job.
Seems to be set up from the day you go to school, you know. But it doesn't even matter. Like, if you can sacrifice all your money to pay for your kid to go to this elite school, they're not going to end up in the same position. You're just going to pay a lot of money for this kid to go to school. They're probably going to get bullied because they're not as rich, and their dad's not a politician or a.
This concept that you're talking about, like you gotta know some people to reach certain positions. This is very real. A lot of people don't know about this, but since you mentioned it, I'm pretty sure you know about it. But there is. I remember living in Puerto Rico, and I remember adults talking about this, and I was kind of related to that kind of job. But I remember there is these certain positions, work positions that pay pretty well compared to other jobs. And I remember they saying, "Hey, you need a shovel." They used to call it a pala, una pala, necesito una pala, which is a shovel, which is someone in the inside that has power to actually give you the job. Because you can apply and apply and apply. 1,000 people apply, and the guy in the inside is gonna say, "This is my cousin. I'm gonna pick this guy."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's yeah, exactly right.
Same thing happens in governments. So yeah, I remember the changing of administrations. You already had like a certain group of people working to replace the administrators, like the politicians, and you had this group of people that were pre-selected already, and they knew their positions, and they just needed the votes to step in and take over, right? And they already had their friends running left and right. It's kind of crazy.
But then you've also got these people who don't get voted in and will always be in these public servant positions.
Yes.
The
real
people that run the government.
Recently, the banks that collapsed. One of the banks was Signature Bank. Signature Bank. Guess what? Guess who is in the in the top management levels of Signature Bank is one guy called Bernie Frank. Bernie Frank, this guy was one of the ones that he passed a bunch of laws and regulations to help the banks back then in 2008, 2007, and in 2005 he was saying, "Oh, there's no bubble. These people are just talking shit or whatever." He was kind of protecting the markets that were benefiting the rich, right? And this guy is from where like a senator from the area that I live in, Massachusetts, and he was like a top share in this Signature Bank that collapsed. We're talking, this guy was in the banking collapse in 2008 and being part of that collapse, and being
now
part
he's in another one
right now. The same guy.
And he was one of the ones that was putting legislation together for the banks in government.
He's part of the bank, and he's part. Bernie Frank was part of the cause of the problem and the protection of the banks back then, right? So he caused the problem because the problem is, I say problem, but it's a scam basically. It's money, taking money from people, taking life savings from people. So he pushed this scam, protected the banks, and made millions, if not billions of dollars in the process. And right now, he's sitting on top of the positions of power in some of these banks. So this bank that got bankrupt, he probably got paid off. He most definitely made a lot of money. And he's the bank is bankrupt. The government protected these banks. So basically, they stole the money, and the bank and the government came in and say, "Okay, this money that you guys stole was the customers' money, but we're gonna secure everybody and give them money." You know what the Federal Reserve did, right? The feds basically said, every whatever is missing, we're gonna cover it. So if it's $10 billion missing, the government is gonna step in. That's it.
So the government paid for a scam.
Exactly.
It's so fucking stupid, isn't it? You got the same thing that happens here. These politicians, they get into these positions and they say they're doing a big, huge road, like freeway build, billions and billions of dollars, and then so what happens is, let's say this guy, it turns into a toll road. So they give the contract to this tolling company, and then this person who awarded that contract ends up being a CEO 2 years later, after he retires, of the company that he gave the contract to.
Yeah.
And you go, what the fuck? That should be illegal.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. But it happens all the time, yeah.
All the time. Oh yeah, when you look at the U.S. politics, you'll find this example. You get tired finding this example. Actually, yes, by finding the information. There's
They're just legalized criminals. That's all they are. It's just a big racket of stealing, of money laundering. That's all it is.
Well, when you mentioned the contract about the street, the road, these big companies, they get $1 billion contracts or whatever, or millions of dollar contracts. How do you think they got it in the first place? Because their bodies are in the positions of power in the government.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And so to get that contract, you have to know someone.
They went to the same school.
Yeah. And then in the future, you get a job, a well-paying job at this institution, like the pharmaceuticals.
That's your bribe. Yeah, you just come and sit on the board. You don't have to do anything, but we'll pay you millions of dollars, and that'll be your bribe for giving us the contract of the roads.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know. I think we're moving towards like a bigger monster of economics and kind of like remember the world order, the new world order or whatever, or we're gonna have like a bigger version of the payment system, economic system, how kind of like move money and information, data, things like that move around. It's like an exchange of value of everything that is going to be into the monetary system and the payment system and the finances. But they're going to give wrenches to everybody that can use the wrench, in a sense. If you want to claim your wrench, like a bank, I'm saying like you're going to be able to be a bank in a sense. But that's if you're capable of doing it. If not, we're going to have banking institutions and financial institutions that will serve you because, you're dumb. So we're going to have the institutions taking care of your money and profiting from it. But then there's going to be another version of that is going to be more like a decentralized, autonomous organizations that will be able to kind of like participate in the whole economic system. But they're not going to have kind of like the government or these institutions kind of like dictating within their companies or telling them what to do. Is the economics that we're getting of the new version of the economics is gonna be loved by the masses.
Yeah,
like people are actually gonna like it a lot. Yeah, but not before. I think before that, we're gonna have to take very sour, bad tasting medicine before that happens. So the whole world.
It needs to collapse.
Yeah, in a sense, collapse, but I think it's gonna be more like a controlled demolition. Yeah, you can say collapse, but more a controlled version of it, and they're gonna kind of migrate a lot of value from certain markets and integrate those markets into a newer version of those, including the stock market, the finances, the payment systems, the land registries, and a lot of the data that is, the information from individuals, information from people is very valuable. It's a very valuable resource. So this movement of information is going to be more simplified to be exchanged between organizations. So, and that's an important key of the whole thing, to be able to move the economics the way they want it they call it on a global scale, but we know it's a worldwide scale of economics, because right now we have like a fragmented version of the world economics. The new version is gonna, after the bad tasting medicine that we're gonna take, after that, we're gonna have, okay, we gave you this bad tasting medicine so you can have this version of economic health, and that's gonna be a better version of the one we have in place right now, the system of economics.
Are you saying it is going to be a better version, or they're saying this is the sweetener? They're saying it's going to be better.
Yeah. I mean, with the technology, with the advances of technology, let's go with the trend of things being upgraded and made better, right? So the economics is taking that churn that is. We've been using a system that is very old and is very inefficient, and now the language that they're using is kind of like basically a modern vehicle, right? You can compare an old vehicle, and now you can compare a modern vehicle that can do a lot of things that the old vehicle didn't do, right? It's still similar, but it's more efficient. There's a lot of better things, and people like the newer vehicle, right? They like the shiny newer one. So that's
comfortable. It's got computers. It's got climate control, and
you can drive it.
It drives for you.
Yeah, I can sleep. I can just sleep, and it's gonna be driving itself. Yeah. That. So imagine the old, inefficient, expensive, inconvenient version of the economics that we have in place, with the dollar having a very, how do you say, tight grip on the economics of the world, because the dollar has been weaponized for a long time, where it's
the US dollar,
the petrodollar. Nations, to be able to engage in commerce between nations, they have to go through the monetary system, which is the banking system, to do transactions. And if they want to buy petroleum or other resources,
they do it in US dollars.
Dollars, exactly. So a lot of them, to just be productive themselves, to be able to sell products in dollars, to receive the dollars, and be able to buy things like petroleum and other resources that they need dollars to be able to buy those resources. So
essentially, they're going to replace the US dollar with this new currency, and then all these other currencies are going to be intermingled into it.
The dollar is going to still be part of the system. The dollar is not going anywhere, but it's going to lose the world reserve position. It's going to lose that. It's going to be still used within the US and the nations that want to use the dollar as a currency, but like Puerto Rico, El Salvador, or that kind of stuff. But there's going to be other options to be utilized. It's not going to just be the dollar. And that's going to allow nations to make a decision if they want to back their own currency with productivity, resources, gold, and whatever they have in their savings in their nation, right? Whatever they have. And they're going to be able to value their currency based on their productivity and resources. And so they're going to be able to do commerce with other nations. That's going to actually uplift many nations, actually. But the removal of the dollar, in a sense, will uplift many producing nations. Long term, because, they're not going to need to be productive to get dollars. They're going to be productive for productivity, and they want to say, hey, you, China, let's say Colombia says, China, you're making good computers. I want to buy your computers. And China says, oh, you're making good coffee. We want your coffee. And they're going to be able to do an exchange, right? And they're not going to need to ask the US or anybody to do that.
About time.
Yeah. That is already put into place to happen, because Russia has been kicked from the SWIFT. Russian banks got kicked from the SWIFT system, which is a messaging system that the banks use to do transfers of messaging to say, hey, this money is going to this account, this amount, whatever, this messaging system. So the
it's a pay wage system too.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who was using that system to pay their wages will not be able to transfer their wages. But that's debilitating to a lot of people.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have, if your business doesn't have access to the banking system, damn, you're broke. That you're done. Unless you have a strong community that is helping you, and you have the whole community going to place and
giving that, because the whole community is going broke as well because they're not getting paid.
The whole community is just going broke. The whole community is their monetary system is gonna be dependent on this system that they're gonna be able to use to do commerce. So your store at the corner better be up to date to accept my money. If it's not up to date, I'm gonna go to the one that is up to date.
Yeah.
But gold. This is speculation, but looking at the trends and the history of and gold as actual money, that I will say, some people say no, but I will say out of the design of this place and the way things are used, when you talk about currency and the value of currency, gold is probably God's money. It just to kind of label it that in a sense, because we
gold
didn't make
silver.
Yeah, men didn't make gold. Gold. If someone made it, if gold was created, it had to be God. I mean, I don't know who else. I mean, what that is, and that's a good question. But gold is like a foundation. Imagine gold is very like we build computer electronics. You can use it to transfer whatever electricity. It has a real value, and it's kind of like a fundamental thing of the design of this place as well, because it's part of the the materials and the soil. Even I think there's gold in the water, in your body, in our bodies, in the sky. I think even in my speculation, the city in the sky also has gold. So that's one of the materials that it's made of. But
it goes back a long way. Like they talk about monatomic gold as well. So in powder form,
it cannot be. It's honest. It's honest money. And a lot of the big nations that are upcoming, many of these nations are just stacking, buying all the gold they can. Like they're buying it like by the tons. And I think the new version of the economic system, a big part of that move, it's gonna evaluate gold, and I think gold is gonna be. If you put it $2, it's probably gonna overpass the ounce. And right now it's like I think it's 1,900 or something. So it's probably gonna shoot up to $30, $35, $50,000, something like that.
Yeah,
the gold is gonna be reevaluated, and it's gonna be kind of like a foundation for a more honest monetary system. We're not gonna be able to kind of do what we do with the dollar, that is destroying the dollar, that we just print it and print it and print it or whatever and make more.
No, because there's only a limited amount. Oh well, not a limited amount, but whatever's there is there.
Yeah. You can attach like a digital with the technology we have today. You can have in the ledger, in the blockchain, you can own a certificate, a digital certificate that is attached to a certain amount of gold in a certain account, right? And you can move that gold digitally. Your currency is gonna be attached to the gold. I don't know how the gold is gonna function and how they're gonna back the whole system, but the currency of the nation, like I'm saying, the nation is gonna have currencies, and organizations are gonna utilize certain currencies as well. So based on resources, this company manage gold or whatever, they sell gold. They're probably gonna have some type of token that is going to be related to their organization. And then the nation is going to be, they call in the central banks, talking the CBDCs, the central banking digital currencies, and it's going to be used by the governments to kind of have, let the dollar, but a digital version of it. And that's going to be, let's say, the main currency of the nation. But then you're going to have like a rainbow of currencies that are going to be under that, connecting the main currency to resources that are coming from many institutions, many organizations. It's not just one guy holding gold; it's a bunch of different people too. Or no, it's not just gold. We have many resources, many commodities and resources that have value, including coffee, good, and many other things. Right? Gold being on top of on the economic side of things. When we relate it to money, gold is gonna be like at the top of the list of the whole economic system. When you want to actually value like a currency or have it backed by something, gold is gonna be like top, I think. It's Vladimir.
quiet around these parts.
Yeah, this is kind of the slow hour, isn't it?
Not always. This time, though, indeed. I'm just thinking about how, due to stellar observations, there's no radius value they can really go with other than the 3959. Because what if they said the ball was 10 times bigger or something like that? Polaris is vanishing at the horizon.
Well, then they'd have to...
Way before you're getting to the equator of that ball, right? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, you're right. And then they'd have to explain are all these continents bunched up on one part of the ball and then the rest is just water, or...
Right. Yeah, there's that issue. Yeah, nothing would really work out. Navigation would be fucked because that's all based on the sky, right? And if you're reverse engineering the ball from the sky, nothing's going to fit together if you don't have that radius value.
It's kind of funny how astronomers call the star map the star dome or the sky dome.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't use the Black Swan horizon for a radius and have a 250,000-mile radius ball, because then your equator is way too far south for where Polaris is vanishing at the horizon, right? Nothing's going to fit. So I don't know. I was just thinking about how they're stuck to that number, basically.
And they have to be, because everything's based off that number.
Yeah.
They're fucked. Maybe they shouldn't have come out with that number. They should have just said, "Oh, we don't really know how big it is, but we assume that it's this big."
Well, that's the thing, though. Without that number, though, the sky... That's why they always talk about the sky, I think, because the sky is going to instantly debunk it if they don't use that number. Well, and that is why they always talk about the sky, because the whole thing was derived from there. So nothing is going to fit in the sky at all. It's going to be blatant and obvious that this is not a ball right away if you try to do any kind of navigating if they go with any other number.
Well, distances don't work, planets don't work, or the size of things don't work.
Yeah.
Then they'd have to change their gravitational equations, because they'd be all fucked up because the mass is different to what they're claiming it is.
Right. So this is the sweet spot radius right here. It also works with perspective, right? The Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it the sweet spot radius from now on. Actually, no, I'm not.
And the non-existent sweet spot?
Yeah. Goldilocks radius. Spake wants to bring a few flat earthers into this debate server. Yeah, we should go sometime, some of us.
I joined it today, so. But when does it get people in it?
Yeah, pretty dead so far all the times that I've checked.
Yeah.
If something's popping off and I happen to be around and he lets us know or whatever, I'll stop in. A lot of ifs have to line up, but I'm going to try.
I kind of pop into these other servers every now and again, but lately I haven't really. I get a bit sick of them, you know.
Been having a fun time in the modern day debate one with Jerry and Quad and Crit.
Yeah, it's more of a text one, isn't it?
Well, we go into VC with them too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good times.
They not very good Globers, or?
No, they're pretty bad actually. But they're really triggered, really passionate. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah. Kind of low-hanging fruitish, I think, but always helps to sharpen your blade. They brought me some cool globe debunks, when they were trying to prove it.
Like what?
I guess it's not a globe debunk per se, but it's more of a globe fail. You remember the tow tank?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It was really funny. Yeah, they dropped this paper. They're like, they constructed this tow tank and it has to be aligned to the curvature of the Earth. I was like, okay, what was the process for actually working this out then? How did they line it up to the curvature? Well, you see, they knew that it was a globe, right? And so therefore they know that water must curve. So then they just matched the railings of this tow tank to this water level, which they knew was curved, right? And then after they did that, they went, yeah, see, it's curved.
Yeah, it's straight, but it's curved.
Yeah, well, we knew it was actually curved, so therefore it's curved.
Was this the tow tank that Mr. Sensible came up with?
Yeah, that's where they got it from. It was the same thing.
Oh, is that where they got that from? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, the 0.6,
right.
0.6 of a millimeter? Yeah, which was the wrong measurement.
Yeah, it was all wrong. It's all screwed up and stuff. Yeah. And you look in the paper, like they're not measuring a deviation over the railings or anything like that over the entire length of that tow tank, right? That's not what they're doing. All they're doing is just going in and saying, we know this water level curves because we know it's a globe, so this proves the curve.
Yeah, they're saying that's what it would be.
Yeah. Yeah, and all they do is just match the railings to the water level and just say it's curved and therefore curved.
Yeah, did you see the equipment they were using? Like I think Mimas circled a few of them. There was some screws that they kind of screw down to make the railing touch the top of the water, or screw up so it touches the water. And they had spanner marks all over them, and he was saying that they were precise measuring instruments, and you go. You're telling me with that equipment you measured 0.6 of a millimeter?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they didn't even do that. That 0.6 of a millimeter is just an assumption based on the curve.
So how long is this tank?
It's 138 meters.
138 meters. And does it hump in the middle? Or does it drop from one end?
That's what they're talking about with their 0.6 millimeters. They say that's the hump in the middle of the sagittal bulge.
All right. So if I have 138 meters of water in a tub, and it humps just a little bit in the middle, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to that water?
Well, you're going to prove the globe with that water, with your micrometer hump. Sagittal thing.
But like, wouldn't it spill out the sides? I
Right.
mean, it wouldn't be a lot, but you would see something spill out the sides.
Yeah.
That water would flow.
It has to if it's not horizontal.
Yeah, something's going on there.
Yeah. It always finds its horizontal level, except it's actually not horizontal at all.
Yeah. I was talking to Matisaro, and he said that it's only horizontal at the vertical.
Yeah.
And I said, well, in reality, how far does it go, right? Because
they say
if it's only.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say that it's like, if it's not horizontal beyond the vertical, then there's no such thing as a horizontal plane.
Exactly. Yeah, they say it's horizontal only at that point, right?
Yeah.
Horizontal is just a point. It's not even a line now, which is 2 points connected.
So how do you determine things like slope or grade for highways and drainage systems? Like,
that's right, because you move 1 iota from that point and you've got a new horizontal already. Like, what the fuck is that?
And you also can't, like, the only way to get your vertical is off the horizontal, unless you've got a plumb line. But then the plumb line can't measure. You can't measure off the plumb line because it's a string. So what the only way you can do it is to get a horizontal level and measure 90 degrees off the horizontal level, and that's how you get your vertical. That's how it's always been done. I don't know how they've swapped it around and said that now they've got 90 degrees off the vertical. That's how they get horizontal. That's bullshit, because the bubble lays flat.
Yeah, there's something called a water level.
Yeah, the only thing it tells is level. It doesn't tell vertical.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're backwards on that. That's how they've turned it around, like they're measuring off the horizontal, but they're not. It's impossible. And that's how they're saying, okay, because I'm measuring off the horizontal, then it doesn't matter what because I'm measuring off the vertical, then it doesn't matter about the horizontal curving or not, because what I've gone from is the vertical, which is the most important thing. But you can't measure from that.
The verticals are all distorted anyway.
Exactly.
They're all curved and bent and deflected. They're not even vertical.
Yeah, they're not even straight lines.
Yeah, not at all.
Fucking loonies.
Yeah.
So we've got Darkside.
I'm sorry, but Darkside has VC verified, and there's also Fusily Jerry that he's been unmuted.
Fusily's a silver.
Yeah, I've been around a while.
He just doesn't VC usually. He's usually in lobby.
Yeah.
We got Darkside though. Darkside, you there? Come and chat with us. Tell us about where you live. What's your perceptions about where we live?
Tell us if you've seen a curved plumb line.
Or a bendy level.
Or bendy water.
Bendy water, yeah. Bendy horizontals.
Yeah, bendy-zontal.
Yeah. but my bendy light.
Got to be a bent horizontal out there somewhere. I just know it. I feel it.
How you going in that YouTube chat, Jenna? You got any people to come in? No one will come in from there, will they?
Do what?
Have you been in that YouTube chat?
Oh, I was earlier. As soon as I got a wrench by my name, they all ran away. No joke.
Darkside, if you're there, we'd love to chat. As you can see, we're all a friendly bunch of people, so nothing is a wrong answer unless it's wrong. And feel free to give us your opinion, whether it's curved, flat, or whatever you want it to be.
Anybody built anything off of Bendy Zontal?
Well, they say that these like bridges, like the towers on a bridge will be plumb, but they're not parallel.
Right.
Yeah. So my first question is, would a surveyor be able to establish a horizontal all the way across the bridge?
No.
No, because horizontal is just a point, remember?
Yeah, but in reality, they can, right? That's what they do to measure elevations.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's a hard question for, Globers to answer.
They establish a horizontal that the Globers say is not really horizontal on their globe.
You gotta remember that in reality, things are done the way they are done, right? Based on reality. But the Globers are speaking to you from a fantasy place in their mind. So they're positioning themselves as a fictional character in a fictional place and speaking to you from there.
That's right.
I'll tell you something about these bridge piers as well, yeah? So how they build these bridge piers. So I just a bit of background, I build houses and stuff like that. I don't build bridges, but understand about tolerance and stuff. So they're building these towers normally for suspension bridges, yeah? It's holding up something. So either they design these towers to be further apart for tension purposes, or they build them straight, vertical, and then they're a difference apart at the top due to the tolerance of building.
Right.
Yeah. So I think the claim was they were 34 inches apart at the top than at the bottom. Now we have a tolerance over even with walls. So over 2 meters, you can be 10 mil out of plumb. So say the tolerances aren't that high with things like that, but you're working with concrete. So you do a form, then you pour the concrete, you take the form off, you form it again, you pour the concrete, you do it in like blocks, you set it up in blocks. So every time you reset your theodolite or laser level, you're going to come up with slightly different readings. So are they trying to tell us that 32 inches in over the distance of 2 towers that may be 100 meters tall is built that precisely that they could get it to a tolerance of 0? Or is that just a tolerance in building, Yeah,
they have to admit that there's a wobble and there's thermal expansion and deflections like that go on, right? There's no way they could ever claim 0 variation, right?
No, you can't. It's impossible. You can't build like that. It doesn't work. Yeah. So either they built it that far apart on purpose due to tension, which I doubt, because if you were trying to tension something and the weight goes in between 2 poles and then it pulls it forward, you'd build them a little bit further apart, wouldn't you? So you could take more tension in the middle. So I'd say they built them vertically and they just had a tolerance and they were within tolerance and they ended up that far apart. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the explanation.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. Well, I've never got them to actually cite anything that shows that, in schematics they're actually accounting for curve or anything like that.
No.
The closest I got was a guy who posted a paper where they talked about a way where they could try to measure the deflection to prove the curve, but they didn't even do it.
So it could have, would have been.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, we could put a sensor on each tower and we could try to account for the wobble and these little deflections that are going on and see if like the tilt from the curve will be more than that, and we can see it there. And they had this whole idea of using different types of sensors and stuff to figure it out, but they're like, yeah, I haven't seen anybody who's actually done it. And the guy kept, it was in the MDD server, the modern day debate server. The guy kept linking this like it was like a curvature proof. And I was like, did you read your citation?
Yeah, that was
like they didn't say that they did it. They just said that this is something they could maybe do. Yeah.
I mean, the harder you look, the less evidence they have.
Yeah. That's why they got to keep pointing at the sky, because that's where it all comes from. It's all derived from the sky. That's all they have going for them, so they have to just keep their finger pointed there. And conveniently, it's in the exact opposite direction of the Earth itself, so they don't have to look at that. But, I mean, what would it matter if the plums are a little bit out anyway? They're telling you that plum bends and deflects and stuff. So even if they did measure some little divergence between bridge towers or something like that, they're telling you plum is diverging all over the place. There's so many things like that. All they can do is just try to take other stuff, hijack it, and then explain it away as globe. All right, I gotta get back to some stuff now that I've spilled my flat thoughts for the hour. Peace out, guys.
See you later, man.
Thanks, Jim. After these great words that were spoken, I'm not sure I have much to add. There's from Bob and Doug, Jim, but I do think what this heralds really is fundamentally a new era in spaceflight, a new era in space exploration. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to have a base on the moon. We're going to send people to Mars, and make life multiplanetary. And I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about. And this is the result of an incredible amount of work from people at SpaceX, people at NASA. Hey, Kathy. Hey, so much. For 18 years. This has been 18 years to finally fly people to orbit and back. And I really came here because I just wanted to see Bob and Doug, to be totally frank. It's like, thank goodness. I think like my entire adrenaline, it was just dumped, It's like, thank God. And I'm not very religious, but I prayed for this one.
Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. Professor Dave, it's just a little name.
I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I did work in I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry.
But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music, and then I moved down to Los Angeles again for music opportunities. And but I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off, and so my boss came up to me and he said, "Look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here." They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry,
and found that I really, really hate it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry.
But through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job. So I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. Or a lot of you ask very incredulously, "Are you a real professor?" I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week. And I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. Professor Dave, it's just, a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest.
So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really, really hate it.
Professor Dave, it's just, a little name.
So the people still clinging on to this joke of a movement are being shown for the people they really are. For the people they really are. And that's people that are dependent on the flat earth. Dependent on the flat earth. Whether to line their pockets, or to make them feel special. Special, 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 special. Hey, yeah, so I'm pissed off. I was just doing a hangout with some community members and subs. Just have a chat with you guys before my debate later today, my hosting one tomorrow, and then my being on non-sec on Saturday. Unfortunately, for some reason, one of the panel members put the link to the hangout in the chat, which has resulted in me getting porn bombed again. I didn't get the chance to go and delete the video quick enough before YouTube picked it up and flagged me for a community guideline strike, meaning that I now can't stream for a couple of weeks. I don't know how long, it doesn't really say. I've appealed it, but yeah. But secondly, I'm pretty sure I know who did this. And you know I fucking know who you are. And I want to point something out to you right now that this might seem just like a bit of a laugh to you, but this has become an important part of my life because for the first time in a few years, I'm supporting myself and my family. Yes, this is making me money. Yes, this is making me money. Not a massive amount, but enough, equivalent to like a full-time wage, that I have taken myself off of benefits, and I've set myself up as a business. And I'm trying not to dox myself here, but there we go. It's proof that I have set up and I am paying tax and everything. This is my livelihood now. This is my livelihood now. Here you go. Look, see? So, I'm disabled. I can't work. I physically can't. I tried and I worked until I physically couldn't work anymore. And in my spare time, I started this YouTube channel and it's grown into something where I'm now supporting myself. And I've just taken myself off of benefits. And what's just happened by whoever's done that is you've taken part of my livelihood away. So the people still clinging on to this joke of a movement are being shown for the people they really are. For the people they really are. And that's people that are dependent on the flat earth. I'm gonna kind of be relying on funds that I'm earning through YouTube. So by getting my account a community strike and stopping me streaming is literally stopping me earning money. Literally stopping me paying my rent. Dependent on the flat earth. Whether to line their pockets, dependent on the flat earth. Whether to line their pockets. I don't give a fuck what you think about what I'm doing here. I sincerely hope that you're fucking ashamed of yourself. You probably aren't. But I really hope that on some level that you are. I don't think it was a flat earther. In fact, I'm pretty confident that it wasn't a flat earther. And for some reason, it's a person that thinks that things like doxing and things like this are okay. I'm pretty sure it's the same person that doxed me before. So now I can't stream. I can't do the debate that I was planning to do on my channel. I can't host the debate that I was going to be doing on my channel. I can't do any hangouts with subs. I can't earn super chats. So the people still clinging on to this joke of a movement are being shown for the people they really are. And that's people that are dependent on the flat earth. And I can't earn any revenue off of any streams that I put up. So thanks very much for that. And go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Thank you for your support and hang around because this isn't obviously the end of my channel and I'm going to appeal it and I'll be back streaming as soon as I can. I'm trying to do something here. And for some reason, I just can't even. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
How many viewers do you have that believe that?
All of them. I mean, I'm getting about 40,000 views a day at the moment on my channel.
Gravitation is a theory, you are not spinning round on a giant blue ball greater than the speed of sound. They lied about Apollo. Just look at the lunar lander, the fake moon rocks giving out. Just take a fucking gander, no slander. This is real shit. They lied to the world then. Hollywood got you believing in the completely pretend, a hoax, a joke at the expense of us all. How many countless trillions go to the cult of the ball? No money for all the problems we got right here on Earth, but getting scammed for every single penny they think we're worth. Water seeks its level, and nature abhors a vacuum. Question everything you got taught in the classroom. Who cares if you're laughed at by those who lack awareness? We were all there once. Try to be strong and bear it. I swear to God, the single root of human incompetence is to claim as fact another hypothetical preponderance. What do you believe? Where does this life lead? What does it mean to be alive in a dream? And not everything is something you can conceive. Take a minute to breathe and tell me, what do you believe? What do you believe? Where does this life lead? And what does it mean to be alive in a dream? And not everything is something you can conceive. Take a moment to breathe and tell me, what do you believe?
Incredulous postulates got you acting obstinate. It's monstrous, the overconfidence you have in flatulence, and blasphemous, the adamance behind your haughty arrogance. Belief is the polar opposite of true cognizance. It's perilous, believing what you want without evidence, and decadent, thinking that your eminence is heaven sent. It's evident for betterment your time would be better spent pondering possible parallels for parables, rather than assuming that your ass is an arable. It's terrible, conversation has become unbearable, and soon your whole thought process will be narrable, cause every word out of your mouth is inferable. From a literal interpretation of the biblical, it's critical, and at the very minimal divisional, claiming that your miracles are anything but mythical and fictional, walking on water's not empirical. It's mystical, talking snakes are meant to be cryptical, you imbecile, it's pitiful, and bordering on criminal, episcopal, rabbinical, pontifical, subliminals, inimical, despicable, while taxing all this tittable, dominical domination of the archetypical. You hypocrites know that the book is metaphysical, but still you will claim a staff changes to a snake just as readily as Moses to the pharaoh dots fake. In reality, this fallacy was known before Christ, that the snake is kundalini and the staff is your spine, even though you know damn well oceans can't bend. You believe Jesus walked on them straight to the end. Yeah, I got a big beef with belief, let me tell ya. The lie in the middle of the words, what they tell ya. Believing's what you do when you really don't know. Lying to yourself in order to bestow truth on the things that you really can't show. Stunting your thoughts so your mind can't grow. Believing's what you do when you really don't know.
Moron. What's up, Jimsy?
I don't think James is here anymore.
Maybe muted. Fucking lucky enough, eh? Fuck's sake. I put the bot playlist on and it played fucking Coldplay. What the fuck?
Complement a carbon-based battery, you must have a carbon-based substance to complement it.
Burner, bladder wrack and valerian root. Some serious herbs to give your body a boost. Yeah, I'm shutting the herbs, yeah, I'm shutting the truth. And I walk what I talk, my lifestyle's my proof. I'm drinking alkaline water, I ain't drinking the goose. I got a chain on my neck with a magnetic fuse. Bro, you couldn't even walk in my shoes. I watch the world snooze off while they watch the news. Picture this, Van Gogh, we don't eat Nando's. We've been looking for the key, it ain't in the bando. It's like a government policy that we man go. A bigger conspiracy than Jill Dando. Man, know how I break it down. A lot of truths around, but the algorithms mean they don't make it round. Or YouTube take it down before you make a pound. I'm more than capable, so I choose to make a sound. The world's changed up, it's a bitter pill to swallow. They're burning books today, they'll burn bodies tomorrow. Life's a whitewashed movie like the Mask of Zorro. People running round living like time is borrowed. We need more sophistication, less speculation. Otherwise this'll be a lost generation. 5G looking like a palish horse. They use silent weapons for quiet wars. We're releasing prisoners to save lives, of course. Told them if they go beach, they're going back with force. If you know the outcome, you see the journey's course. Look to Africa, you can see a Chinese force. Everybody wants to be first, to be second. There's a battle for your mind, cause your mind is a weapon. Mind over matter, so mind where you're stepping. Everything that glitters ain't gold, I was told. Forget race, replace your brain power. Forget black power, I'm talking flat power. History's a forgery of broken homes, and your race has nothing to do with skin tone.
My mother knew they were coming. When I told my mama that I had cured my 13 AIDS patient, she said, they gonna get you.
We're coming from much higher frequencies. We ain't no chimpanzees. Ask the Aborigines from the West Indies. When it comes to history, it's a debunk. Hundreds of years gone missing's a big chunk. Egyptology smells like a big skunk. Our history's bunk. Since the dark ages, our pages shrunk. I came a long way from a basic punk. Now I run my own business, fucking slam dunk. And politics is a detour. Trading your integrity for little reward. We can go back and forth like a seesaw, but we don't need to fight like Jacob and Esau. Spend a little time with my family. Don't be mad at me why I don't rap, G. I rap like an athlete. Big rude family, you better at me. I'm making moves round the city like a taxi. Now the city wanna tax me. Salute to my soldiers living tax-free. They're gonna try ban my speech when they catch me. Cause my philosophy is to live naturally. Actually, I'll break it down factually. GMO grown foods from the factory is killing you softly with toxicity. It's what we eat when we need electricity. Dirty air, dirty water in this city. Hostile to your body's tranquility. So let's see, we either wake up to reality or we grow another money tree.
Chemical affinity. Chemical affinity is important. It's an electrical transport. Chemical affinity. The body could only accept what it is made of, not something new or alien to me. Last question. Your Honor, is it a fact that the father of medicine, Mississippi Hospital, the man that established the principles of medical science today, cured every disease known to man? Did he use herbs or chemicals? She said herbs. I said thank you very much. I rest my case.
Yeah. Okay. Big up my multi-dimensional entities. Big up my multi-dimensional entities. I'm talking truth and now they're thinking traumatic's mad. I'm talking truth though the truth is I'm a savage lad. Truth hurts so I kill him using tragic facts. We need to be responsible and take the planet back. Listen, human beings must be blinded by cataracts. So I'm tying razors on my hands and giving them happy slaps. People panic and the place is getting manic, fam. Every human being must die to save the habitat. So fuck it, I'm going mad and grabbing cash. Growing hydroponics and I'm feeding them organic mass. Grabbing handfuls of cannabis from plastic bags. Then I'm rolling up and smoking up the magic fags. I'm making oils from the birds, I'm also dabbing wax. I'm doing big bombs, I'm Andy, then I'm shagging slags. I'm taking massive dabs of LSD and acid tabs. I don't do the crack, so I stay away from smashing slabs. When it comes to psychedelics, I'm a master. I'm activating all my low and higher chakras. I'm smoking DMT and drinking ayahuasca. Then I'm eating magic mushrooms with my fish and pie and pasta. I'm like a rasta, all I do is smoke the herbal. Infinite supply, I don't need a home to burgle. Never. Every day I got the grapes, no commercial. And I'm mentally a mess and in my head there's loads of hurdles. Now I'm tripping out on ecstasy, the roads are purple. I'm seeing sacred symmetry and roads of circles. No rehearsal, I'll be the first to mention. Every second of the day I wanna leave the third dimension. You can learn ascension by taking psychedelics. Only natural plants though, cheap drugs are quite pathetic. I'm like a crazy scientist, I'm like a medic. Cause these psychedelic compounds have altered my genetics.
The best way is psychedelics. And the heavier the psychedelic, the better. And guess what? No one's dying from psychedelics. All our thoughts on psychedelics are all based on bullshit propaganda that we heard about people, going crazy or losing their minds on. You're not going to go crazy. You're going to go fucking insane. All right? All that stuff is going to remove your ego, and it's going to explain to you what the world is really all about. Best way is psychedelics.
Yeah, it's Mr. Traumatic, Dr. Dimensional. Don't let the cultural conditioning control you. You don't need to worry about the vaccine for Ebola. All I see is terrorism on the television. All they do is lie to you, it's all a fake persona. Turn off your TV, go outside and leave your sofa, cause you notice when you're looking up and planes are flying over. They're spraying chemtrails, it's not normal. Geoengineering makes the atmosphere colder. Yes. Don't worry about the finance on your rover. Worry about the mercury they stick inside your molars. And worry about the taxes you're paying to the soldiers. They're dropping bombs and leaving children in a coma. There's aspartame inside your soda, fluoride in your water, turning you bipolar. Worry about McDonald's, KFC and Coca-Cola, cause you feed them to your kids, they might as well catch pneumonia. And mental issues when they're older, it's terrifying. I'm talking truth, real facts, though I'm never lying. I do my best, I'm forever trying. If humanity do not ascend, I'll end up crying. We'll all end up dying cause humanity's defenseless. All I see is pain, but my strategy's relentless. Never ending, all the agony is endless. Paradise is infinite, the galaxy's tremendous. Well, that's so deep and intellectual. I'm giving them facts when I'm speaking at a festival. I'm screaming, no freedom ain't acceptable. Well, that's so deep and intellectual. And now my sanity is mad at me for finding out the truth. Cause in reality, humanity is dying out, it's true. I'm astral traveling, I'm flying out the roof. Because your government officials, they've been hiding all the proof. Now my sanity is mad at me for finding out the truth. Cause in reality, humanity is dying out, it's true. I'm astral traveling, I'm flying out the roof. Because your government officials, they've been hiding all the proof. That's why I'm channeling these frequencies of energy, right from the fifth dimension to awaken lost souls. Even though this mass awakening is taking place, ascension is priceless and only God knows. Yes. Believe me, being vegan isn't easy. All I see is GMO cause real food costs loads. Big up my vegetarians and all my entities. Plant-based protein will give you strong bones. Nature is astounding, that's why I love green. I love grounding and gazing at sunbeams. You got healing powers, but the unseen. Fuck the dentist, they put poison in my bloodstream. Now this mercury is hurting me internally. It's burning me, these metals in my mouth for needing surgery. It's an emergency, I need them urgently. Holistic dentistry, no infirmary. And now it's getting complex like quantum biology. The blueprint of the universe is sacred geometry. You can see it microscopically or looking through a telescope and studying astronomy. I'm talking real facts, I ain't talking comedy. There's a lot to learn, trust me, there's a lot to see. Show compassion, integrity and honesty. Humanity is equal, that is my philosophy. So I researched all the greatest minds, like Pythagoras and Plato from the ancient times. I use this information when I'm making rhymes to resonate with people in a different place and time. Metatron's cube should be common knowledge. The methyltryptamine should be compulsory in college. There's intelligent design in the creation of the universe. Trust me, that's a promise. Metatron's cube should be common knowledge. The methyltryptamine should be compulsory in college. There's intelligent design in the creation of the universe. Trust me, that's a promise. Trust me, that's a promise.
Mr. Page against the grain, as always and forever. Slum One, High Society for life. 2012, baby. No census, the 12th hour. Oh, I figure it's appropriate. We file Chapter 11. It's about time for that. Religiously. Indeed, clock's about to strike. No more fires for my flesh. No more masters found a threat. No more following another's footsteps. No more need to bow, cringe, or crawl. Utter lying words, I was free. I stood erect and fearlessly, joyously. I faced all worlds in defiance of greedy tyrants. It was the end of compliance for me. And that was back in 9-3 when I realized I'd be better off worshiping a tree than that cruel deity that they depict in the Bible with that angel who supposedly became his arch rival. Today, religion's used for mental incarceration. Though the writers of the books had some wild imaginations, I'll make astronomical facts my emphasis. To dispute the account of creation is told in Genesis. I learned that some of the known stars were so far away in depths of space that the light traveling at the ridiculous rate of almost 200,000 miles a second took 2 million years just to reach this little globe. Now check it, many of them great stars you have to understand make this sphere we're living on here look like a tiny grain of sand. Now just based on them 2 facts alone, I asked myself if the author of Genesis would have known. Would he have wrote in verse Jehovah worked 6 days on earth and only a part of the afternoon on the 4th to make the rest of the universe? And here, please allow me to say, those answering me in malice have got their guns pointed the wrong way. You see, I'm not the one you should be shooting. You should blast Kepler, Copernicus, Herschel, Newton. They uncover the facts to dispel the lies, and after you dispose of them, you can wage a war toward the sky. And Jehovah himself for shooting his foot and having furnished evidence against the truthfulness of his book. There's other steps I took to reach the conclusions I do. These are just a few examples that I'm using for you. I studied geology for a semester or 2 and learned principal facts that a lot of cats prove to be true. Enough to know the Laurentian rocks are more than antique, unique, millions of years older than concrete beneath my feet. Enough to know that this earth has been wielding in light and shade hundreds of millions of years before a Bible was ever made. Now again, for the zealots that want to point their guns and malice at me, why don't you launch a curse against the blasphemous sea? For the reverend snarling at me like an ox, why don't you just bang your head against the infidel rocks? Now intelligent men who are not easily frightened, whose brains have not been paralyzed by fear, who stay enlightened, men whose minds where the act of reason has not been banished, know the story of creation was written by a sad. No, I don't subscribe to the older new edition, although there's lots of beauty and wisdom within them. I sympathize with sincere Christians, but they obviously don't know the origins of their religion.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
Well, a child's happiness is priceless, right? Especially on a birthday.
Snap the fuck out of your trance. Turn off your television. Pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They forgot the melody, so they made up a new tune. NASA was laughing their asses off at the buffoons, watching this shit thinking it's real when it was just a cartoon. All that shit collapses right in front of your face. The moment you cannot see the stars from outer space. I will have any astronaut's forehead wrinkling when I ask why there's not a solitary star twinkling. Man lands on the moon, what the fuck you thinking? Who the fuck you think you're fooling? What the fuck have you been drinking? No wonder why you're scared to put your hand to God. Not a single speck of moon dust on your landing pod. There's not a bigger bullshit fairy tale that you could cobble. You forgot the burn crater underneath the lunar module. Snap the fuck out of your trance. Turn off your television. Pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene. The very people who've lied to you about their lunar landing have given the whole planet an uber misunderstanding. Circusy clowns nervously frown when you point out the computer-generated image of Earth that is perfectly round. We searched and we found all of these anomalies. places. You can see the duping delight on their Freemasonic faces. They are light years from logical. Is it oblate? Is it pear-shaped? It's absolutely comical. They can't seem to make up their mind. They're thinking you're blind. You know what? They're motherfucking right, so I gotta tell you one more time. Snap the fuck out of your trance. Turn off your television. Pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene. Is it flat or is it round? If you're looking for the truth, it shall be found. Is it a disc? Is it a sphere? Do you really think the answer is that clear? Television, pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene.
Then I take it this place, this Maple Street, is not unique. By no means. Their world is full of Maple Streets. But we'll go from one to the other and let them destroy themselves. One to the other. One to the other. One to the other.
I travel so much it makes me want to thank my feet. I'm all alone at night walking down Maple Street. I hear the angels speak, I see the demons walk. Can I get down at least a block without hearing all this evil that these people talk? I don't believe in time, I don't need a watch. I'm not a person, I'm a spirit in your speaker box. Monsters are coming, they'll be here anytime now. Get the kids in the basement and lie down. The system's based on divide and conquer. Just look in the face and the eyes of a monster. This is quality, fuck the size of a concert. A blonde jerk in a 9/11 inside job shirt. I had a future life regression tonight. I'll be a crystal bird in my next life, flying through the night in perpetual flight like
everything I saw from above was so pretty. Monsters cannot fly with me. They condition you to think it's okay. They murder innocent women and children every day, far and far away. Or should I say, far away and foreign. They won't distinguish a Muslim from a Mormon. Have fulfilled their plans to surround Earth. Now your job's done and you're nothing but a brown shirt. Don't let them shake your hand with a mason grip. You might walk away, my friend, with a Vera chip. I'm a charitable psychopath, you gotta pardon it. Send your kids home with a fingerprint starter kit. Your offspring are animals, I give them green coats. And when I say kids, I really do mean goats. The battlefield is nothing less than a laboratory. Monsters have arrived, that's not exaggeratory. Equipped with a ridiculous type of wickedness, slated to make Maple Street look like a picnic.
I had the most distressing dream last night.
Everything I saw from above was so pretty.
I was a crystal bird caught in perpetual fire.
Monsters cannot fly with me.
How much fear is in your natural mind state? If you're out of element, how much can your mind take? How quick are you to act like a primate? If your comfort zone is provoked with high stakes, see soldiers. Get ready to send out the soldiers again. Oh shit, it's Maple Street all over again. I had a most distressing dream last night.
Everything I saw from above was so pretty.
I dreamed I was a crystal bird caught in perpetual fire.
Monsters cannot fly with me.
Throw them into darkness for a few hours and then sit back and watch the pattern. And this pattern is always the same, with few variations. They pick the most dangerous enemy they can find, and it's themselves. All we need to do is sit back and watch.
I had a most distressing dream last night. I dreamed I was a crystal bird caught in perpetual
Mass awakening. Listen close.
I'm smoking, thought-provoking strains of weed. Home alone, Macaulay Culkin, won't you take a seat? Take you on a trip, this ain't no A to B. I guess it's mainly kids who really make a scene. Say your piece and they'll make you seem delusional. Try be wary of the wool, you know the news will pull. Remove the supervision, but I see through the wall. They're scared to death cause Jeffrey Epstein knew them all. Can't put the topic down, refuse to go to sleep till the truth gets exposed. Ooh, it's giving me chills. Adrenochrome looks like Ellen needs a refill. The island's not been searched, but a pedo's flat in Leedsville. They're playing devil's advocates, I know elites kill children all the time, and I'm sure you've seen the cabinets. I wonder why police will arrest me for some cannabis. They don't want us free thinking, making this analysis.
Where the late Jeffrey Epstein is accused of trafficking underage girls. We're also hearing a first-hand account from one of those alleged victims. Little St. James off the coast of St. Thomas was privately owned by Epstein until his death in August. The local government is now suing his estate for control of it. It's also providing new details of how Epstein was able to get away with his alleged crimes for so long.
Jeffrey Epstein, he was very extreme. He was a dirty pedophile, he was a sex fiend. Let's check the flight logs and see who else is involved. The evidence is here, the case has been solved. The world is run by dirty, evil pedophiles. If you turn your TV on, you see their evil smiles. The secret documents, yeah, I seen the files. The world is run by dirty, evil pedophiles. It's plain to see, you don't need a telescope. The secret files are hidden in the envelope. I'm talking truth, shouting through a megaphone. The power's in control, they're addicted to adrenochrome. They're vampires, they're parasites. They're hiding in the caves with the stalagmites. Research for yourself, analyze. Your hands are not the only thing that needs to be sanitized.
She was very specific about that night. She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat.
How long would this have happened if we never captured him? Can't take my mind off the flight logs are factoring. Private jet hosting big names, it's staggering. If you think it's only paedophiles, your favourite actors win. Focus on my delivery, man, I don't think it's pizza. It isn't cheese, neither pasta, nah. Kids, they want a piece of their pineal gland, so I think you should do some research. Fuck the news reporters, twisted knobs, turn up the speakers. Now we're seeing why some famous people melt down. Everyone is staring, so the TV host step down. Elephant in the room, I don't think they want it to spread round, but evidence and proof tackles them and shit, they get fouled. Truth, I hide it in a verse. Abuse, they hide it in a church. If you think he did tie the noose, then why'd they cut the cameras? Error 404 online, trying to look for answers. Bottom of the rabbit hole, reality gets manufactured.
it becomes really clear that Epstein was part of this larger network of sexual blackmail operations that have existed in the U.S. since the 1920s that trace back to this national crime syndicate. Even though he was working for Israeli intelligence, the mega group is that same syndicate that's been using sexual blackmail to control politicians since the 1930s. If they've been doing it since the 30s, it's not something that stops with Epstein.
I'm that cat that's quick to put the bass in your face, adjacent to grace. I be escaping with papes from the bank depository. Skank, you got a story to tell, keep that shit to yourself. I'm not about the glory, fuck the fame and the bourgeois bitches. Honey, I want the money, yes, I'm all about obtaining riches. Then fuck this rap shit as well. Hip-hop is an actual place in which I dwell. More than a state of mind where actors illustrate a crime on wax and play the characters they made. Shut up and say your rhymes. Suckers get so upset to find out they don't own a set. I'm sorta like a homeless vet that didn't get his bonus yet. My fashion statement's making bombs. All the clothes I got look like they from the Lucky Shop over at Slaton Farms. Your material world don't meet expectancy. Illusions of grandeur. They're all fucking peasants to me. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison district complex would lose its fucking mind if survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison industry would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing the crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. Space confusing you with a great illusion too while they fuck us. Democracy doesn't exist like juvenile justice. To them the youth is just rats, they wanna study at centers meant to prevent your downfall, but it's all done for money. And they make us worship papers and kill each other. After they outsource all the jobs and flood the streets with drugs, you will discover people are poor on purpose. Ask your mother. For capitalism to prosper, somebody's got to suffer. They've conditioned people to walk into expensive restaurants, oblivious to the homeless man that's lying in the entrance. Hundreds of billions of dollars for Pentagon defenses, while education funding ain't even seeing 1%. I wanna be a news reporter, cause I'm able to smile while I get into details about a gruesome slaughter. Set Charlie Manson free, stop fronting high class. You're all fucking peasants to me. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison district complex would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison industry would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design.
The system's designed and been so. People get them legal searches, then get the get-go. Designed to pinch those wicked woes fingerprinted. Trigger riggers submitted so kids figure and spit it out the mouth. Mean machine, shot them up and locked them up when they agreed to freeze. You seen the scene, brutal chart arrangements, televised live like funerals or entertainment. Numeral cycle strike you will soon copy. Pushing the broom cause pushing his goons Illuminati's. True in, but probably murdered. Turned out the burglar just wanted a turkey burger by design. Divided the mind in line, side by side, some kind of crime. Winston Smith said it, then they left them bedded. Head itch ticking from each treatment that it speaks.
You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison district complex would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison industry would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design.
Killy Philly, really living paranoid. Walk all around, this is a parrot ploy. They marriage toys with the big boys. And asparagus just isn't coins. Megaphone over the con camp. Yo, the boss Cobra rocking his God cap. Ain't none of these snakes fucking with me. I break their greed rates up in my dungarees. Some of my fellas be hungry. Hell, I'm sending death threats up in 33 companies. We got no choice, we got no voice. So stop, cock the Glock and keep the peace moist. Rolls Royce is where they wanna fuck us. Dump us and then run us the fuck over. The chauffeur, roll with car, roll. Say they sung discussions of clones and barcodes.
You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison district complex would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. You think police want peace on the streets, man, you're blind. The prison industry would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident, the system is wicked by design. and gentlemen, we have finally figured it out. At first, we thought it was the Eskimos. But now there's a strong consensus amongst experts. It's an entirely different animal. If I had to name a creature to maim and make the world a better one, there isn't a doubt that I would kick out these dirty, filthy leprechauns. They run in your place right into the ground, so many afraid to step to one. If you grow a sack and focus on facts, you'll have to confront the leprechaun. They're pushing their porn and poisonous corn. It might as well be some methadone. Stop chasing a ghost. I've taken an oath to name these dastardly leprechauns. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. Whatever the crime, you know they're involved. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. Don't worry your mind, the problem's been solved. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. Turn over a rock and don't be surprised. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. If you banish them down, your profits will rise. The bill you've been sold, it clearly promotes a cycle of endless debt for one. They've taken your gold and given you notes. Now they do not know where the treasure's gone. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. This is my kind of place, crooked and sleazy. Stealing your gold is awfully easy. They're curious spies with spurious lies, stealing the secrets for better bombs. To drop on the likes of innocent tykes, their arms and legs and necks are gone. Their phosphorus dissolves the flesh. Now isn't that something to vex upon? They got the DU and napalm for you. What would we do without these leprechauns? I want me gold. Goyim? Wait a minute. Bad phraseology. Are you anti-Gaelic? The busters of myths have nothing for this, and so they turn into Decepticons. The moment you show opponents they know and start to acknowledge the leprechauns. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. You know that they did it, you know that they did it. The leprechauns, you leprechauns. You better get with it, you better get with it. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. You know that they're guilty of sin in the flesh. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. This horse is deceased, I'ma beat it to death. Whenever the Goyim refuse to relinquish the measly gold they might hold, there's always a Gentile in range to blame. You know how the story's been told. It's the leprechauns, the leprechauns. They rob you for all that you got. It's the leprechauns, the leprechauns. They're trying to fill up their pot. You know, in the final analysis, ridicule is my ultimate tool. Cause anybody who believes this mess is the ultimate fool. You feel me? You gotta be out of your fucking mind. Get out of here. And on a side note, you motherfuckers often throwing the word shill and troll around too much. It's my sneaking suspicion that most of the people using these words are shills and trolls themselves. Think about it. All along, it's been the leprechauns. And for you hateful Gentiles out there, remember, the leprechaun is not a fictional creature. It's a real entity that has been depriving you of everything. Okay? Remember, the leprechauns. Yeah. You better beware and be on the lookout constantly for that ever-present, omnipotent leprechaun. Such a ubiquitous creature. And in a similar vein, I just want to tell you, I recently purchased some property in New Mexico with such a beautiful view of the Pacific Ocean. Sarcasm off. It ain't the leprechauns, alright? We have an international problem with the cabal, and if you consider yourself among that international cabal, it's time for you to go home.
Dimensional fucking business every time you know. Slap yourself in the face to this one, you fucking crazy bastards. I'm very stoned, I'll be blazing on a bag of cheese. I can barely see and now my eyes look Japanese. Life's a gamble, it's a risk, no guarantees. If you piss me off or aggravate me, I will snap your knees. C&B or grime, I'm the best at all the categories. My flow's the best like skibbities and shabbities. Any tempo, it doesn't really matter, G. I'm generous, I give a man a hand like an amputee. You're faker than your gimmicks. You're hating on my shows, then you're paying for the tickets. I went away, I was staying with the spirits. I was eating magic mushrooms and playing with the crickets. Go away, if you stay you be diminished. Dickhead, stop speaking, wait until I'm finished. Yes, wait, I won't be spraying them with lyrics. Piss me off, I promise you I'm paying them a visit. I'm coming, I'm visiting your village. I'm coming, I guarantee you there'll be lots of blood spillage. Cause I'm a plant-based demigod. I hope you know there's loads of vitamins in spinach. I hope you know there's loads of minerals in sea moss that can help you with your tiredness and sleep loss. I hope you know there's loads of protein in plants. So will I ever eat meat? Not a chance. So chat shit, get your face absolutely smashed in. You should have fucking cashed in. I smash you in your fat chin and choke you with a napkin and poison you with aspirin. So do not piss me off or aggravate me when I'm fasting. You don't spit flames, you drag on. Your mum's face, my balls, I will drag on. On my lap I got a slag on. I'm soaking, who the fuck turned the tap on? I spit flames like a dragon. I replace the blood in my veins with some kraken. My testicles are bigger than the balls in a cannon. Really very heavy when I'm jogging, I just drag 'em. I got the drip, it's by the gallon. I set trends, I never follow fashion. I got the dedication and a splash of passion. The possibilities are endless, imagine. Anything is possible, anything can happen. Kundalini energy, tantric orgasm. My third eye seeing lots of geometric patterns. Illuminati worship, them rings around Saturn. I'll stick a razor blade inside my hand and then slap 'em. I really wanna grab 'em by the necks and then snap 'em. I'm causing mayhem, I'll splash 'em. I'll break down their molecules and then I throw 'em at 'em. Cause you're getting on my nerves, getting on my testicles. I'll punch you in your eyeball and break your spectacles. Slam, someone's gonna die, it's getting very technical. I leave you buried underground like a vegetable. I really miss the raves, I really miss the festival. I really miss the energy, it's so electrical. I really miss the groupies, they're very sexual. They love to suck it like a big octopus tentacle. Because I bring pain, I'm insane. My twin flame is Sinn Féin and Big Dick's my nickname. And life is just a sick game. My soulmate is so great, I'm no snake, I don't break. I hit you with a gold plate to make your head top rotate.
Because your priest will tell you that life begins at conception. But a priest will also tell you it's okay to suck his dick when you're only 12. With all the horrible shit that your priest is pumping into your kid's head, his dick should be the least of your worries. A little bit of mouthwash and a few years of therapy will get rid of that. That Jesus shit will torture you for a lifetime.
Just look at all of the degenerate entertainment they peddling to children who don't have the wherewithal to know what's better than nonsense. They preying on the innocence with lunacy, drip drop, pish posh, poppycock buffoonery. The urgency is illustrated oh so beautifully. I'm sorry that it had to get to this level for you to see. You've been getting raped in your ass. Your advisors are akin to a snake in the grass. But you keep on listening while they're whispering in your ear. You don't hear the conditioning. I'm irate by the shit that I've been witnessing. That's why I must protect my state like militiamen. These sycophants are sickening, that's why I'm sticking them. And if I saw them all on fire, I swear I wouldn't piss on them. If anything, I'd put them on the grill and sizzle them and plate them up and serve them like a 3-star Michelin. Keep your Congress critters kosher. Billions of dollars is coming out your pockets. Mega shekels. Make them do what they're supposed to. They fucking up Gaza, you're paying for their rockets. Mega shekels. What you wouldn't do to get them. You can't get enough of that. Oh no. Mega shekels. Don't you know how to play the victim? I'll be the judge of that. Call me the gavel breaker, the black roll burner and hassle maker. Take you to the desert, tie you to cactus and rattlesnake you. The actuator to facilitate the matter greater. Hit you with the agitator, serve you with the mashed potato. The equalizer, the whole of hoax complete survivor. The stranger in your chambers is waiting to penalize you. The adjudicator, jury and execution major. You better straighten your story, there's retribution later. The vendetta broker, the philanthropic retina poker. When I was just 4, I covered my war with Hannibal Lecter poster. The freedom fighter, my legion is season, we cover the region wider. I'm squeezing you twice, releasing the vice and making it even tighter. The plug ripper, right out of the socket, let the blood hit you. Sending a rocket from Gaza closet and stopping the gossip like I love Hitler. You trying to profit off somebody's conflict like a bug, bitch. Leeches, I bet you're speechless when the slugs hit ya. Nothing you can do to stop me, might as well call a British Bobby. I don't give a flying fuck if you call a Yiddish lobby. Do whatever you gotta do to get off. I sharpen a spoon and hack your fucking head off. Mega shekels, keep your Congress critters kosher. Billions of dollars is coming out your pockets. Mega shekels, make them do what they're supposed to. They fucking up Gaza, you're paying for their rockets. Mega shekels, what you wouldn't do to get them. You can't get enough of that, oh no. Mega shekels, don't you know how to play the victim? I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, so you're all under arrest. It's come to our attention you've been spreading too much truth out here, and that's a problem, so...
The dark blue lotus flower represents the sixth chakra, the third eye, the role of which is to combine energy with the lower five chakras and elevate it to a higher plane. You can find the sixth chakra in the pineal gland in the center of the brain.
You can see me meditating by the oak tree, but please don't provoke me, there's no need, let's proceed. I ain't a coke fiend that smoke weed and grow trees, but if you piss me off, I leave you with a nosebleed. You can see me meditating by the waterfall, now you see me climbing up the mountain, yeah, it's awful tall. Wow. Piss me off and I will scorch you all. I bet you if you're thinking bad of me, your brain is sort of small. My pineal gland is fully activated, that's my mind's eye. These kundalini energies are rising up through my spine. Trust me, I'll be sun gazing and grounding when it's high tide. You see me meditating on the mountain when it's night time. I'll be flying through the northern vortex when the time's right. This body makes me claustrophobic, I don't think it's my size. Everything is clear, now I'm looking back in hindsight. You know that Tesla was the real genius, fuck Einstein. Facts. Fuck the government, they're just a bunch of wise guys. And science ain't no different to religion, it's all white lies. It's all a load of bullshit like I'm scrolling through my timeline. Does Ovo get involved? The time is now and now's the prime time. The world is dying, don't just watch it from the sidelines. There's children killing children, ain't you seen a rise in knife crime? Only pussies carry knives and you ain't got no 9 lives. And trust me, you ain't fooling no one, acting tough but nice try. Wow. Don't be distracted by the bright lights, cause everyone is watching telly, no one goes on bike rides. So go to nature, hug a tree and wear some tie-dye. Just live your life with no regrets, enjoy it, have a nice time. Yeah. Smoke some cannabis and go and drink some fine wine. And if you're feeling curious, just type in Google Zeitgeist. Do it. I'm not saying David Dyke's right, but in this holographic simulation there's no guidelines. Oh, yeah. If you know, you know, and if you know, then high five. And love is pain and pain is love, but trust me, there's a fine line. There is. I love music and you know I love to write rhymes. That's why I'm making sure I leave a legacy when I die. And when my soul is back up in the night sky, keep on streaming all my music through your fucking hi-fi. If you listen to my voice, I bet you might cry. And everything I'm saying is all truth, it isn't sci-fi. Life's full of ups and downs, just follow the signs. You know I'm always right, don't get left behind. Jeez. Reality's a hologram inside your mind. And everything outside of it is just a lie. You should realize and realize it makes sense. And when I say makes sense, I don't mean 8 pence. You can see I'm deep, no one's on my wavelength. Wow. Superhuman powers, I got strange strength. Traumatic, I'm a psychedelic novelist. I'm feeling energized, I've got a lot to give. It's in your DNA, that's where the knowledge is. I get deep in your head like a lobotomist. We're living in a matrix metropolis. It's common sense, you don't need a scholarship to work it out. No, you don't. It's an apocalypse. Dig deep and you will see it like an archaeologist. I'm feeling very ready, listen. I got the 2020 vision. I'm seeing plenty premonitions. I don't watch any television, cause I'm a doomsday prepper. I got a bulletproof new grey sweater. Oh gosh, I can do way better, but I don't even try, all I do is blaze cheddar.
life lead? And what does it mean to be alive in a dream? And not everything is something you can conceive. Take a moment to breathe and tell me, what do you believe?
Incredulous postulates got you acting obstinate. It's monstrous, the overconfidence you have in flatulence, and blasphemous, the adamance behind your haughty arrogance. Belief is the polar opposite of true cognizance. It's perilous, believing what you want without evidence, and decadent, thinking that your eminence is heaven sent. It's evident for betterment your time would be better spent pondering possible parallels for parables, rather than assuming that your ass is an arable. It's terrible, conversation has become unbearable, and soon your whole thought process will be narrable, cause every word out of your mouth is inferable. From a literal interpretation of the biblical, it's critical, and at the very minimal divisional, claiming that your miracles are anything but mythical and fictional. Walking on water's not empirical, it's mystical. Talking snakes are meant to be cryptical, you imbecile. It's pitiful and bordering on criminal, episcopal, rabbinical, pontifical, subliminals, inimical, despicable, while taxing all that's tippable, dominical domination of the archetypical. You hypocrites know that the book is metaphysical, but still you will claim a staff changes to a snake just as readily as Moses to the Pharaoh. Dots fake. In reality, this fallacy was known before Christ, that the snake is Kundalini and the staff is your spine. Even though you know damn well oceans can't bend, you believe Jesus walked on them straight to the end. Yeah, I got a big beef with belief, let me tell ya. The lie in the middle of the words, what they sell ya. Believing's what you do when you really don't know. Lying to yourself in order to bestow truth on the things that you really can't show. Stunting your thoughts so your mind can't grow. Believing's what you do when you really don't know.
This is the Matrix, the lie we tell ourselves about where our food is coming from. The reality is far more disturbing. By the time I'm done talking today, there'll be over 1 million animals that have been slaughtered.
This human body is capable of living off meat or plants. It all comes down to a choice. Do you want to help this world advance? Do you? Furthermore, humans are natural herbivores. We are. You're eating animals, innocent children. Imagine they murdered yours. Animals, they're conscious beings. That's why I don't eat them. I don't do blood sacrifices. I don't eat flesh, I'm no demon. I'm not religious, but no one ate meat in a Garden of Eden. I've come to question everything. I'm a multi-dimensional vegan. Wow. You take your kids to McDonald's, that's poison, you're gonna feed them. Don't do it. They say eating meat is good for your body, but I don't believe them. Liars. The medical industry make money from sick people, that's the reason. They wanna keep you unhealthy and sick and take away all your freedom. I don't eat beef or haddock. No. I'm eating beetroot salad. I don't sleep in a bed. I sleep in a hammock. I'm on a plant-based diet. Shut up, fam, stay quiet. What? You try tell me about protein. I'm causing a man-made riot. Wow. So suck my hairy bollocks. I don't eat meat or dairy products. But I've read enough articles. You're drinking milk and plus particles. Real. Do you know what you're ingesting? No. In your intestine. If I was you, I'd research. It's interesting. It is.
You know, just because it comes in a nice neat package all dressed up in your supermarket, just because you didn't take the knife and shove it through their jugular, just because you didn't get blood on your clothes, and just because you didn't hear their screams doesn't mean you didn't participate in the killing.
This human body is capable of living off meat or plants. It all comes down to a choice. Do you want to help this world advance? Do you? Furthermore, humans are natural herbivores. We are. You're eating animals, innocent children. Imagine they murdered yours. I'm not a meat eater. I'm not. I'm just a peacekeeper. Why do I speak deeper? I'm just a deep speaker. I'm not a pescatarian. I don't eat fish. I don't eat sea creatures. I don't eat dairy products. I don't like cheese pizzas. Well, I'm cooking up vegan stew. But all vegans, even you. Rhinos, hippos are herbivores. Gorillas are vegans too. So why would I want to eat meat now? There's not many reasons to. I won't start speaking truth until this wisdom's deep in you. Strong as an ox. Vegan strength. Fruit and veg. But it's eaten fresh. For high protein. Black beans is best. Strong as an ox. That's vegan strength. Wow. Rotten meat. Evil stench. To keep them sick. What? Just feed them flesh. Do it. High cholesterol. Heart attack. Lethal death. Dying. Why would I want to eat meat now? There's not many reasons left.
There's certain parts of the world, they eat cats and dogs. That's their culture. That's their story they've been told. How do we feel about that? A lot of people think it's disgusting. Why would it be disgusting to eat this animal and not disgusting to eat this animal? Why would it be wrong to eat this animal and right to eat this animal? And most importantly, why would it be wrong to kill this animal and right to kill this animal? It's culture, it's the story, it's the matrix that we've been told. But culture is just a story, that's all it is. It's just make-believe. What I'm concerned with is what is natural to the human species.
Milk, cow milk, is meant for man, all of mankind.
Cow's milk is meant for man?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Why does a cow produce milk?
For its calf.
Okay, so how do we come into that picture? That's for a baby. That's not for us. When did you stop drinking milk? Your mother's milk?
Well, when I was a baby.
Okay, and there's no biological need for breast milk anymore in your life, hey? You're a full-grown man?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you drinking the milk from another mother? You're not a baby anymore, you're a full-grown man. There's no biological need for breast milk anymore, you've grown.
Yeah, I know, but...
So why do you drink it?
No, I see your point of view.
Yeah. So it's an unnecessary act.
Not become a woman any more than a man can become a bat. Yet these crackpots will stop at nothing, so of course I'm gonna catch a ton of flack. Look, even if a man self-identifies as a bat, adapts his swagger and acts oddly, even if he's utterly convinced he's a bat and believes he's a bat trapped in a man's body, to the extent that he fits artificial web wings on his back and lives a nocturnal lifestyle in a cave hanging from the ceiling, even if he sleeps perched upside down, even if he somehow installs a nifty interface to navigate the world via echolocation, feeds on a diet of fruit and insects and blood on special occasions. In order for all the world to recognize him as a bat, he gives his fake wings a flap. Sorry to break it to you, but still, this does not make him a bat. 'Cause a bat is a bat, and that is a fact. Question: can a bat be a bat whilst at the same time not be a bat? No, he's either a bat or he's not a bat, and he can't transform at the drop of a hat. And if I voice a doubt, nor is it batophobic to point this out. I'm somewhat perplexed that I even have to say this. Nevertheless, it's an act. Listen, that man is not a bat. He is a man dressed as a bat. Likewise, man cannot magically become woman. Even if he seeks a life beyond one, cannot negate biology with a wave of the magic be a sign of one. The transgender woman has no womb, no ovaries. XY chromosomes encode the genes. She does not have periods regularly, plus will never experience pregnancy. Has no acquaintance with menstruation. Required a facelift to make him look like her. Will never have to endure childbirth and has only a surgically carved makeshift vagina. Biologically, it's a falsehood, thus it seems to me they're bluffing. Psychologically, a man does not know what it means to be a woman. Perhaps I misunderstood. Nonetheless, I reckon this claptrap hasn't done him good. The man who self-identifies as a woman has but a man's grasp upon womanhood. That is to say, next to nothing, and yet he's sworn he's not gay. Perhaps it's an extravagant act of mimicry, an extreme form of cosplay. With that being said, if a man wishes to live his life imitating a woman or a bat, if a man's in a muddle and is struggle in his act, finds himself puzzled and befuddled and detached, if a man's having trouble and is struggling with that, and when it's all said and done he doesn't have a stomach with a fact, thinks that the remedy would be to proclaim himself as a woman or a bat. Fine, but if that man then demands in law that I'm to recognize him as a woman or a bat, when he's blatantly neither a woman nor a bat, then what type of logic is that? If it's now been declared a diabolical act to plainly state what is a biological fact, what then? They have a lack of any proof. People people. What happened to the truth?
Boys will be girls, and girls will be boys.
What? Coming soon to a school near you.
This is the new normal.
Boys will be girls, and girls will be boys.
Gender's a social construct.
These folks have lost touch.
Hey, so how many goddamn genders are there? And who dreamt up this empty drama? They plumbed the depths and spun this web, and now biology is under threat, courtesy of the gender theory herd. Gender's a spectrum, haven't you heard? The concept of gender is fluid.
Reality check.
You are deluded. But now these pitiful little fools wish to teach this piffle to kids in school. Madness in the individual is rare, but amongst herds, it is the rule. When 50% of millennials think gender's a spectrum, I pity the next generation. Condemned to be raised by a bunch of eunuchs who slept through sex education. But there's a difference between sex and gender. When will you dimwits learn? Up until 1955, gender was naught but a linguistic term. But our findings reveal the traditional male and female binary is false. Plus we've discovered the socially constructed nature of gender is entirely at fault. They talk of findings and discoveries. These findings have been trending, but these people can't tell the difference between finding and inventing. And so they broke with reality, enter the age of social insanity. I for one won't be stroking their vanity. Now I'm told this is blasphemy, cause
boys will be girls, and girls will be boys.
What? Coming soon to a school near you.
This is the new normal.
Boys will be girls, and girls will be boys.
Gender's a social construct.
These folks have lost touch. These folks have lost touch.
But I too shall assert the humanities. I shall be deemed a pioneer when they hear me. I'm gonna create my own field of so-called research, and I shall call it age theory. I've cottoned on to the clever tactics that are draped in elegant gilding. There are 10-year-olds who act like geriatrics and pensioners who behave like petulant children. Hence, age is a social construct, a hoax that they hope would suppress us. The gerontocracy constructed the concept of age so as to oppress us. Throughout life we merely perform our age. It seems that we were out of sync. If I'm a 5-year-old who on the inside is 21, why should I not be legally allowed to drink? Our own age is something we ought to be free to designate. Allow me to demonstrate by the standards of the evil gerontocracy. I'm seen as being 28, but I self-identify as a 75-year-old. Age is a spectrum. I should get my free bus pass, and the state should pay me my pension. Social justice. I demand my rights. I want to choose my own birthday. I'm an OAP in a boy's body. You better watch what words you use in the workplace. You need to use my pronouns. I reject your request for more evidence. I demand that henceforth I be referred to as Your Eminence. My personal pronoun is we. My possessive pronoun is quiz. My reflexive pronoun is himself. You better note down this list. I self-identify as a septuagenarian. Safe to say I may screech if anybody points out I'm not what I say I am. They're engaged in hate speech. I call for the state to stop these tyrants, to have them gagged and silenced. They're creating a toxic climate that lies an act of violence. How dare they make such a vague suggestion and question my age expression? Away with the ageist bigotry. Today I declare the age of age fluidity.
Boy, did you hear about a 60-year-old who self-identified as a 6-year-old, enrolled himself back in primary school, and that the other kids entirely fooled?
But how do we measure age?
Without sounding dumb, I thought it was by the amount of times the Earth's done a 360 around the sun.
No, age is a spectrum. If you acknowledge that, then it's changeable. I may look 60, but I'm 6.5. I'm transgenerational. The concept of age is an arbitrary constraint, and on this basis, I've been contemplating whether to declare myself ageless. Age is a recent invention, interwoven in a total conflux. There's no discongruity between a boy and a man. Man is a social construct. They love this term, social construct. They think everything's a social construct. These ogres have told me to sew my gob shut. I'm hoping I won't get locked up. But if nature doesn't mold his conduct, if it's all a social construct, then it follows the idea that everything's a social construct is itself a social construct. They've socially constructed the entire concept of social constructs. So the clock struck. I suspect these folks have lost touch. I revoke their broke rhetoric. What an absolute load of bollocks. Has biology been abolished? Has psychology been demolished? Why do the facts not matter anymore? Why with the truth do we decide to gamble? They say that we live in the age of post-truth, and absence is a prime example.
Boys will be girls, and girls will be boys.
Coming soon to a school near you.
This is the new normal.
Boys will be girls, and girls will be boys.
Gender's a social construct.
These folks have lost touch.
Take a long, hard look at what you see on your boob tube, that they can call that news. Ain't it sad? Does it even wanna make you mad? I can't believe you believe what you have heard from your TV. To deceive, it's quite absurd to think your press is free. They all work for your owners, simply pawns in an elaborate game. It's amazing the tricks they use to make the people think that shit is really gonna change, cause both their agendas the same. They've established a fraudulent fight with fake patriots on the left and the right, so you can put them all in a burlap sack, shake them up, dump them out, and they'll all be exact. You think it's funny? You're a slave, you've been sold. They get paid a lot of money to behave how they told. The young and the beautiful, the restless, the bold. It's just a soap opera, they molested your soul. They can't report what the they want. You must have got hit upside the head as a kid with a blunt object to think the corporate news is not a scam. You've been hoodwinked by robots, it's all a sham. Plastic patriots are all around. They don't know what's been percolating underground. They're all owned by demons, don't believe them. It's time to chase the devil out of town. Plastic patriots are all around. They don't understand what's percolating underground. People are screaming, we go surround the demons and chase the little devils out of town. I'm sure it's been said before, but I can't emphasize it enough. We chase the devils out of town until they run their new world order and they're getting kind of sloppy now, scrambling like never before to block me now. I am 9/11 truth, I'm cocky now. I'm all over the world, you can't stop me now. I'm glad the soldiers decided to sign. See, this could never happen if we don't take your poor little soldiers and sculpture moldable minds. Glenn Beck, no respect every time. Chris Matthews, a big ball of slime. Oberman O'Reilly, paid to be blind. They're working for the very people who committed the crime. Can you hear the plastic patriots contractually obligated to say you're not? Can you hear the plastic patriots contractually obligated to say you're not? Can you hear the plastic patriots contractually obligated to say you're not? Plastic patriots.
I ain't delusional, I ain't got paranoia, G. But everyone is sleeping when I'm speaking, it's annoying me. I'm gonna go online and book a flight and pack my bag, and when I do, I'm hiding DMT inside my toiletries. Wow. Cali packs expensive like lawyer fees. Fuck the government, they're causing loads of oil leaks. Fuck the HMRC and fuck the royalty. They're taxing me and taking nearly half of all my royalties. When I wake up, I blaze up, all the way till the evening. I close my eyes and focus and I'm levitating and leaving. I practice tantric sex, I'm medicating and breathing. Herb is medicine, is medication and healing. Every single person talking truth, they wanna section him. Truth is stranger than fiction, every single thing I'm questioning. The powers to be, they're rotting away, I can smell them festering. The government are like atoms, they make up everything. I'm gonna pack my suitcase, fly away to a new place. I'm taking a trip but I'm not falling over my shoelace. My music makes them screw face, I'm blazing lemon and blue haze. I'm eating fruitcake, there's no fluoride in my toothpaste. I face my biggest fear, 2020 my vision's clear. It's plain to see that we don't live on no spinning sphere. That's very controversial, underground and non-commercial. When I do shows I improvise, I don't do long rehearsals. I ain't delusional, I ain't got paranoia G, but everyone is sleeping when I'm speaking, it's annoying me. I'm gonna go online and book a flight and pack my bag, and when I do I'm hiding DMT inside my toiletries. Cali packs expensive like lawyer fees. Fuck the government, they're causing loads of oil leaks. Fuck the HMRC and fuck the royalty. They're taxing me and taking nearly half of all my royalties. I'm giving them a demonstration on meditation and levitation. I'm levitating, it's elevation and vegetation's my medication. We're living in desperation and deprivation. Where's my explanation of powers to be? They wreck the nation, no hesitation, it's devastation. We're separated in segregation and segregation is separation. The way we live's unnatural, just like artificial insemination. I've done my preparation, I don't care about speculation. I'm gonna do some traveling. The fifth dimension's my destination. Fuck authority, fuck the queen and fuck the monarchy. You dirty evil bastards, you can fuck your policy. I don't give a shit honestly, I'm just giving them quality. You need to question everything, I'm talking truth, I promise G. I'm just causing anarchy, I'll stab you with my Allen key. Don't be angry or mad at me, I'm talking truth, I guarantee. I'm alive and I'm glad to be, I'm talking facts actually. This world is changing gradually, the slow process is bad to see. I ain't delusional, I ain't got paranoia G, but everyone is sleeping when I'm speaking, it's annoying me. I'm gonna go online and book a flight and pack my bag, and when I do I'm hiding DMT inside my toiletries. Cali packs expensive like lawyer fees. Fuck the government, they're causing loads of oil leaks. Fuck the HMRC and fuck the royalty. They're taxing me and taking nearly half of all my royalties.
Yeah, it's traumatic. Truth hurts. When you're in my presence, you can feel the essence. Cause when I meditate, my third eye glows like a luminescence. I'm taking trips to the afterlife. If you wanna come, then you have to die. I'm not committing suicide though, I'll be right back, I'm a psychedelic mastermind. Or maybe I'm just insane, psychopathic. I'm crazy, I'll inflict pain. I'm the greatest of all time, I'm big-headed because I've got a big brain. I'm evolving to a demigod, this reality is very odd. I told them all before, their programs are programming you, turn your telly off. Bet you get a deja vu, when I walk straight past you. I've seen it all before, in a dream, somewhere in a strange dark room. Glitches in the matrix, I'm twitching when I shape shit. This holographic prisoner we're living in, you know I'm itching to escape this. It's just improvisation, and a couple simple vibrations. Do you see the signs and the symbols? Do you see the synchronization? Why'd you call it civilization? Most people they be thinking like Satan. The governments are evil, they're using music to hypnotize nations. They're pocketing the profit, they want a profit in their wallet. They're poisoning your food, don't swallow it, cough it up and vomit. They're being horrid and demonic, I'm being positively honest. My third eye is fully activated, I'm pushing knowledge in your forest. Wake up, I bet you get a deja vu, when I walk straight past you. I've seen it all before, in a dream, somewhere in a strange dark room. Glitches in the matrix, I'm twitching when I shape shit. This holographic prisoner we're living in, you know I'm itching to escape this. It's real, I am no amateur, I'm self-made, no manager. I get booked 24/7, there's no space in my calendar. I'm breaking down barriers, annihilating any challengers. I don't smoke crack or sniff coke, never. I smoke weed and sniff lavender. You won't see me for a few months, but still I give them goosebumps. Please don't be a nuisance, cause I'm a loose cunt. 10 grams in my blue blunt, sprinkle on some loom dust. And when I roll a zoota, I don't use a grinder, I'm breaking off huge chunks. Bet you get a deja vu when I walk straight past you. I've seen it all before, in a dream, somewhere in a strange dark room. Glitches in the matrix, I'm switching when I shape shit. This holographic prison that we're living in, you know I'm itching to escape this. Bet you get a deja vu when I walk straight past you. I've seen it all before, in a dream, somewhere in a strange dark room. Glitches in the matrix, I'm switching when I shape shit. This holographic prison that we're living in, you know I'm itching to escape this.
There's an awakening happening, and everybody can feel it. Each of us has a responsibility to cultivate a positive inner space.
Don't believe a word you heard on the television. Why? Because the media, they're dark like the government. I'm spiritual but not religious. I don't listen to commandments or rules. Fuck the Ark of the Covenant. If anybody tries to rise up or talk truth, trust me, it's a bullet in the heart when they punish them. You can find me meditating on a mountain and I'm never coming back. I'm too smart, I'm a stubborn cunt. Every single thing we know is a lie. History is his story, it isn't mine. I'm not an atheist, no, I'm not religious. I'm searching for the truth and information with my inner eye. Cause everything you need to know is within your mind. I'm accessing knowledge of the forbidden kind. I tell you flat out now, the planet isn't right. You need to think and use your dome. The evidence is in the sky. The evidence is in plain sight, it's everywhere. But their eyes are wide shut, they don't ever stare. Truth hurts, and it's never fair. The truth about reality will leave you very scared. Cause it's terrifying, and it's very scary. But I'm never lying, no, just be very wary. Genetically they're modifying food, and that's the reason I'm a vegan. Cause I don't eat meat or any dairy. Don't believe a word you heard on the television. Why? Because the media, they're dark like the government. I'm spiritual but not religious. I don't listen to commandments or rules. Fuck the Ark of the Covenant. If anybody tries to rise up or talk truth, trust me, it's a bullet in the heart when they punish them. You can find me meditating on a mountain and I'm never coming back. I'm too smart, I'm a stubborn cunt. Welcome to reality, smell the pain. Since awakening, I've never felt the same. If I'm confusing you, well let me help explain. I got that sacred information that'll melt your brain. Listen, the governments are using mass programming. Honestly, it's all truth, no blagging. Entertainment is really meant to tame them. All I really wanna see is peace, love and no famine. Don't choke slam him, no, don't stab him up. Realize everyone is one, be compassionate. I know it's confusing and nothing's adding up. It's cause the world we're living in is mad as fuck, I've had enough. The powers in control of psychopaths, they lied to you. They manipulated history to hide the truth. But they forget the real knowledge is inside of you. And speeding up this mass awakening is what I try to do. Don't believe a word you heard on the television. Why? Because the media, they're dark like the government. I'm spiritual but not religious. I don't listen to commandments or rules. Fuck the Ark of the Covenant. If anybody tries to rise up or talk truth, trust me, it's a bullet in the heart when they punish them. You can find me meditating on a mountain and I'm never coming back. I'm too smart, I'm a stubborn cunt. Fuck off, my soul is not for sale. You can keep your dough and keep your bread, it's all stale. You can find me meditating on a cloud. If you disturb me, then I'm throwing stones down. All hail, you get me? They manipulate the weather when the war fails. 100 mile an hour winds for 4 scales. Using elf rays to penetrate the atmosphere. HAARP, this one in North Wales. They control the weather whether you like it or not. The wind blows forever, umbrellas are tied in a knot. I'm taking over weather whether it's icy or hot. My goal is all the treasure ever, jewels and diamonds and rocks. I smoke for pleasure cause I'm fed up, my life is a lot. And me, I'm also clever, there's a setup behind in a loft. Take my door cheddar, never, the knife's in my sock. I grab my old Beretta bread and trust me, you die on a spot.
Is flat, if not then man I say prove its curvature. I'm hearing thunder, it's like God's upstairs and he's moving furniture. Don't talk about lies, talk about fiction. Man I stay underground and it's raining, pouring, hailing down and my head gets stuck in the thundercloud. It's so mad. Man, no, these clouds ain't cirrus. I get deeper than mermaids, force of an earthquake, and I'm bound to break mirrors. Man, I break down barriers, break down pillars. I walk backwards like ground that's thrillers. Nightmares in my head, that's killers.
This new world order's evil people, listen and wake up now. This ruling elite show no compassion or remorse, they must hate us, wow. Ever heard of geoengineering? Yes, scientists making clouds with nanotechnology and fungal spores in the chemtrails raining down. This government and these central banking systems, they replete a monstrosity. We should take them on properly, hack them and break the economy. Religion is evil, it's killing the people and NASA's faking astrology. So after 16 years of researching, I'm learning ancient cosmology.
I'm a G.O.D. when I spray my gob. See like beams that can raise my crop. Won't see nice dreams, better pray I'm yours. Come from the clouds, then make it rain. I flood, bomb back aloud, then make it wave. That's mud, fun to the ground. I script the page in blow. Might make an ice aging clone. My voice is dog, don't know, that's an anagram. Cat says dog, don't know, give a manogram. Blasting bombs come through, that's Taliban. Crafting songs, I'll show man a savage. I'm Dak, my don, that don't need a matic man. I'd explain, but I swear it's a graphic plan. Bring things from the terror and Jurassic Man. Tyrannus AB Rex cause traffic jams.
This world that we're living in is ours. It's ours. But the powers in control, they're just cowards. Fuck the 5G towers. We're killing all the bees. We need to pollinate the flowers. We need the fucking bees. You know I meditate for hours. Ice therapy, cold showers. You're a god inside a skin suit. Do not underestimate your powers. Oh gosh, wow. Open up your mind, listen close and take it in. Everybody's waking up, that's a mass awakening. You know Mr. Traumatic, they're not vaccinating him. Oh gosh, jeez. Society is backwards, it's very crazy. Technology has made us all very lazy. I'm ready for the revolution any day, G. Oh gosh, wow. You're eating poison, you need to seek help. Yeah. I'm eating sea moss with some sea kelp. Well, fuck off. Where'd you think I get my B12? Oh gosh, jeez. Wow, the UK is in a recession. Everybody's getting depression. But every day we're learning deep lessons. Oh gosh. When it comes to herbalism, I'm an expert. All these Cali packs, they make my chest hurt. I need to do some holotropic breath work. Oh gosh. The world is mad, everyone is acting crazy. I don't give a shit if I have to make pee. I tell you straight, no one's gonna vaccinate me. Madness. This world that we're living in is ours. It's ours. But the powers in control, they're just cowards. Fuck the 5G towers. We're killing all the bees. We need to pollinate the flowers. We need the fucking bees. You know I meditate for hours. Ice therapy, cold showers.
You're a god inside a skin suit. Do not underestimate your powers. Oh gosh, wow. I'm philosophical, I'm an oracle. My demons are very diabolical. Sleep paralysis is fucking horrible. It doesn't make sense, it's not logical. It doesn't. Society's a joke, it's comical. Anything is possible. Anything. The mass awakening, that's unstoppable. Oh gosh, wow. Plant-based diet, I've cracked this. You haven't got a clue, you need to practice. Do it. If you're eating fish, you're eating plastic. I love eating magic mushrooms, they're fantastic. But being trapped in an underworld is drastic. I nearly died. I vomited a black sick. It was close, I nearly died from a bad trip. Oh gosh, wow. Every day I'm seeing psychedelic colours. Even when it's winter, it's colourful like summers. Mother Nature, I think I fucking love her. Every day there's something new that I discover. Be compassionate cause everybody suffers. The human race are family, we're brothers. Be the change you wanna see in others.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. The definite the probability is highly probable.
Yeah. Scared to death for dying. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. I can smell the fear on them. Smell it. You know they're scared to death for dying. Scared to fucking death. Failure is the key to success. Don't be scared to death for trying. Don't be scared to death for trying. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. Scared to death. Failure is the key to success. Don't be scared to death for trying. Jesus Christ, for God's sake. Wow. I hope you rot in hell, for God's sake. Where am I? I think I'm lost, mate. I'm tired. I need to take a bong break. Cali packs, next blend. Wow. Weed so strong it make your neck bend. Jesus. I don't follow anyone. No. I set trends. The voices in my head, they're my best friends. Jesus Christ. God damn, where am I? I think I'm lost, fam. This water's up above, and this water's down below. Wow, the firmament is God's damn. Hell is down below, heaven is above. I'm a clever little cunt, sticking lemon in the blunt. I'm rolling up, but don't worry, my weapon's in the trunk, in case I need a switch and get devilish stuff. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. But failure is the key to success, though. Don't be scared to death for trying. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. But failure is the key to success, though. Don't be scared to death for trying. Everyone is dying. I'm sick to death. Choking on their vomit, being sick to death. Overdose on heroin and crystal meth. Everyone is dying, I'm so sick of death. Fucking hell, for heaven's sake. I hope you rot in hell, for heaven's sake. Fucking hell, a wank in heaven. God knows I'm doing both, I just have to tell him. Hold on a second, bear with me. I'm in the jungle, there's a tiger and a bear with me. I'm with a shaman, learning rare history. Taking ayahuasca, yeah that's very risky. I'm dimethyl tripping all the way to Madagascar. Magic mushrooms stashed in a bag of pasta. Taking trips to Canada and Alaska. Herbs there for healing, you can ask for Rasta. Ask them, I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. But failure is the key to success, though. Don't be scared to death for trying. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. But failure is the key to success, though. Don't be scared to death for trying. I can smell the fear on them. Smell it. You know they're scared to death for dying. Failure is the key to success. Don't be scared to death for trying. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. Failure is the key to success. Don't be scared to death for trying.
I think the one thing I'd like for you to take away from anything
that I say today is this one point, that nothing in this world works the way you think it does. Nothing. So people will always support what they want to hear. You will find the one thing that people, generally speaking, do not want to hear is the truth.
This place we live in is madness. I'm so sick of God's shit. All I'm seeing is sadness. The way we live is toxic. I've got absolute mind control. I meditate in a mosh pit. I'm so close to buying my land. Just wait till I'm living off grid. I won't need gold or 24 carats. I'll grow some cabbage and many more carrots. I won't need money, I won't need peas. I'll grow some pumpkins and I'll grow peas. I won't need cash, I won't need shops. I'll buy some land and then grow some crops. And I won't need loans, I won't need banks. I'll build a house and then grow some plants.
When you begin to break down how government works, banks work, you begin to see a whole world that you've never known. And so what we are told and given to understand is not the truth.
My time is precious, so I won't waste it watching loads of channels. We'll buy some fertile land and 100 tons of stone and gravel. When I build my eco-village, I'm building a Roman castle. When I buy some wind turbines, and I buy solar panels. I'm a mad scientist, I'm building a Tesla coil. Genius. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, so I just wrap my head up in foil. I will grow some medical potent cannabis plants and collect the oil. I grow my food in a greenhouse, chemtrails they affect the soil.
Pharmaceutical drugs kill about 300,000 people a year, and yet they have a war on drugs, which kill less than 30,000 people a year. 300,000 people die, that's business as usual.
There's only two choices, love or fear. You pick one. This world is nearly dead. We need a new kingdom. We need to leave these cities and live in nature when a new spring comes. I'm talking truth, it's not false facts, it's all true fiction. Everyone's saying I'm sick, but I don't get flu symptoms. My plant-based diet of vegan food has built up my immune system. I ain't been to the doctors in a long time, I just use wisdom. For epigenetics, you need to research into Bruce Lipton.
My research revealed conclusively that the environment in which the cells live determine genetic activity. So it's the complete opposite of what I was teaching in medical school. So stress hormones physically shut off the immune system. When you're under stress, that's when sickness starts to show up. Now it's time to wake up because our negative thinking is manifesting a negative life experience. And if you could put this kind of healing that I'm talking about into a capsule or tablet, they'd be talking about it right now. But this is a consciousness healing, and you can't sell it. And so what's the result? They're not interested in it. And they, through their money, which is massive, actually determine the curriculum in a medical school. And the idea is, well, what's relevant? Well, if you understand epigenetics, you don't need the pharmaceutical industry.
Traumatic, psychedelic enlightenment. Yeah. They're not drugs, no, they're plants. Yes. Show love, be grateful, give thanks. They're grown organically, not artificially enhanced. These psychedelic compounds are medically advanced. They're not drugs, no, they're plants. Them tablets you're taking, they're profiting the banks. If you don't believe it's true, I'll make them talk to Frank, walk the plank. Psychedelics, they're important plants. I want some magic mushrooms for breakfast. And when I finish them, I'm asking for some extras. Dimethyltryptamine, that's next up. And when it comes to ayahuasca, I'm just reckless. Tripping out on psychedelic fungus. Sacred shapes spiraling, isometric wonders. Intertwining frequencies, prime generic numbers. I'm fighting evil entities with 9 electric nunchucks, it's mental. When I hallucinate, it's not just my imagination. I see entities residing in a spiritual dimension. These psychedelic compounds, they're altering my eyes to see a wider range of light of the visible light spectrum. Truth, that's stranger than fiction. This world that we're living in is mythical, I question. Everything that doesn't make sense to me, I research relentlessly while I'm chilling in my section. They're not drugs, no, they're plants. Yes. Show love, be grateful, give thanks. They're grown organically, not artificially enhanced. These
psychedelic compounds that medically advanced. They're not drugs, they're plants. Them tablets you're taking, they're profiting the banks. If you don't believe it's true, I'll make them talk to Frank, walk the plank. Psychedelics, they're important plants. They're important. It's all truth, I don't care if I embarrass them. It's all truth, and the truth is I'm a savage one. Truth hurts, so I kill them with comparisons. The human race is not a sprint, it's a marathon. You need your bodies, don't damage them. Use your brain. Take responsibility, there's only you to blame. Don't believe the lies they're telling you, they're too insane. Man-made drugs cause agonizing brutal pain. But psychedelics help you see like opticians. I'm microdosing daily to regain my lost visions. And when I'm walking up the Welsh mountains for magic mushrooms every day, trust me, that's long missions. But I'm a psychedelic master like Terence. Everyone is equal, rich people and the peasants. The future isn't known, the past isn't pleasant, but life's a gift, enjoy the present. And when it comes to psychedelics, I'm an expert. I got the knowledge in my head, it's not just guesswork. I go picking psilocybin till my legs hurt. 5 grams of magic mushrooms will make your head burst. I don't do man-made drugs, you know they're menacing. Stay away from crack, stay away from heroin. Stay away from coke, stay away from ketamine. All you really need to do is roll a spliff with lemon in. CBD is medicine, THC is psychoactive. The healing properties on point like a gyrographic. Don't take me for a dickhead, I'm no spastic. I go frantic, I'm a psychedelic, psychopathic. I never tried no acid, but I can fucking fly. I leave my body astral travel and I touch the sky. Don't let your life flutter by like a butterfly. Every single person that you care about is gonna die. They're not drugs, they're plants. Show love, be grateful, give thanks. They're grown organically, not artificially enhanced. These psychedelic compounds that medically advanced. They're not drugs, they're plants. Them tablets you're taking, they're profiting the banks. If you don't believe it's true, I'll make them talk to Frank, walk the plank. Psychedelics, they're important plants. They're important. They're not drugs, you dickhead, they're plants. Be grateful, give thanks. They're grown organically, not artificially enhanced. These psychedelic compounds are medically advanced. You dickhead, they're plants. Them tablets you're taking, profit in the banks. And if you don't believe it's true, I'll make them talk to Frank, walk the plank. Psychedelics, they're important plants. They're not drugs, they're plants. Show love, be grateful, give thanks. They're grown organically, not artificially enhanced. These psychedelic compounds, they're medically advanced. They're not drugs, they're plants. Them tablets you're taking, they're profit in the banks. If you don't believe it's true, I'll make them talk to Frank, walk the plank. Psychedelics, they're important plants. They're important.
The psychedelic experience is as central to understanding your humanness as having sex, or having a child, or having responsibilities, or having hopes and dreams, and yet it is illegal. This is an outrage. It's a sign of cultural immaturity, and the fact that we tolerate it is a sign that we are living in a society as oppressed as any society in the past.
Yeah. Mass awakening business. If ignorance is bliss, then I'm feeling grim. When I'm searching for the answers, I look deep within. I'm not your average human being, I'm on deeper things. We're all puppets, I'm a puppet who can see the strings. Seeing is believing, if I see him, I believe in him. If God is real, where is he? I wanna speak to him. Let's bring chemtrails in the air, then we breathe it in. It's fucking evil, that's the reason, there's no reasoning. Am I just mental? Am I crazy? Am I seeing things? Who's that voice in my head? Is it my evil twin? I don't think so, them chances they're really slim. The world is mad, it's like a movie made by Stephen King. It's appalling, that's why I'm meditating in the morning. That's why I'm astral traveling in the evening. My macabre is fully activated, so when I die and leave my body, that's what I believe in. I've seen it realize, I'm horrified and hurt. You need to realize, stop is quite preserved. Just use you realize, you cannot deny it's worse. I see the demons in disguise, cause they colonize the earth. physically and mentally. Life is testing me. It's sickening, I'm living in a wrong century. But now this entity is nearly where he's meant to be. I'm destined to reach my destination, that's my destiny. This alchemy is helping me to figure out my strategy. It's mad to see my paradise is manifesting gradually. Insanity, you can choose and create your reality dramatically. If you don't believe me, try challenge me. But no one wants to ever listen, so I convince them all. They're brainwashed by television. People, they're predictable, they're buying into devilism. I ain't talking fictional, I wanna see a demolition, see the evil system fall. I tell them, listen, souls are invincible. I had so many premonitions, I could never list them all. Never. Fuck terrorism, it's about a principle. Governments are wrestling them, choke slam, hit the floor. I've seen her realize, I'm horrified and hurt. You need to realize, stock is quite berserk. Just choose to realize, you cannot deny it's worse. I see the demons in disguise, they colonize the earth. They say compassion is the key, stop giving in to hate. That's why I'm flying with the birds, I'm not slithering with snakes. Manifest reality, stop envisioning your fate. It's all lies, like a rocket mission into space. All I see is evil, God's vision isn't great. Scientism is religion and religion is a waste. Fuck the government, I'm not listening, it's fake. I'm not. I'd rather rape a politician in the face. They're all sick like syphilis and AIDS. Society is like an open prison, it's a maze. It's all backwards, the way we're living is insane. If truth hurts, then I'm bringing them the pain. I'm traveling the world, expeditions on a plane. Fly to Madagascar, then I'm chilling in Ukraine. Taking psilocybin, painting images in Spain. Third eye's activated, I got visions in my brain. I've seen it realize, I'm horrified and hurt. You need to realize, stock is quite berserk. Just choose to realize, you cannot deny it's worse. I see the demons in disguise, cause they colonize the earth. Truth hurts. This philosopher is stoned. I am a lone wolf, I got no friends, so I sit alone in Stonehenge. I connect with nature, I don't need internet or no phone trends, I just need weed. So I plant some seeds until they grow stems. Nothing lasts forever, but consciousness has no end. I just use my intuition, that's how I know the soul is infinite. I'm not intuition, I trust that feeling deep within my gut. Just think and listen, one day your body will crumble into dust. The soul is infinite though, we don't care what no one thinks of us. You're not thinking straight, you need to start listening mate. We don't evolve from chimps and apes, science is wrong, this thinks is fake. I don't eat shrimps or cake, there's fruit and veg, no mince or steak. Never. I don't drink high blaze, the lemon and cheese and stinking haze. And I've got psychosis, I'm on some schizophrenic and psycho shit. There's microscopical microchips in your microwave and in your microchip. They're dangerous like guns and rifle clips and cystic fibrosis. My third eye shows me sacred visions, that's why I know this. Wow, I'm turning fossils into gold. All the negativity and gossiping is old. Eating marijuana, that's a proper buzz, you know. Now it's obviously known, this philosopher is stoned. I'm an alchemist, I'm turning fossils into gold. All the negativity and gossiping is old. Eating marijuana, that's a proper buzz, you know. Now it's obviously known, this philosopher is stoned. I'm an alchemist, I'm turning fossils into gold. All the negativity and gossiping is old. Eating marijuana, that's a proper buzz, you know. And now it's obviously known, this philosopher is stoned. I'm turning fossils into gold. All the negativity and gossiping is old. Eating marijuana, that's a proper buzz, you know. Now it's obviously known, this philosopher is stoned.
Our world, our history, are not what we think it is. Our true history has been hidden from us. Pieces of the puzzle left behind for us to pick up
Yeah, honest, I got that sacred knowledge, I promise. They won't stop me telling them. Ancient human beings were more advanced, that's probably evident. They built structures using 20-ton bricks, no wobbly measurements. Every ancient mega structure, that's concrete evidence. Just like their massive heads made out of stone on Easter Island. I'm looking for answers, talking truth and speaking vibrant. I'm seeking silence, I wanna meditate on a beach in Thailand. I don't need no violence, I don't wanna leave these people frightened. But rock and stone could just be bone of an ancient breed of titans. From a time when there was no moon and giant trees, yeah, really high ones. What if them titans cut them down when mining deep for diamonds? There's so many questions, when I die I wanna leave enlightened. I'm not even frightened, honest, I'm a truthful lyricist. I've got so many questions, like who built the pyramids? Don't believe their lies, don't be a useless hypocrite. Dig deep and do some researching, stop moving primitive. Wake up.
The world that existed long before the world that we know today, a world that's more like Wonderland than what we're used to seeing. A world where there were titans, giants, a world where the gods walked about and warred against the titans. A world that was terraformed and destroyed and taken over. We had giant trees shooting up into the skies, beyond the clouds, reaching up into the heavens. And that world was terraformed and cut down by the titans.
Good morning, Flat Earth.
Good morning from Muskogee, Oklahoma, where it is incredibly flat.
Indeed.
Melbourne, Australia, where it's even flatter.
And then there's Kansas.
Flat as a pancake. Flatter than a pancake. How do you get flatter than a pancake?
Flapjacks. Flapjacks are better than pancakes.
The Carolina Coastal Plain.
I was
It's
just
a
about to
plane.
click play.
Hey, oh, you're back.
Play on him. Yeah. I'm glad you guys started talking because I didn't want to.
It was funny because I was actually thinking about if nobody talks, I guess I'll just play a song. Great minds think alike.
I was gonna put this on. It's so weird that it's kind of funny. I'll put it in the voice text. It's a David Weiss interview.
Yeah.
I'm not that keen on these things, but it's really weird because this guy's standing there with a mask on and you can't see his face, and he's asking him about. He goes, "Yeah, but gravity. There's gravity and all this," and it goes for about an hour. And David Weiss makes this guy look like an absolute fucking retard.
Yeah. Dude, at this point, I think it would be kind of funny to gather together some resources so you have, get all the ducks in a row. And then just start hitting up all these different universities, kind of like that Change My Mind, dude. You have, the table set up. And just straight up deadpan. Earth's flat. Prove me wrong. People would get so pissed, though. I mean, the way they get triggered here, they would get triggered in person, and it would be hilarious. They'd spiral right across the tire, just right there, spiral right up to you, and spiral right off into the distance.
It's funny. I just a couple of hours ago, I got a message from Professor Phil. So,
is he honestly a professor?
I don't know, but he said, "When can we get together? Just you and me to discuss the flat Earth. I'm interested in what you say." Now, I know he lives in Australia. I don't know where he lives, but I'm thinking he knows I live in Melbourne. Maybe he lives in Melbourne. It'd be funny, actually, to meet up with him.
Well, see, the way that he types and discusses it, because I've never talked to him on DC, but the way that he types, he does actually seem pretty respectful. So that has me kind of curious as to who is this guy.
Have you heard him talk before?
I have not heard him talk. That's what I'm saying. So, and I've only talked to him very small amount in text. So he seems respectful.
Very condescending. So way back, I just said to him, I said, "I'm just going to give you a warning." I said, I'm very respectful. I expect you to speak to me like you would anyone in the street, because I can guarantee if you met me in the street, you wouldn't disrespect me.
Yeah.
And he said, "Yeah, okay, fine." And I said, "Good," because that's how I treat people.
You're probably one of the few people that can actually say that to him because of the fact that you live in the same country as he.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's why I said it. I said, I don't, you know, I was thinking, I don't want this guy to start flying off the handle at me, and then, I see him and I'm pissed off with him. You know, I don't want to be a fucking idiot that's going to argue and get angry over flat Earth. You know,
especially letting internet drama manifest into the real world and become some real. No.
That's right. So I thought, okay, I'm just gonna get it head on, bang. If you're gonna speak to people, if you're gonna speak to me like you'd speak to someone in the street. Yeah.
That's the main thing, though. Is just the respect, being civilized. Act like a human.
Yeah, guaranteed. Yeah, because I can't stand when people get this kind of. They think just because they're on the internet that they can be a tough guy or something, or start insulting you or talk to you like you're a piece of shit. And I just think that, you know, people should still be respectful whether they know that person or not. Just speak normally. Be normal.
See, I'm the
you
type
don't know
of
what
person,
that person's like, you know?
If somebody were to show me my address, right? Like, say they were to dox me, they show me my address or show me my IP or whatever, like, hey man, haha. I would laugh my ass off and be like, okay, cool. Like,
Yeah,
come
I
at me,
wouldn't
bro.
care.
Like, come on. Like, okay, so now that you know where I am, since I don't give a F, come on. Whereas other people, if I were to do that to them, you go, man, they would flip. Ow. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't give a shit.
I don't care. 'Cause,
You know,
like,
you could affect my business essentially, but, you know, like, whatever, man.
I was just
Who's
gonna
going to
say
know? How many people know about this flat earth, round earth argument anyway? Like,
yeah, it's not that
it's us
important.
and the anti-flat
Like, it's
earth.
important, but it's, yeah. It's not something that the entire world is, like, paying attention to through a microscope and watching every moment. No. It's not. It's just the internet, man.
Ooh, you know?
Yeah,
No
yeah.
one cares, mate.
Oh, I must regain my honor by fighting this person who insulted me online. Like, what? Dude, calm down. It's the internet.
Isn't it? And even in real life, who cares anyway?
That's
I'm
the
a
thing,
flat
though.
earther. Yeah.
A lot of these kids are teenagers. They're just teenagers. So they've got all these hormones going. They think, they've got to prove that they're whatever, that they're male, right?
Yeah, and they're trying to be alpha males.
Then they got to prove that they're not gay, so they'll automatically tell you they got a girlfriend. So they're not gay, and they're not an incel either. So they're a tough guy, and they're fully functional male who can do things. So they got to build up their toughness for what they are, as though that means anything.
Yeah, it doesn't even mean anything.
It's hilarious, and I've
we
seen
just
it over
laugh.
and over.
We go, I don't care, man.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Good for you.
be
You
gay
have.
if you want.
Yeah, it's like we don't give a shit, man. None of that matters at all. It's just funny though, because there's these people that'll come in, these teenagers, and they'll always call other people gay, and then always talk about how they either have a girlfriend or they've gotten, like, how many times have you gotten laid type questions.
Yeah,
And I'm
man.
like, you are
Like, heaps of
so
girls.
immature. Yeah.
You got to prove to some random guy on the internet that wasn't even prove. You got to say to some random guy on the internet that you've had sex with a woman. You know, like, come on, man. We're just assuming you're not gay until you tell us you're gay. Like, you know, no one's assuming you're gay, mate. Just relax. Take it easy.
Well, it's
Even
like that.
and if you are gay, that's fine. We got no problem with that. That's all right.
Nobody
You
cares.
do
Well,
whatever
the archaic definition of gay just has to do with things being like either happy or cheerful, flamboyant.
Yeah.
Like that's what it
We'll have
means.
a
Like
gay
bright
old
and
time.
yeah, it means bright and flashy and showy. It has nothing to do with homosexuality. It just means basically like they're out there peacocking, which is exactly what a lot of gays do. They go peacocking. Okay, whatever. That makes sense.
Yeah.
People like to turn everything into a freaking insult, and it's hilarious. Even the word homo does not even mean what people think it means. It means same.
Yeah. What about when they go, yeah, okay, flat earther. Yeah.
As though that's an insult. Yeah. Well, for one, flat's not a shape. And two, yeah, thanks for the compliment.
Yeah,
I
I'm an
do
Earther,
indeed live on Earth with you. Here we are on Earth.
And it presents itself as flat and stationary.
Yeah.
Welcome to flat Earth.
You ever been on a beach? It would suck to try and build a castle on a ball. The beach is flat. It just gets so triggered. But that's not what I meant.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna mute up for a sec.
If water finds its level, Earth is at least 71% flat.
At least, because we don't know how big it is.
At least 71%. That's just due to the properties of water. But my sticky, globby water ball with the mass attracted mass. The etymology of the word mass means barley cake. Barley cakes attracting barley cakes.
Well, mass is corn.
Well, there you go.
Masa.
Yeah, corn. Maize. Speaking of which, I think I might try and grow some of that this year. That'd be fun. We always see the yellow and white corn everywhere, but I want to grow like blue and red corn. John, red corn. Speaking of John Redcorn, one of the funniest like anecdotal stories I've ever heard from somebody, I think it's like a comedian or just something, I don't know. The guy is a Native American man, and he's standing in line, and he had like a bunch of bags of potting soil or something, and I think somebody had I don't know the whole story of it. I just remember the part where he made a comment about buying his land back one at a time, like one bag at a time, because the person behind him had like a weird reaction to him having like all this like soil or something like that. Or maybe he just had one bag and he had a bunch of weird items, I don't know. But just the idea of like a Native American, like, yes, I'm buying my land back, one bag at a time. With the narrative of Americans taking their land. It was funnier when he said it. That is kind of how they do it, though. They took all of their... Think about it. If you were to... Alright, there's supposedly somewhere close to 8 billion people on Earth, right? And you divide up the land, the available land, and I guess water, on Earth. You divide up all the available elements on Earth. You own 1/8 billionth of this place. However that may be. However big it is, whatever. That's yours. That's your inheritance. But they'll sell it to you. You just gotta buy it one bag at a time. We don't own this world. We get to borrow it temporarily until we pass it down to the next generation who inherits it. They get it. That's it. We don't get to keep anything. All the material that you collect, you don't take it to the grave with you. Nobody sticks it in that hole and buries it in the dirt with your corpse. We get to borrow all these things. We're stewards of it. You don't get to own anything, because if you did, then it would stay with you for all of eternity, and now it's yours. It becomes part of who you are. Nope. We get to borrow things. Indefinitely, but still. It's just borrowing. If you don't lose it, and if you don't die before you get to use it, it's gonna wear down eventually. That kind of reminds me of an episode of the Boondocks. Riley and Huey are always getting into it, fighting and stuff, damaging their grandpa's house. And one day they smash his TV. Normally he flips out and he gets really angry, but on this episode, he had started smoking weed. So he walks in the room and he sees like a remote just sticking out of this big plasma TV. And he starts laughing, like talking about how he's not even going to be here like much longer. So technically they're just destroying their own stuff. And then he just kind of walks off and Riley's like, man, I liked my TV. Or I liked our TV. They stopped fighting and he realized that they had just destroyed their own stuff and that he actually liked it. But that's true. If people don't respect what they have, they don't realize what the future holds, or they'll expect to get it and still not respect it. Take care of what you have right here and now. It's all you've got. And life is very fragile. You think that you're tough, you think you're strong, but the fragility of your earthly vessel, your form here, something as tiny as a little aneurysm, just pop, and all of a sudden, lights out, you're gone. You could slip and fall down, you break your neck, just over a very short distance, just a couple of feet. There's nothing, just gone, lights out. Because that's how fragile people are. We feel like we're tough because we can live so long. We get 70 to 100 years old. Surely humans are tough. No. Most people, they are very blessed to make it that far. Because the odds of you dying are literally like 99% every single day if you do the wrong thing. Like 99-100% if you do the wrong thing in this world. Every day. And yet we somehow make it through. Hell, you survived being a toddler. Toddlers literally look for death. They're like walking death. They just go out wandering for it. And we all survived being a freaking toddler. Hey, I wonder what this is. And there's like a precipice of great danger, and somehow we didn't fall down and just tumble, crash, break. And now we're still tough, and we're just as fragile, though. You toughen up your skull, you stop having the soft spot in your skull, start having some solid bone up there, all these other things. Yeah, still fragile. There's been men who've died just from getting punched in the face. Had no idea. Him nor his opponent. Dude gets punched. Other dude ends up getting some involuntary manslaughter stuff because one hit KO dead. We're fragile and we should take that into consideration. Be gentle, kinder with one another. I won't say nice. If you look up the etymology of the word nice, it means stupid. That's one of the funniest things to me. So I believe there's a huge difference between being nice and being kind. It's good to be kind, but being nice is... You don't have to be nice, but be kind. Being kind's a good thing. We don't have much time, and you're not guaranteed tomorrow anyway. I have a reason for saying all this. Something kind of traumatic happened recently, and all I can say is life is too short, and all living things are fragile. So take that seriously, take it for what you want, but we can watch what happens with animals and apply it to our own lives as human beings. We're equally fragile. One of the kind of statements that we use around here anyway, like not the server, just my family, we'll refer to animals as being here and nows. There's no guarantees for the future with them, and they're just kind of only here now. Like, we believe in eternal, so there's a future for us, but for the creatures, they get this. And it hurts to lose them too. We become close friends to some of these animal companions, these critters, because some of them are great, they're highly intelligent and unique. So it hurts just like losing a human being friend, to lose some of these animals. But they're not here forever. They're not meant to be. So it's okay to grieve, but also it's okay to let go of them, because they're only here for here and now. That being said, don't take them for granted. If there's a creature in your life, you're the steward of that critter, and it loves you. It chose to stay there with you in all likelihood. Because animals can run away, they can escape. So if you've got a pet that loves you, it loves you for a reason. You're like the stand-in for God for that thing. So act like it. Be kind to it. Respect what you've become a steward of. It's important. And then apply that to humans. Don't take your friends and family for granted. Because our physical forms here, that is also a here and now. And we're not guaranteed tomorrow. I'll quit ranting. I woke up. I passed out last night. It wasn't a good day for me, so I took my medicine and just went to sleep. And I'm sitting here listening to y'all. I wake up and then it's silent. And so now I'm drinking my coffee, getting awake, trying to fill the void of the silence here in the channel. Kimbo's off fighting kangaroos or something. What's up, Systems?
I'm not going to add anything. I heard what you said, but I'm not going to add much to it, but try to give you a distraction. Have you ever played with this Walter Bislin's Flat Earth Dome tool?
I have maybe I've seen it. I don't know. You could link it though, and I'll check it out.
Yeah, man, it's lots of fun.
If I have, it's been so long, forever, I don't even remember it. And if I haven't, then that's cool. It would be the first time for that. Somebody was mad, this doctor or a professor or something, and somebody else was talking about making a calculator, like a simple calculator, for like a joke thing, like we're like having a list of different animals and their average sizes, and then being able to calculate a whole bunch of stuff. like asteroids or something.
Oh,
Which
okay.
there was one that they were messing with. I think they were talking about actually making their own, which I think would be hilarious. Everybody always acts flat earthers stupid. So when flat earthers talk about, hey, we're going to code this, I'm like, dude, do it. Yeah. Prove these retards that you actually know how to do cool shit.
Yeah, I wish I was able to do half of the shit that's on this website that I just linked.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty good coder, and I do code and I do web stuff and all that, but there's no way I would be able to tackle anything like this.
Yeah.
Mathematics behind it is just crazy cool.
I admit when I don't know shit, and when it comes to programming and coding, I barely can do much of anything. I can take snippets of other people's code, modify it, and then kind of Frankenstein together my own code. But starting from scratch, that's something I need to learn how to do. I'm actually ashamed of that because I consider it a language, and I'm really good at languages. So I haven't devoted much time to actually learning like scripts like that. I can go on
Minecraft, man. It's amazing.
Meanwhile, I can go on Minecraft and screw around with JavaScript.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just have the wrong places. You're just playing it in the wrong places.
Yeah, exactly. Like
that's so funny.
You learn what you learn where you're at, though. So, and
this tool is amazing.
I also know a little. I can actually. Here's something that's funny. I can code a web page from scratch using HTML, but that's so basic. It's like we all, anybody a certain age, we all learned how to do that. Thank you, MySpace.
I do. It's not my predominant. I would say it's probably about, of my income, it's probably about 20-30% is code and HTML and CSS and JavaScript.
I need to kind of create my own job, man.
I still Google things and copy paste it in because
why not?
My brain capacity doesn't. Yeah.
Here's my logic. If somebody's already coded exactly the same bit of code, and you're going to code exactly the same thing that they've already coded, and so have many others thousands of times before, why would you type the same sentence again?
Yeah, I agree. The other thing is it's less clicks. It's less clicks and taps on the keyboard to copy paste it in than to rewrite it yourself anyway.
And I'm not encouraging people to be lazy. It's just the common snippets of code everyone uses. Why not? Like, duh, it makes sense. There's no need to type extra letters.
Yeah. No, I'm lazy. I'm more than willing to admit that, but in a good way.
You better watch out though. All right, so they've already got the AI thing, right, where they can type sentences. And you can say, hey, do this. People will eventually be able to like, hey, make me an app that does this. And they can just send it, and the AI will code them some crap.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And I'm too.
I'm fine with that. What are they going to get rid of? All the Indian people who rip people off anyway?
Going to get that cleaner code. Well, that's what I'm saying, is then people like you, though, will be able to do exactly that and be able to do copy-paste snippets of code far more rapidly and create really robust programs by compartmentalizing, like, I need a piece of code that does this, I need a piece of code that does this, I need a piece of code that does this. Yeah, I'm just saying it'll get so fast. Yeah, because of the database. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, it's pretty easy to... But it's going to get super quick with the AI. Like, a lot of people talk crap because of the way certain things are, because they'll pay attention to kind of the deep dream type things. And, oh yeah, this is stupid, dude. Some of that shit, though, some of that stuff, it is better graphic design than a lot of people will ever be capable of doing. Because they don't know how anything would work. And it's not just the deep dream stuff. You just wait just a year or two. They're already getting into letting you use the deep dream stuff to edit images. So you can specify, I only want you to edit this, and I want you to do this specifically to that part.
Yeah, that'd be freaky.
They're already doing it. I've been doing it. Like, I mix it with my graphic design. I still have to do touch-up stuff in order to fix things, but it saves so much time. I can replace key points and pictures without having to sit there for an hour or two.
Yeah. That's crazy, hey? But you know what?
What's that?
You have to have a plan for this sort of shit, right?
Yeah. Oh, they've got a plan.
What's your plan? Like, worst case scenario, your job turns to shit. Like, there needs to be.
Well, dude, that's the thing. I'm on the other end of that fence. I'm disabled, so I actually have to. I'm trying to get out from under being paid by the government so that I can earn more money. So I'm on the other side of it, and I don't want this. That's not enough to live off of. You can't do shit with that. And so I'm kind of trying to get away from that, but due to my health, my time is limited. I have I end up losing days get wasted just because hours and hours gone. I end up getting sick, take medicine, pass out, time travel. Oh shit, now I have no time left in the day to do anything. And then y'all see me wake up in the middle of the night alone. So I'm like, oh well, I'll work on stuff, I guess, while I chat with some people.
Yeah, I guess you have to be, based on your situation, you have to be as productive as you can to better your goals. Don't worry about anyone else.
Yeah. Well, another thing is, these aren't excuses, these are reasons, because I'm actually I'm at the bright end of the tunnel side of stuff. I'm trying to, things are getting better for me. But stuff went downhill a while when my father passed away, and then I got really depressed for a while. Well, I'd built up all this imaginary crap in my head, fantasizing about where I'm going to get to hang out with him again. I haven't seen him in a minute, blah, blah, blah. He's going to be a grandpa, get to know all of his grandkids and whatever. And so when he went downhill, he had cancer. So I was expecting that we're going to move him down here and try and get him real treatment. Things will get better, having faith, having hope. But everything went downhill over the course of just a week. He was about gone. We had to rush to get up north to see him a couple days before he passed away. And so that kind of some PTSD crap that really shattered my reality for a minute and messed with my faith. It gives you a bunch of questions. Well, why? Where two or three are gathered, right? Why? And that why resonates so hard. It's like a dissonance, though. It's the opposite of harmonics, and it hurts.
Yeah. The why is the hardest part, but you know what? You'll never get an answer.
Nope. Because in fact, the why is literally the answer. It's your response to the test, not the actual answer you give.
I ask a lot of, I don't want to say it in a negative way, but I'll say it. It's so-called religious people. I ask them, why was my son born with really shit eyesight in one eye, where we thought he was blind up until he was 6 months old? You know what I mean? No one has a good answer for that. And, it is what it is. We get by, we do what we can do, but no one ever has a good answer. No one can say, oh.
That's like if I was why was I born with a type of condition that causes, some of your insides to be outside of your body and in the umbilical cord? Why did they have to put me back together like the scarecrow when I was born? And there's no answer to that, and I don't really care. It's not going to shatter my faith in the Creator, because that's irrelevant. Existing in a fallen world is not going to shatter my faith in something that's better.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, I mean, everyone has their own little.
Yeah.
Why? I ask the question why all the time. One day, someone or something will answer.
Well, I got a good answer for it. How do you write a story without any form of conflict? How do you have character development and growth? How is there any form of, arc without there being any kind of struggle?
Yeah, so true.
And I believe that we're all every person is a book, and your name is the title of your book, and your behaviors, your actions, everything you do, that's the content of your book, the content of your character.
I like that. Yeah, it's perfect.
And it's kind of like we get to co-write this story with God, but it's also like a choose your own adventure book, because you can only do certain things. And he already knows all of the possibilities, so he already knows what you're going to do, regardless of which choice you make. Kind of like if a father, right? Say I give my children 3 options, and I put them in a situation where those are the only options they can even choose from. There's nothing else that they can even do outside of that. So I already know that it doesn't matter which option they choose. I already know what they're going to do regardless of any of those 3 choices. I believe that's how God sees us. That's how he already knows. The realms of possibility thing. never surprised. But I'm not trying to talk about God too much. I know this is the flat earth thing, but you get what I mean. Well, oh yeah, and I'll end with this. Look up the etymology of the word theo. You know, like the word theory. Theo-R-Y. Just look up the theo part, though. You can add the R-Y later.
Alright, I'll look it up. I'll just give... Just says God.
Yep. So if anybody's like, I have a theory, I'll bet you do.
From Greek theos, God. I have a... Yeah, theory. So theory.
You have a theory.
Yeah, I like that. It's really cool.
I don't believe in God, but I have a theory. Wait, what?
These bloody Greeks.
I know, man. Dude, if you get into the Greeks, they're hilarious, actually. Like, some of the mental stuff that they've got incorporated into how their actual language works is funny to me. And not in, like, a clown way, but funny as in, that's cool.
I don't have the mental capacity to be able to retain that much information and be a functioning person. I wish I did. I can admit that I'm
you know how they have the tag here, or the role weaponized autist? Well, I'm more of like I'm more like a weaponized...
no one would ever accuse me of being that.
I'm more like a weaponized ADHD type. Like ADHD, OCD type thing. I don't have OCD unless I get tunnel vision on a specific thing, and it's like, okay, I must study this. And then the ADHD comes in, like, yes! And then, because it's like, I don't want to pay attention to shit else, but okay, this is fascinating. Hyperactive, there's a deficit for all attention for anything else. Focus, research. It's weird. It's like weaponizing all of these negative things and turning them into something good and then using them for research. It allows me to do a bunch of stuff at the same time, too. But see, that's the thing. It becomes confusing if you do a bunch of different things. But if you do something that's all themed around the same crap, then it's all in the same direction. So it feels chaotic, but it's not, because it's still all themed by the same... It's unified by the same truth. But now you try and do that with a video game and some music playing, and you're also trying to do this, that, the other thing while you're chatting with so-and-so and looking at memes. Now you've got divided attention. It's all going in